Chapter 1. Introduction. I've liked games since I was young. The reason is simple. Since I was always in the hospital when I was a kid, there was naturally nothing to do but play games. And as time passed, games became a part of my life. But if you do anything for a long time, you will get bored and tired. Oh, shit, what's this AI thinking? Why are you giving a heal there? After some time, no matter which game I played, it wasn't as enjoyable as before. It wasn't a matter of genre, be it AOS, RPG, or FPS. It was all the same. All the games that came out every year were like garbage. The story and worldview adhered to the norm, and the system lacked depth. I wanted a game with something a little more special. Then I discovered Dungeon and Stone. Tatadat. Click click. The genre was single-player RPG. It was an overseas indie game. There was no Korean language support, and it used 2D pixel graphics, which had already become rare. To be honest, it was far from my usual fare. Still, it was free, so I installed the game to give it a try, and soon I fell in love with it. Wow, I almost got killed like a newbie. It was a unique game in many ways. When your character died, you had to start again from scratch. NPC companions were essential for making progress, and the degree of freedom was also extremely high for a vertical scroller type game. The skill system and worldview were also attractive, and the story was interesting even though I had to read it in English. Crucially, I could feel something unknown but special in this game. Tatadat tic-tap. I, who at the time had just started as a service worker assigned to the subway, began to delve into Dungeon and Stone in earnest. It wasn't easy. Combat in this game was not simply done with HP/MP. Even with full HP, if there is one misjudgment, the character that has been painstakingly nurtured for 3 months can disappear. Let's go. I couldn't even get to the mid-game for over 2 years, so I gave up my pride and searched for a strategy guide. I couldn't find any on the Korean portals, so I had to translate and read them from foreign sites, but even that didn't mean much. There were not many users abroad either, so there were few related articles with no useful information. Rather than those who played it for a month or two and called it ruined game, I, who had been seriously exploring this game for 2 years, had a much better understanding. So I stopped looking for a strategy. 3 times up, 4 times to the left, once down, twice to the left, 6 times to the top, 4 times to the right. Finally, avoid the trap, okay? Wasn't this the only game I finally found while searching for one I could actually enjoy? After a while, I decided to just keep trying on my own, and whoa! So, we have reached this point. Gates of the Abyss. Now my character is standing in front of the portal connected to the final boss room. Of course, seeing the ending will be after coming here several more times in the future. It's not a game where you can get the boss with just one try. Even so, I can feel how nervous I am right now from my stiff fingertips. The final boss. It may be nothing to some people. However, for me it took 9 years to get here. It would not be an exaggeration to say that we were together all through my 20s. Even when the call for service workers got canceled, as well as the day when I went back to school after a long time to apply for reinstatement, and the day I received a letter of acceptance to the job I wanted after graduation. I have always played Dungeon and Stone. Do you want to enter? As you approach the portal by manipulating the character, a question appears asking if you want to enter. Of course, I click yes. However, maybe since this is the final boss room, a different message is displayed once more. You may not be able to come back. Are you sure you want to enter? It's unnecessary from a player's point of view. If you don't want to enter, why would you come all the way here? Yes/no. As I click yes, the screen goes to the loading window. Looking at the darkened monitor, I raise my concentration. How many patterns does this guy have? What characteristics? Of course, there must also be an insta-kill move or two. Well, let's put aside the thought of succeeding on the first try and gather as much information as possible. Maybe I'll even have to completely redo the character build and skill combos. My brain, stimulated with excitement and anticipation, is filled with only the thoughts about the final boss. So, it was too late for me to notice. You have reached the abyss. Tutorial complete. Tutorial complete? No, before that. How come these are Korean Hangul characters? Wasn't Dungeon and Stone only supported in English? Transmission begins. Just as I felt a sense of incongruity, a bright light burst out. The light was so intense that there's no possibility of it originating from the monitor. Damn it, my eyes. In an instant, everything turned white, ringing in the ears, and an unknown heat bursting from the skin. My thoughts quickly faded, as if I had been injected with a fast-acting anesthetic. I was usually confident in my ability to cope with crises, but at this moment, I had no idea what was going on. Flash. I lost consciousness as the light grew stronger. And when I opened my eyes again, I was a barbarian in the game. Chapter 2. Tutorial 1. Close your eyes and ask yourself, if this is the beginning of a very, very brutal game, what am I supposed to do now? First, you understand the situation and get all the information you can. After that, I managed to come back to myself a little. Recalling the first task I set for myself, I slowly opened my eyes and checked my surroundings again. Unfortunately, nothing had changed from before. The fact was that I was in an open space, surrounded by a woods. Also, it weren't some LED streetlights that illuminated the dark surroundings, but flickering torches. The most striking fact of all was that there were muscular savages everywhere I looked. Congratulations, young warriors. Fuck, I wasn't seeing things. I didn't know what they're doing in the middle of the night, but their expressions were pretty reverent. Was that guy in the middle like a tribal chief? Well, that didn't matter. As of today, you will leave the sacred sanctuary and be reborn as true warriors. I closed my eyes, letting out the presumed chief's words through one ear and out the other. I was no doctor, but if I were to self-diagnose, right now I had blackout symptoms. With no idea why I was here, now come out one by one, and choose a weapon that suits you. So, let's reason things out. What was I doing just before this? As soon as I tried to recall to check if I had any brain problems, the memory immediately came to mind. I'd been playing a game. The final boss room was imminent, and I'd activated the portal while suppressing my excitement. Then, suddenly, some messages saying that the tutorial has been completed or that the transmission has begun appeared, and a bright light burst out. And, now that I'd come to my senses, somehow, it became even more confusing than before. Come out, Karak, third son of Farron. First, I decided to check the condition of my body. I didn't feel any pain, but I still needed to check carefully. With that thought in mind, I bowed my head and stiffened. What was all this? Two-handed axe. Great. The hands I looked down on were embarrassingly gigantic. And surprisingly, they moved according to my will. While I was at it, I checked the rest of me, and it was a spectacle. Not only was there no shirt, but tattoos of all types were drawn all over the solid upper body muscles. Yes, they all looked the same size, adjusted to the same level for this giant body. Once I cleared up the situation. No, really, there was nothing to clear up. For some reason, I had become a barbarian savage without realizing it. Oh, Karak, third son of Farron, this makes you a warrior. Kidnappings, hidden cameras, psychological experiments, etc. I immediately erased all such possibilities from my mind. It would have been foolish to twist the circuit of hope and try to forcibly fit the evidence, even though the situation had already shown me the key. It was more productive to admit the truth and move on. What was happening to me right now was something that science or modern knowledge couldn't explain. Other than this large body, there was plenty of other evidence, too. Next, first of all, the language that these savages spoke was not Korean, English, or Spanish. A language I'd never encountered in any media in my entire life. The problem was that I could understand it as naturally as my mother tongue. It was as if knowledge had been engraved into my head. Come out, Einar, second daughter of Penelin. Second, I was feeling used to this situation. I wonder how that could be, but it really was the case. At first, everything was unfamiliar, but after I came to my senses, I started feeling a strange sense of déjà vu. You chose a sword. It is a good choice for you who are smart. That the young barbarians choose their weapons, one after another. That's all they had in common. But this was reminiscent of the intro of Dungeon and Stone. To be precise, when Barbarian was selected from among the several races, the game started this way. But was that really a coincidence? The game I was playing when the mysterious light swallowed me was Dungeon and Stone, and even the main character I was playing was a barbarian. Oh, Einar, second daughter of Penelin. Now you have become a warrior. May the blessings of Rafdonia be with you. You crazy. I decided to quit trying to clear up my remaining suspicions. Rafdonia. The tribal chief just mentioned this one proper noun, which made everything else meaningless. I now knew where this place was. This world was the game I'd been playing for nearly a decade. This is Dungeon and Stone? Was somebody talking? What do they mean by those words? As I glanced at the barbarian sitting next to me, I was stunned. He looked really different from the other savages nearby. What is this? Why am I here? His breath was rough, and his eyes were full of confusion. He even knew about Dungeon and Stone. Maybe he was in the same situation as me? I felt the need to check it out, but unfortunately, I didn't even get the chance to try. Who just opened his mouth? The voice was so loud that my eardrums tingled, and my head felt dazed for a moment. Of course, it wasn't for long. I didn't know how soon I came to, but seeing the tribal chief looking down at me made me wake up pretty quickly. Was it you? I shook my head as soon as the question was asked, and as if it came naturally, I looked at the savage sitting next to me. An act so quick and smooth that I could only admire my own self-poise. In response, the chieftain moved his gaze to the barbarian sitting next to me, instead of questioning me further. I'm sorry, but you're the one responsible. Why did you have to go and open your mouth? Was it you? Yes. I asked if it was you who just mumbled. It was only now that I felt it, but the tribe chief's face wore an unusual expression. Just looking at him, the problem didn't seem as simple as somebody talking inadvertently. Oh, you mean Dungeon and Stone? Yes, why? This guy didn't seem to have noticed the atmosphere yet. It was you. A brief ripple of sadness flashed through the eyes of the tribe chief. Feeling a sense of doom for some unknown reason, I unconsciously moved a bit to the side. Then the guy tilted his head and asked, "Is this like an event?" Oh, maybe because I noticed too soon. What happened then, I couldn't even follow with my own eyes. Something flashed, followed by a blunt sound. SSSK. That's all there was to it. That fleeting moment passed, and the head that fell with a dull sound rolled over and over on the ground. A sight so brutal that it seemed unrealistic. The eyes relayed the information they had just seen to the brain. A man's neck was cut off in front of my eyes. White bones and severed muscles were visible through the gap on the neck. Something white splattered on my face, along with red blood and muddy flesh. What was this? Fat? Well, I didn't really know, but it wasn't as shocking as I'd have expected. As if I was watching a movie or an anime, there was no feeling of nausea and no mental pressure, as if it was all a dream. PSSSSSSSSS. As I watched the blood spurt out of the severed neck, only one question remained in my head. Why the hell did the chief kill him? An evil spirit resided in the soul of Orium, son of Kadua. Young warriors, erase from your memory all the words this evil spirit has just uttered. The moment I heard the chief's words, the information naturally compiled in my head. Information 1, I am an evil spirit. Information 2, if this is found out, I will die. Information 3, this fate could have become mine. When I came to that conclusion, chills rose in my spine, which was still intact even when my compatriot's head had been cut off. Vulcan, hurry up and report this to the temple. And take the corpse. What about the coming-of-age ceremony? I will proceed. There was a lot of blood, but the ritual continued. It seemed that this kind of thing was common here, and no one blinked an eye wherever I looked. This was also true of the young warriors sitting around. But maybe it was because I'd played so many torturous games? No one told me, but I could clearly see what I had to do now. Please finish your coming-of-age ceremony safely without anyone finding out that you are an evil spirit. If it were a friendly game, a message like this would appear. With the updated task in mind, I forcibly stopped myself from shaking. And taking my cue from the attitudes of the others, I composed my facial expression. No one should feel any sense of incongruity while looking at me. To them, if found out, I would be nothing but an evil spirit who had possessed the true owner of this body. Next, but what followed after the accident made my heart sink. Kinnick's fourth son, Serum, come out. I didn't know my name. This was a serious matter, with life or death at stake. If your name was called, and yet you stood still, you definitely look suspicious. Next, of course, you could go ahead and say you'd heard it wrong. Obviously, that was a much more likely explanation. But if you were asked something more to make sure, that'd be a different story altogether. What if the chieftain asked a question because he was suspicious? I won't be able to answer anything. Next, did these fervent emotions stimulate the hormones in my brain? Positive thoughts began to come to mind. A weak thought, if you were called at the end, it doesn't matter if you don't know your name, right? Next, I felt sorry for myself. Was I going to depend on luck, when I'd never been lucky my whole life? One could tell just by looking at how I was brought to this place while playing the game. For an unlucky bastard like me to get through this crisis, I needed a much more plausible plan. Next, that's why I kept looking around. With my chin steadily facing the front, I looked at the expressions, movements, and habits of the others with my eyes. As I was doing this, a way came to my mind. Next, of course, this method was not 100% guaranteed. However, my time was short, so I made the final decision that this was the most likely way for me to survive. Next, the calling continued. I counted about 2 seconds to myself each time, and when I had repeated it 8 times, "Come out, Bjorn, son of Yandel." Finally, the long-awaited moment has arrived. Even after the 2 seconds had passed since the name was called, no one stirred their feet. Recognizing this fact, I stepped forward, and proudly, with my shoulders squared, I walked towards the tribe chief. It wasn't that I was unafraid. Even at this moment, as I stepped forward, I wasn't sure that it was my name. If my judgment was wrong, this insane tribe chief would call me out at once, saying it was suspicious, and perhaps ask, "Who is your mother?" I would not be able to answer. However, I didn't hesitate. Even as my heart pounded in my chest, I steadied my breath and continued to step forward for a simple reason. Because I thought this was the most probable. Young warrior, choose your weapon. In the end, my choice was right. There was no doubt in the eyes of the chieftain looking at me. A gentle gaze, same as when dealing with other young warriors. I held my breath, suppressing the strange excitement bubbling inside me. I lived. Less than 10 minutes have passed since I opened my eyes. But I have accepted the reality I am facing now as it is. It may seem strange to some, but Denying reality is for idiots. This is not a dream. Bjorn Yandel. From now on, I must live by this name. No, not just the name. I have to completely become this savage barbarian. I don't know for how long. Is it even possible to return home? And if it is, what do I need to do? Because I don't know anything yet. Well, I wonder if it'd be possible to go back once the game's clear conditions are met. It's still too early to determine this. I honestly wish that wouldn't be the requirement. No, I haven't even cleared the 2D version yet. How do I clear it in real life? Maybe I'll have to live here for the rest of my life. In that sense, weapon selection was important. I thought that dragging things out might raise suspicion, but I still carefully examined each weapon one by one. One-handed sword, two-handed greatsword, mace, iron club, spear, harpoon, two-handed axe, flail, great hammer, etc. There were no bows or staffs at all. These savage bastards didn't even care about jobs that had it easy, one like healers, wizards, or archers. Although, considering their racial characteristics, it was natural. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Come on, choose your weapon. As the selection time grew longer, the tribe chief began to urge me. I finally organized my thoughts. Barbarians have no natural talent for magic, but have strong physical abilities. For that reason, when raising a barbarian character, I always played with melee weapons and put them in the vanguard. Out of curiosity, I'd also tried to raise a barb archer, but it didn't work. Their true value was always shown in close combat. And among them, this. After a lot of deliberation, I finally chose my weapon. The chieftain, who gave admiration and praise after every choice, showed a strange reaction for the first time. The sentiment was fully understandable. Bjorn, son of Yandel. This makes you a warrior. Because I'd chosen a weapon that no one else had picked. At that time, in a dark room with the lights dimmed. Synchronization complete. Character information and logs have been recorded and sent to the manager. The CPU fan that had been quiet started to spin, and the light from the monitor again illuminated the empty room. However, the machine did not boot normally. Beep, 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 beep. Text entered in line with the beeping sounds on the DOS screen over a black background. You have successfully completed the coming-of-age ceremony. You have installed new equipment. Item level has risen by +12. As if someone was typing in real time, even at this moment. Only those sounds reverberated quietly in the unoccupied room. Endlessly, continuously. Bjorn Yandel. Level 1. Body. 25/mind. 35/ability 1. Item level. 24. New +24. Combat index. 67. New +6. Chapter 3. Tutorial 2. Barbarian. When I first played as this race, whose name literally translates to savage brute, the weapon I chose was the greatsword. Right, because it's cool. As a man, there is a certain romance in wielding a two-handed weapon, and reaping lives by spinning like a dervish while holding your sword in the middle of an enemy camp. The problem was that he died too easily. Feeling fascinated by the barbarian character, I started researching. How could I properly raise a barbarian to keep it alive? But even after many attempts, the barbarian still died too easily. No matter how much I tried to increase his survivability, he would always go berserk in a fight. There was no stability because each battle was like walking a tightrope. Then, at some point, I began to doubt myself. Should I just use him as a tank? Barbarians have the highest vitality among the selectable races, and their average strength is also high, so they can even wear adamantium equipment. Although not as good as a dwarf with its cheaty special ability, a barbarian has the basic skills of a tank. Well, to tell the truth, I didn't really want to play as a barbarian tank, but all the research I'd done by then would go to waste otherwise, so I decided to give it a try. And after a few trials and errors, I was able to make a nurturing strategy. Isn't this a scam? Without any regrets, I threw away the dwarf that was my original tank. So what if your fights weren't as exciting? I'd always valued efficiency, and I was a human being who could throw away his preferred playstyle if it helped him win. Just like the decision I was making now. Step. When I returned to my seat after choosing my weapon, I could feel the other barbarians staring at me. What? Your first time seeing a Barbaegis, Barbarian Shielda, 1? As a proud barbarian, I came back to my seat with a dignified, unflinching look. There was no need to act this time. Next, I had no regrets about my decision. There were 3 reasons. First, among the starting weapons, the shield is the most expensive when resold. 2, there is a strong possibility that even if I hold a bladed weapon right now, I will not be able to use it properly. Third, the Barbaegis is my ultimate pursuit. Today I made the most rational decision I could make. With this, you have become a warrior. After choosing my weapon and returning to my seat, there was some free time. While the coming-of-age ceremony continued for the rest, I decided to speculate on the cause behind the situation. In fact, I should have guessed it earlier, but, well, what would you do? When I thought about it, I was at a loss. You have reached the abyss. Let's summarize now. I reached the final boss room. Most likely, that was the trigger. Wait a minute, then what about the guy who died just now? Does that mean he also reached the final boss room? Maybe so. There were a lot of people in the world, and some of them might have been as weird as me. Let's skip this part for now. Tutorial complete. I interpreted this message like this. I've told you everything I need to tell you, so use this knowledge to survive. I don't know who he is, but that's one vicious bastard. If you really wanted me to survive, you should have included a setting about whether I was an evil spirit or not. As soon as I arrived, my head was almost blown away. You son of a bitch. Phew. Was it because I entered the body of a barbarian? Unusually for me, I was having trouble controlling my emotions. So I stopped my ruminations at this point. If I get excited for nothing, I might start making mistakes, and in the first place, stressing out thinking about the past is not my habit. What has happened, and there is no changing the past. It's more productive to think about how to get through this crisis. So, okay, let's just think about that for now. How to survive. The coming-of-age ceremony was over, and now I was walking in the woods, the chieftain in the front, and the young barbarians in the back. Everyone seemed to be having fun, as if they were going on a picnic. But I couldn't join in that simple-minded laughter, because I knew their final destination. Stop! The place we arrived after passing through the thick forest was about 30 m in front of a fairly sized wall. Open the gates! The gates opened with the crude, rattling sounds of a mechanism, slow enough to make you yawn. But the young barbarians watched in wonder, as if they had forgotten to breathe. In that strange silence, a gray city finally appeared beyond the gates. Rafdonia. Perhaps just during this moment, my eyes were not much different than them. Roads in good condition and stone structures. Invisible through them, a spire towering high in the sky. I'd never dreamed that the day would come when I would actually see the place illustrated on the game loading window. Shit. Warriors. When the door opened, the chief turned around and shouted. Before he let us go, I wondered if he wanted to say something nice. Leave. Your destiny awaits. The barbarians did not need boring speeches. Huh. The barbarians, who had just reached adulthood, ran into the city shouting. I didn't like it, but I too screamed and followed after them. There may be people who are sleeping soundly in the dimly lit buildings, but who cares about them? I am a barbarian. Clonk. The gates closed behind us with a groan. Of course, none of these savages cared about that. The overexcited primitives ran for a long time before finally calming down and slowing their pace, and only then was I able to calmly continue my thoughts. Right now, I have conflicting emotions. Of course, there's fear of the upcoming situation, but also a kind of anticipation, since I've become a part of the world and the game I enjoyed the most. It's a little funny. It hasn't been long since I decided to only think about how to survive, but so quickly these kinds of feelings have started to bloom within me. I don't think I'm normal, either. But that's still nothing compared to these barbarian bastards. Stop! The leader of the barbarian group, who'd been running at the forefront, stopped his steps, turned around, and shouted proudly. I must have lost my way. The savages shouted back at that shocking confession. Farron's third son, Karak, has led us astray. He has no qualification to be our leader. You have to take responsibility. Fuck. You guys who were so happy to be followers have the guts to say that? Is this the true face of the barbarian society? So dirty. Stop. I get it. I admit that I am not worthy of the leader's position, and will step aside. Karak, Fannon's second son or something, bowed his head deeply and returned to the group. Next, it was a female barbarian who was appointed as the leader of the next generation. Penelon's second daughter, Einar. Wise Einar, who will lead us on the right path. The female barbarian started leading the group with a happy face at those words of laudative anticipation. However, it didn't take long for her to follow the previous leader's footsteps. I must have lost my way. Surprisingly, the two of them even said the exact same words. It can't be. We must get to the labyrinth within the set time. Einar has no qualification to be our leader. Right. Confused, the savages began to seriously discuss who they would nominate as the third leader. I think the second son of Tetran would be good. No, I do not think so. Rather, were these bastards completely brainless? Did they still not realize that no matter who took the lead, they weren't going to be able to reach their destination this way? Maybe even my turn would come. I quietly fell back and approached the second leader. A little less than 2 meters tall, the giant woman stood slightly away from the group with a discouraged expression on her face. Bjorn, son of Yandel? Have you come to blame me too? No way. To me, they all looked equally to blame. As I shook my head, the female barbarian tilted her head. Then why? I don't need consolation. No, I'll come to show you how to find your way. Really? How? I pointed to a place. You just have to follow them. Can I just follow them? She looked like she couldn't believe it. Patiently and logically, I explained step by step. A city at midnight. All the buildings along the road have the lights turned off. However, even at nighttime, there are quite a few people walking on the street. They are all dressed in armor, not everyday clothes. Where could they possibly be going? Surely. Now that I see it, I agree. I will give it a try. The female barbarian returned to the group and shouted, I found a way. And the barbarians also stopped trying to choose the third leader and began to cheer. It's Einar after all, the wise female warrior. Anyway, the group started moving again. Were we going the right way? As time went on, more and more armed people were around us. At some point, I started to see a bunch of lights spreading out in all directions from afar. If you've come this far, at least you won't lose your way anymore. It's the labyrinth. I see the labyrinth, the dimension of sacred battles. I continued my interrupted thoughts again. One of my biggest concerns right now is whether entering the labyrinth is the correct decision. I feel it. The labyrinth is calling my soul. The savages lost in the crucible of excitement won't notice if I sneaked out of the pack. Then I won't have to enter the labyrinth. I won't have to fight and bleed against the monsters. However, even though I knew what lay ahead better than anyone else, I still hadn't been able to decide. Because I know that running away isn't the solution. Dungeon and Stone has a tax system. From the age of 20, all city dwellers are required to pay taxes, and failure to pay taxes is punishable by death. Hearing this alone makes one wonder what genre of manga is this. But if you look at the worldview, the reason becomes clear to some extent. I didn't think it was something to worry about right now. Einar, let's speed up. Whoa. Anyway, I had to make money. Of course, entering the labyrinth to fight monsters wasn't necessarily the only method. Even if you work at a tavern, you won't have any problems making both ends meet. Unless you're a barbarian. Barbarians were the only ones given a weapon at the start of the game. For a very simple reason. Barbarian? I'm sorry. I got a guy. Are you going to leave? There's nothing I can do for a barbarian. You're just going to break something again? Barbarians can't do normal work. Due to the game settings, there was no way for them to earn a living other than fighting monsters in the labyrinth. Well, I wasn't sure how that would translate to reality. I might be able to find a job easier than I thought. But it was one thing to believe that, another to break away from the group with just that bit of hope. 10 minutes left till it closes. Come on in. The labyrinth opened once every month in the game. In other words, if I couldn't enter this time, I had to stay in this city for a month. But what if I couldn't find a job? What if no one hired me because I was a barbarian? Well, the future was bleak. Even if the food the chief had provided lasted me for a week, I'd have to live by picking up trash from the roadside afterwards. Maybe I'd starve to death before the next opening. One thing was certain, even if I managed to somehow endure, my body would be completely different from what it was now. I will be the first to go in. No, I come first. Hunger, cold, sleeping in unsanitary conditions. I knew better than anyone how devastating these things were to the human body. So, if I was going in anyway, it was only reasonable to enter now when I was in peak condition. The problem is that there's mortal danger. It was a time of crisis. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Someone grabbed my shoulder. When I checked, it was that barbarian woman. Obviously, her name was Einar, third daughter of Penelin. I'm the second daughter. Anyway, so what do you need with me? All the other warriors have already entered the labyrinth. The only ones who haven't entered yet are you and me. Somehow the place had become quiet. When I checked, there were not many people left in the square, let alone other barbarians. Einar, as the second-generation leader, seemed to come to take care of me since I was still here. You must hurry. We're late, so we don't have much time. At that, I raised my head and looked straight ahead. The portal, which previously emitted intense light, even from afar, had noticeably decreased in size. 5 minutes left until closing. Just then, the guide informed me of the remaining time once more. It's 5 minutes, so it's tighter than I thought. I'm going to have to make a decision soon. Go in first. I will follow you right away. I get it. Einar nodded and headed towards the portal, which deepened my troubles. So, what should I do now? As an extremely efficient person, I prefer to do things quickly, but it is not easy to make a decision this time around. Unlike games, my real life depends on it. Bjorn, son of Yandel. I involuntarily took a step backwards. Einar, who had been walking away, had suddenly turned around. Thank you for that. There's nothing to be thankful for. And there is one thing I want to ask you. Anything other than my mother's name, please. As I nodded, Einar asked with a 100% sincere voice. How can I be wise like you? I've never seen a barbarian as smart as you in my life. I want to be like you too. That's a really difficult question to answer. How to become smart? To be honest, I wonder if it would be quicker to just be reborn. No, why am I thinking about this? Just give a rough answer and send her away. You always have to think and act. That's right. I just said something without giving it much thought. But Einar pondered my words with a serious expression. And she said something a little odd. Thank you for your advice. If I come back alive from the labyrinth, I will repay you. If you come back alive? It sounds too strange coming out of a barbarian's mouth. So, I ended up putting an unnecessary question in my mouth too. Are you afraid of dying? Isn't it obvious? Of course, I'm afraid to die. Perhaps all the other warriors are as well. I wouldn't say it out loud, though. Was that so? To be honest, her words didn't make sense to me. The barbarians in the game had no knowledge of fear. Actually, things didn't look much different now either. While I was silent, Einar added some more words of explanation. We were born warriors. If you don't fight, you die. Her tone was clumsy and stiff, but somehow, I could fully understand what she was trying to say. Right. Like me, they just didn't have a choice. Because they were born as barbarians. If you don't catch and kill the monsters in the labyrinth, you won't be able to survive in this city. That is why they learned how to overcome their fears and move forward from an early age. Yes, it was just that. What made them look like savage barbarians? See you alive? Bjorn, son of Yondel. Einar soon entered the portal. 1 minute left until closing. Now, there was nothing holding me back. Only my own choice. Like the phrase that had popped up while entering the final boss room, there were two options here. Yes/no. That thought cleared up my mind, which had somehow become jumbled with complicated thoughts. Whenever I was playing games, I always played with an emphasis on efficiency for the sake of a goal. Before acting, I considered the possibilities first, and I always moved with the next step in mind. Even if there is an immediate benefit, if the final result is a net loss, say no. Otherwise, choose yes. So, there was never any choice to speak of. The gate will be closed soon. Back off. I ran forward. Deep down, fear was boiling over, same as when the chieftain had called my name. Needless to say, I'd never even gotten into a common fistfight, having been sickly for most of my life. And the opponent was a monster on top of that. I was so terrified that my body felt like it was slowly turning to stone. It's dangerous. However, that didn't mean I had no chance whatsoever. Right now, I was in the body of a barbarian, with strength that went beyond common sense. I had my knowledge, gained from nurturing characters in the game thousands of times. And above all else, I had a grand goal to survive. So, I had no choice but to do this, even though I knew better than anyone the horrors and grotesqueness hiding behind this choice. Still, this was the most rational choice. You entered the crystal cave on the first floor. That's what I thought. Chapter 4. Tutorial 3. As far as Dungeon and Stone is concerned, I am an expert. What kind of monsters come from where, what habits they have, and what their weaknesses are I know by heart. Based on this, I made my final decision. If you combine a barbarian's physique and my knowledge, it's enough to survive in this labyrinth. At least at the time, I genuinely believed so. As soon as I entered the labyrinth, my vision went dark. Not some kind of a metaphor or analogy, literally I couldn't see anything. It was so bad I probably wouldn't even have noticed if someone covered my eyes with a blindfold. Yes, there wouldn't have been much of a difference. Fuck. I felt like I'd been ambushed out of nowhere. All the barbarians had been just carrying the one weapon, so I didn't even have any doubts about this from the start. There shouldn't have been any need for torches on the first floor, because the crystals on the wall act as a light source. Of course, there's a dark zone on the first floor too, but except for the outermost area that leads to the second floor. Oh, did I fall there now? I quickly hypothesized. When entering the labyrinth, the starting position is set at random. Of course, just because it's random doesn't mean you'll be thrown into a place like this. Even if you happen to start at the outskirts, there should still always be a shining crystal nearby. However, this was not the world of the game seen through the monitor. What if all of those things had been conveniences the game devs had given to the player? In reality, what if an unlucky bastard got trapped in the dark zone as his starting point? If so, could my current situation be explained? No, it had to be that. If the entire first floor was like this, I wouldn't have the confidence to survive a single day. Oh, still, I calmed down a bit after organizing my thoughts. Fortunately, my eyes had adapted to the darkness, so my vision was much better than before. Although, I could still only the vague outlines of objects. Well, the situation wasn't dire enough to contemplate committing suicide by biting off my tongue anyway. Let's go ahead and check things out first. Since I was finally alone. Status window, equipment window, character information, status, inventory. Check journal damn. Nothing worked. Well, I didn't expect it to anyway. Let's go. One hand holding the shield, and the other touching the wall, I moved forward. Barely faster than crawling. Well, wasn't that obvious? Even if it was slower than crawling, I simply couldn't increase my speed any further. It was dangerous here. Suddenly, a sharp pain erupted from my ankle. It was the first time in my life that I'd felt this kind of pain, making my nerves go crazy. But I quickly figured out the cause. What the hell was wrong? Even without a battle log, the answer beckoned me obvious very quickly. The character stepped on a goblin trap. Fuck, I'd stepped on a trap. What was the flaw in my strategy? There was no need to think too hard. The shield gave me psychological stability, true, but in return, it obscured much of my field of view. If I'd buckled my shield to my belt and focused on observing the terrain, I might have noticed the trap. What was the use of a shield if you couldn't see anything, anyway? I had to focus on practicality, rather than peace of mind. Shit. Fuck it up. My hair was about turned white from the pain. I wanted so very much to scream, right now. But I persevered desperately. I didn't know if screaming might make me feel better. But I knew for sure that it'd make the situation worse. Thump, thump, thump. My heart was pounding like crazy. Hook, hook, hook. I pressed my lips together and forced myself to breathe slowly. What I needed to remember right now was not how badly hurt I was. There is only one type of monster on the first floor that uses traps. Goblin. And there was definitely one lurking nearby. I reflexively raised the shield to cover my head, then held my breath, focusing on my hearing. There was no sound. It was so quiet as if time itself had stopped. Wasn't there one? I didn't know for certain. Maybe they just left their position for a while, or something like that. Even goblins had a shit sometime. Fuck, I can't think that way. I crumpled up that creeping thread of hope like a ball, and threw it out of my head. There were two reasons. First, there was a difference between thinking positively and being an optimistic idiot. Second, what I needed right now was a negative mindset. If you can't be sure, just assume the worst. The goblin heard my scream. It was hiding in the dark, waiting quietly for me to lose my strength. That's why I didn't hear any sound. Because in the game, if there was a trap, there had to be a goblin. Phew. I slowly exhaled the breath I'd been holding. Anyway, it was all very quiet. So as long as you didn't get sloppy, you'd definitely notice others approaching. First, let's do what I have to do. Queue up. Crouch down, pull open the trap with both hands, and pull your feet out. Then, after tearing off the hem of the trousers, take off your shoe and apply strong pressure to the wounded area. I decided to throw away the damaged shoe. In fact, it was tough to even call it a shoe anymore, because what I'd been wearing were closer to sandals. Damn barbarian bastards. If I'd started off with even just some simple leather boots on, they wouldn't have needed to be thrown away after a single half-assed trap like this. What the fuck am I thinking? I found myself thinking unreasonable thoughts, and my heart went cold. Let's not mourn the past anymore. No matter how much you curse, the situation you're facing will not change. In the end, it was my fault for not checking the terrain properly. So stop whining and check your body first. This is really bad. I couldn't feel my right foot anymore. There was a dull heat, but even though it was getting faint, I know you're hiding, so come out. I whispered quietly. Still, there was no sign of life in the darkness. So I slowly inched forward. Step, step. One leg was sore, but the pain was not as great as I would expect. Probably because the trap had been soaked in some paralytic poison. I didn't know if I should call this a good thing. Come out, you bastard. I didn't hesitate to provoke the enemy, and kept moving forward. Because time wasn't on my side. If you have to fight, the sooner you get to it, the better. Injuries were one thing, but I couldn't ignore the possibility that he was waiting for reinforcements. Aren't you coming? Of course, these might all just be my delusions, and there might be no goblins here in reality. Then I'd be a fool who stepped on a trap by himself, and followed that up with a full-fledged stand-up routine. But so what? Even so, I wanted to survive. Then how about you just stay there? I will go. Speed up. It was merely a little bit faster than crawling, but right now it felt like running a marathon at full sprint. One step, then another. As I was walking, my right foot started to throb. SSSSBP. Haha. Two possibilities. Either the effect of the paralyzing poison had expired, or the pain has become severe enough that the poison was no longer enough to suppress it. Come to think of it, neither one was a bad outcome for me. If the effect was over, that was fine. If I could feel the pain, that was because the nerves were undamaged. No, why am I being so positive about this? Well, I didn't really want to think about it. I didn't have the brain power to spare. Your mother is a fucking goblin. Words poured out without any brain-to-mouth filter. Was it because I'd shed so much blood? My brain felt parched, as if it had been dried and pickled in alcohol. Your father is also a fucking goblin. Of course, I kept spitting out words as soon as they came to mind, but my feet did not stop. So you are one too, you fucking goblin. Then, there was a sound for the first time. It was obviously a small sound, but it was very loud to my ears that had been perked up in concentration. Squelch. Finally, he showed his presence for the first time. What? Couldn't stand your parents being cursed. Of course, I knew that wasn't the case. It wasn't even a curse in the first place. The sound came from behind. It would be more accurate to say that he was forced to make his move since I was getting farther and farther away. I accelerated further. The sound of his footsteps also accelerated behind me. Squelch, 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 squelch. His footsteps sounded unusual. Every step he took, there was the sound of something sticky pressing and sticking to a smooth surface. Even though I knew goblins were less than 1 m tall as per the setting, I felt a pressure as if a huge monster was chasing me. To shake off my fear, I kept talking to him. I was a barbarian, in the end. If I could just get him in a close combat range, there was no way I'd lose to a goblin. Don't just follow me, come have a go. You fucker. For that reason, I continued to taunt him, but he just kept following me while maintaining a certain distance. He didn't seem interested in hiding himself anymore. Gulp, gulp. It sounded close to a bestial howl, but I could feel it somehow. Grrrruck, grut. He was giggling now. He was genuinely delighted to see his prey bleeding out and slowly dying. He was hoping I'd hear the sound and be terrified. Smart bastard. Okay, change of plans. I stopped walking. Then I stumbled and fell to the floor. Crack! My forehead, which hit a rock, felt like it was going to split open, but I made no sound. From now on, it was a battle of patience. If he thought I was down for the count and approached me first, it'd be my win. If I really went down before that happened, it'd be my loss. Gruck! I decided to believe in the toughness of this body that had managed to walk about 300 m with 1 foot hurt and insensate. His footsteps sounded closer and closer, slow enough to make you yawn. Despite the fact that his prey had fallen down as he'd expected, he was still suspicious. Fucking crazy. Why is this goblin so cautious? Swear words came to mind out of nowhere. Goblins were the weakest mobs in the game. They used poison and installed traps, but apart from that, their combat power was poor. But what about the goblin you actually encountered in reality? Squelch. He wasn't an opponent who could be taken lightly by any metric. I realized why the village NPCs talked about the goblin's cleverness so much. They were several times more intelligent than those barbarian bastards. Squelch. The goblin stopped at a distance somewhere between 5 m and 10 m. Why? I was curious. A dull shock transmitted from the shoulder. Thump. Clatter. What? Now, this scumbag was pelting me with stones. You're gonna throw them until I'm just a bloody mess, right? Grrrruck. Grut. Unlike what I feared, the goblin instead spat out a howl of joy. When I didn't react to the stone at all, he thought I was dead. Squelch, 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 squelch. He came over to me quickly. I could feel his excitement from the beats of his footsteps, which were almost skipping. I calmed my own excitement and counted our distance through the sound. And when I decided that he was close enough, fuck you, I jumped up and stretched out my hands towards him. I judged that reaching out with my hands would be faster and have a longer effective range compared to picking up the shield and hitting him with it. However, I soon had a gut feeling that the plan had gone awry. Again, there were 2 reasons. First of all, I was still about a step away from him. And second, his movements were much more agile than expected. Grut! The guy leaned back from the waist and stepped backwards. I couldn't see him, but it felt like that. I instinctively realized that I'd missed my chance. Damn it, what now? I shook my head and prepared for the next plan. But at that moment, my body moved by instinct. Question mark. It was truly a strange feeling. It was still dark before my eyes, but I intuitively knew where the goblin was going. By the time I consciously realized it, my hand was already on track and moving towards him. Grut! I felt him being caught by my fingertips. Wrist, ankle, neck, it didn't matter. Ah! I screamed and slammed him to the floor. Crunch! There was the sound of something breaking, but I couldn't feel relieved, so I immediately climbed on top of him. GR Gruck! Now things had changed. Now I'm up, and you're down. You piece of shit. I slugged him in the face like a madman. There were times when I missed and hit the floor in my excitement, but this barbarian body was much stronger than I had imagined. Instead of hurting my fists, the stone floor cracked and broke. Soon his movements ceased. And, swayewa, dust scattered. Dust that shined unusually. I stopped my fists. At some point, the goblin corpse lying on the floor had crumbled and started scattering into the air. Really, this was nonsense. Ah, fuck, the same thing again? Please, I wish I could choose one or the other. Was this actually a game? Or just a similar reality? I kept getting confused about which beat to go with. You have defeated a goblin. EXP +1. Soon, the goblin's body disappeared without a trace. Feeling frustrated for some unknown reason, I picked up a small stone that had fallen on the spot. You have acquired a grade 9 mana stone. It wasn't strong, but there was a faint light shining from it. It was a mana stone, the currency in Dungeon and Stone. How much was this worth? A memory soon came to mind. A piece of bread. The average value of the mana stones spat out by goblins in the game. Some laughter leaked out. Kaha! Was this the only thing I got from that fucking bastard? All those complicated emotions became clearer as I calmed down. Close to that feeling where you end up laughing after crying a lot. Kaha. There's a labyrinth, and there are monsters. A dead monster will disappear, leaving a drop item. And in that city out there, all the various races live together. Obviously, this is that kind of world. But there will be no more confusion. Chapter 5. Give and take 1. Looking back, I was a pretty funny guy. Although I always thought of life as boring, I never once considered suicide. That feeling of boredom was just an emotion in the end. And to me, Life was more precious than anything else. In many ways, I simply found things not worth the candle. That thought still persists. That's why crawling in the dark on 3 legs. I know what you're thinking, but I'm actually being quite literal. Currently, I'm crawling on the floor with 3 legs, shuffling my completely shredded right foot. If someone sees me now, I'm sure they'll think of an abandoned dog with a broken leg. How do I know that? Because that's what I'm thinking right now. This sweetness came at the price of giving up my human dignity. First of all, it doesn't hurt because you don't have to use your injured foot, and you can move faster than before. Second of all, there is no way you'll step on another trap. In return, my elbows and knees hurt, but just this much is within the limits of what I can bear. I can endure. What can't you do to survive? I can even gobble up dog shit with a smile if that's what it'd take. Well, if I take a bit of time to prepare my heart, it will definitely be possible. But what happened to that uncle? Uncle is just a word I assigned arbitrarily. I don't know the person's gender, age, or name. I'm just guessing by his way of speaking. The image in my mind is that of a ethereal white guy with glasses, for some reason. Or not. Bleeding continues. Anyway, what happened to that person who woke up in the body of Kajua's son, Orium? Did he die? Or did he wake up again in his original body? It's a question I've been holding on to since I opened my eyes. Even if I intentionally try not to think about it, the worse things get the more I think of him. Bleeding continues. It's a bit clearer now the reason why humans believe in religion. The reality is that it is too difficult to be alone. When despair strikes, you need a place to turn your thoughts to. Just like I am doing right now. Bleeding continues. Bleeding continues. Warning. The character's health is below 5%. If not treated promptly, the character might die. After that, I kept crawling while thinking about this and that. It's faint, but I can feel the surroundings getting brighter. This is a positive situation in many ways. At least you're going in the right direction, and my hypothesis that the whole of the first floor couldn't be this dark is correct. Let's just go somewhere bright. Because there will be people there. Give them this mana stone and ask for help. Then somehow, that's some funny shit, you harebrained idiot. As I was whispering words of encouragement to myself and grasping at imaginary carrots, my other self appeared. You idiot asshole, think practically. You're asking them to help you in exchange for a loaf of bread. Who knows if they'll just take the shield and the mana stone and kill you. Is this guy me? This is one smart bastard. What would you do if you met another goblin bastard before finding a human in the first place? Is that skull just for show, or is there a brain inside? Huh, I can't tolerate any more insults. Well then, what else am I going to do? I still have to continue. At least I'll be able to see the path ahead. Even if a goblin did pop out, wouldn't it be better than fighting here in the dark? True enough. My other self agrees, and my head is quiet again. I kept crawling. Kaha! I'm going crazy. No, I may have already gone crazy. After all, I shed so much blood, right? Since before, my consciousness kept dividing into 2, then merging back again, and my thoughts have been slowing down. Like some kind of a feedback loop, a bit more of this, and I'm sure I'll never be able to open my eyes again. Kaha! I laughed out loud. I really didn't have the energy to spare, but I still laughed. At some point, the surroundings had become brighter. In the distance, at the end of the passage, I could see a crystal shining brightly. On top of that, I saw the figure of a man standing in front with a torch. I didn't mistake a goblin for a human. Indubitably, it was a human form. TLP. I wanted to shout something, but my voice wasn't working. I crawled desperately, blinking my eyes hard. What is this? The human form came closer, as if teleporting. Surprised by that fact, I blinked again. Bleeding continues. He was closer this time. About 5 or 6 people were standing in my front. Was I seeing things? I closed my eyes again and opened them. Achievement complete. Condition. Health drops to 2% or less. Reward. Permanently increases mind by +1. Then I saw a blond man with his knees bent. We were nose to nose as our eyes met. But he broke our gaze after only a curious look and observed the surroundings without asking anything. Rather than listening to another, he was making a judgment based on his own experience and intuition. As a veteran, he quickly came to a conclusion. You're a rookie. Fuck, if you understand, then help me, you bastard. As you can see, I'm a fucking barbarian with just a shield, and all I have is a goblin mana stone to exchange for help with this shredded leg. I'll give you all of this if you want. So, amazing. How did a newbie manage to get here faster than us? I quickly opened my mouth to answer, but what came out was a sound similar to a cough or a spit. Grew. No, to be honest, it sounded more like a goblin, but it was enough to let them know that I was in a situation where I couldn't answer. Soon, the blonde asked a colleague. Priest Ersina. Could you please treat this kid? Priest? Are you saying there's a priest in your party? I stared at the side with the fervent eyes of a man seeing a miracle. And indeed, there was a priestess in a white robe. The priestess, who made eye contact with me, spoke bluntly through her beautiful lips. I will decline. What? I see. All right then. What all right? Why are you agreeing? This is horrible. Fuck. I don't know why I'm being treated like this even after I finally reached here. And during such a moment when the tantrums in my heart were swelling up. Parthrin, may I have a potion? Isn't that for when you can't use your divine power? You have a lot of them anyway. I will pay for it separately after we exit. Sheesh. A man with a sword at his waist clicked his tongue and pulled out a potion from his bag, throwing it. My heart sank seeing my sole lifeline being treated so casually. Clink. Fortunately, the blonde caught the potion properly. It's not as good as divine power, so this will hurt a bit. The blonde opened the stopper and sprinkled half the bottle's contents on my wound, and poured the other half directly into my mouth. Quickly, I felt an unbearable wave of pain. Was this the sensation of all the pain unconsciously accumulated in the body breaking out at once? The body regenerates rapidly due to the recovery medium effect. It felt as if my whole body was melting. This was the reason why potions could not be used mid-battle in the game. I thought it was just something prohibited by the system, but it turned out that it reflected the ground reality very well. Shit. Hyuk 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 hyuk. How many minutes had passed? The pain gradually subsided, and I began to feel better. Now, can you tell me, Barbarian? How did a rookie like you get here before us? If you know a new passage, I want to buy the information. Indeed. Was that his purpose? I didn't feel bad. Rather, it was reassuring to think that he treated me well because he had a purpose. There is nothing more sinister than good intentions without any concrete cause behind them. Still, I felt a little bit sorry for him. I didn't know any secret passages. I was here as soon as I entered the labyrinth. I honestly told them my circumstances. The blonde tilted his head and then nodded with an understanding expression. Surely I've read it in a book. Occasionally, there are cases of dimensional instability. My heart was pounding heavily. I asked as if I might have misheard. You're seeing this for the first time? I couldn't believe it at all. Hey, there's a priest in the party, and there's even a wizard. It means that they are decent enough, at least in the middle class. But for the first time? Yeah, in the book it's a case that might happen once a century. That somebody falls in the outermost zone like this. Oh, I see. It's something that might happen once a century at the most. And that's what I experienced when I first entered the labyrinth. Now I see why the other barbarians didn't carry any torches. Who would worry about being struck by lightning just because it's raining? Looking at it, this seems like an unprecedented experience, but it must have been a disaster to go through such a rare event. The blonde looked at me with a sad gaze. It wasn't the information I wanted, but it was interesting nonetheless. Let's just go and forget about the value of the potion. Although his tone was a bit unfortunate, he seemed to be basically a good guy. Oh, and remember to take the shield over there. I looked where the blonde was pointing and saw a shield that had fallen to the floor. The distance was about 20 m. I thought I'd tied it properly at my waist, but it seemed to have fallen off. Then let's go. They passed me by without even letting me say thank you. In the labyrinth, time is money, so it wasn't hard to understand. No, it was close to a miracle just to have spent so much time for me in the first place. I stared at the place they left for a moment, then quickly ran and picked up the shield fallen on the floor. It was definitely great to have survived. Still, something felt odd. Bjorn Yandel. Level 1. Body. 25/mind. 36. New +1 / abilities 1. Item level. 24. Combat index. 68. New +1. He was lucky, that barbarian. Well, isn't it a bit much to call that luck? Going through something like that your first time? As the blonde answered with a vague smile, the swordsman snorted. Even without that, things would have been the same for someone who stepped on a goblin trap. He was lucky to meet us in the first place. He was lucky to meet Drush, not you. You didn't even want to use the potion, did you? When the female archer, who had been listening quietly till now, intervened, the swordsman shrugged. Yeah, because you'll find these guys all over the place. They don't survive long anyway. Our priest must have thought the same, right? The priestess smiled bitterly and did not answer, and instead, the female archer spoke angrily. Lady Erzina would have treated him if it weren't for the temple's rules. No, without the potion, she might have just broken the rules. Do you think that everyone is like you? Well, I don't know about that. I see a lot of people who are very different inside and outside. Parthrin, you need to be more like Drush, even if just a little bit. For example, being considerate before asking about the secret passage? Yes, I've heard that barbarians don't like the help of others. Maybe that's why he was so considerate up front. Hey, don't you think you're talking me up too much? As the topic turned to him, the blonde smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. But he also did not deny the accusation. If you want to take the shortcut, you have to change directions here. Really, it's nice to have a guide in the party. Lady Erzina. Usually, the guides only know the direction to the portal. It's just that Drush is great. He's memorized all the landmarks on the first floor. The swordsman shook his head, looking at the female archer. But where the hell does this trail of blood end? Haven't we already walked quite a bit? Yeah, I guess you're wrong about that guy just being lucky. What kind of mental strength do you need to keep crawling for a distance like this? What big deal is that? Yeah, it should be around here. The party that had been following the bloodstains till now turned to a shortcut in the middle. And after about 15 minutes, they reached their destination. Looks like we were the first to arrive on this route. There's a benefit to hurrying. Let's get moving. When the blonde placed his hand on the monolith placed in front of the dead end, an intense beam of light burst out and took the shape of a sphere. It was a portal leading to the second floor. Wait. As everyone was about to throw themselves into the portal, the female archer stopped the party. Isn't that what the barbarian must have been wearing earlier? What? The party, looking at the direction the female archer was pointing, was momentarily speechless. In the half-darkness under the light emitted by the portal, a bloodstained trap and a damaged sandal could be seen placed in a pile. That should be it. The wizard made an interested expression, then created a new sphere of light and moved it over the passage. Hush! The bloodstains that started from the trap continued along the curved passageway. No matter how much you move the sphere of light, you can't even fathom its end from this place. There was a moment of silence. Hey Drush, how far is it from here to where we met him before? If there are no shortcuts, likely about 15 kilometers. That body is like a monster. To keep crawling such a long distance alone in this darkness. The wizard just laughed, as if in surprise. However, the swordsman next to him could not do that. This is crazy. He felt it was a matter of the mind, not the body. He thought, how many hours must he have crawled in that situation, when you're not even sure you'll be able to meet someone and get help? He didn't know. But what is certain is, that barbarian was still crawling when they discovered him. He continued to move his arms and legs, almost unconsciously. And then, unable to speak properly, he'd held out his hand. He had been holding a small mana stone in his hand. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now I think I know what that action meant. I'm going to give you this, so help me. Other than that, I have nothing to offer in return. So, while the barbarian crawled that long distance, he had kept holding the mana stone tightly in his hand, so that if he met someone by any chance, he could show it to them right away. Soon, the man came to a decision. I must take back what I said earlier. Just lucky? Just another rookie who'll die early? How could that be? He knew from long experience. Drush, what was that barbarian's name earlier? That kind of madman won't die so easily, no matter how hard or hopeless his circumstances may be, because he will never see death as an escape from his torment. Chapter 6. Give and Take 2. Dungeon and Stone is an unusual game. Although fellow NPCs are essential to making progress in the game, you should never trust them, especially if it's a newcomer you've just met. I'm walking through a cave. Wobble. My gait is unbalanced because I just have the one shoe. Nevertheless, I feel happy. This discomfort I feel now is not something I could have felt when I'd been crawling on 3 legs. I have regained my human dignity. Who knows how long that'll last? Oh. Advance, using the shield to reasonably protect your upper body. No need to keep your eyes peeled and survey every inch of the floor, because there is light here. The light emitted by the crystals embedded in the walls and the ceiling brightens the surroundings. Compared to crawling through the darkness as you bleed out, it's like a wondrous dream. To tell the truth, being able to see ahead feels like a blessing from God. A benediction to help me exterminate these wicked goblin bastards. War! Gruck! Surprised by my cry, a goblin jumps out from where he'd taken cover behind a rock. As I'd already roughly grasped his hiding place, I used my skill as if I'd been waiting for this moment. Smash! You son of a bitch! Smash is a skill with decent attack power that doesn't consume MP. FYI, I created it just now. Bump! The goblin collided with my shield mid-leap and fell to the ground. I rapidly closed the distance and stomped my foot on his ribs. G.A. Gruck! Don't try those pitiful eyes on me. I know how crafty and evil you bastards are. G.A. Gruck! Oh, you're different? Then you should complain to your friend who's gone ahead, because that bastard made me like this. Crunch! I slammed the shield's edge down on Goblin's face, as hard as I can. This one is different from Smash, which only hits an enemy in front by swinging or pushing the shield. This one is called Shield Ultimate. Likewise, created just now. Swaiwa. Soon, the Goblin, who died cleanly, dissolved into motes of light, signifying that evil had diminished, and the world had become a little more beautiful. I picked up the mana stone that dropped as a reward, and roughly stuffed it into my pocket. This one was the 10th since I entered the labyrinth. Oh, these fucking bastards. After barely surviving a life and death ordeal, I kept encountering goblins that I was nervous at first, but I soon realized. At places that boasted the safety of light, the goblins weren't a threat to me at all. They weren't as smart as I had thought. If you have trouble believing that, just look at that randomly installed trap over there. Couldn't you at least dig up some soil to cover it? Do you have a brain or not? If you just leave it openly on the road, who the hell is going to step on it? The goblin traps were so crude that they could be noticed even from afar. Even if you try to pass by one without triggering it, most times the goblins would just jump out and attack you first. Probably what happened with that bastard following me grinning like a pervert only happened because I actually stepped on a trap like an idiot. Gradually, after grasping their habits, the battles became easier. First of all, their main weapon was a short dagger, and their physical strength was only at the level of a child in the upper grades of an elementary school. In contrast, I was now a muscular barbarian with a physique that towered above them at around 2M. In an all-out fight, a goblin could be subdued in about 3 seconds. As a result, the only thing I had to be careful of was a surprise attack, but they even helpfully pointed out the ambush locations via those shoddy traps. Being a goblin slayer, one isn't bad either, right? I immediately slapped myself hard on the cheek. Slap! I got so caught up in the act that it actually hurt. What had I been thinking just now? This is obviously a sign of madness. If not for that, there would be no way I could giggle while thinking such pathetic thoughts. Don't be proud of killing a few measly goblins. It hasn't even been 2 hours since you recovered from the verge of death, and none of your new problems have been solved. Man, I'm hungry. First, the problem of food. The shield wasn't the only thing I shed as I crawled through that darkness. About 5 days worth of food was lost due to a hole in the food bag the chieftain gave me. Of course, I couldn't wander back into the dark to find it. This was not the fairy tale of Hansel and Gretel. Crunch, crunch. I took out a piece of bread from my pocket and ate it. The bread was hard and dry for better preservation, but as I wet it gently with saliva, I could feel the sweetness of carbohydrates on my tongue. Why was it so delicious? As if my eating habits had changed after possessing this barbarian's body. The piece of bread the size of my palm disappeared in a few bites. I sighed, feeling a strange taste of regretful bitterness in my mouth. Thirst. This was the second problem. Fuck. Where am I supposed to get any water? You killed a goblin. You killed a goblin. You killed a goblin. You killed a goblin. Warning. You are dehydrated. Please find a source of drinking water. Dungeon and Stone had a satiety system. Of course, it activated only inside the labyrinth, and there was no need to carry extra drinking water because a meal was enough to fill you up. But this was not the game. To be honest, it was closer to another world that was just very similar to the game I knew. The game was hardcore already, but now that this is a reality, the difficulty has become crazy. I wasn't too worried though. It's true that water is a more important resource than food, but even so, the tribe chief hadn't provided us any water. Obviously, it should be possible to find enough for self-sufficiency within the labyrinth that it didn't take long to actually find it. Smash! After hours of slaying goblins while wandering around in a cave as complicated as an ant maze, chasing after the sound of dripping water, I found a small pond. An adventurer was already squatting there, drinking. Excluding the party earlier, this was actually my first meeting somebody in the labyrinth. There was no conversation. He saw me coming from afar and left without a word, and I didn't even bother to approach and talk to him. All the other adventurers I saw afterwards were the same too. As soon as anybody saw me, they ran away. As in the game, there seemed to be an unwritten rule among the adventurers to avoid coming into contact with each other. Well, maybe they just didn't want to get involved with a barbarian, so completely drenched in blood. Anyway, while catching goblins, I just kept eating bread when I was hungry and drinking water when I was thirsty, and time flew by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I counted my loot so far, and it was a total of 44 mana stones. With a straightforward conversion rate, it was 44 pieces of bread. Thinking back on the time I had been teetering on the brink of death, it was truly a thrilling journey so far. But nothing is free in this world. In return, I received a bone-deep exhaustion. This was my third problem. I'm getting sleepy. Since you were born as a living creature, you must periodically sleep. Even a high-spec barbarian like me is no different. So, how do you sleep in a labyrinth teeming with monsters? There are 2 ways. First, entrust your life to the heavens and just take a nap. Second, find a teammate so you can protect each other. I had already decided which option I would choose. Entrusting your life to the heavens? In my experience, the heavens weren't very dependable. At least in my case, they really weren't. Let's find a colleague. Of course, that didn't mean establishing a party formally. Everyone was in the same tiring situation right now, so I planned to find somebody suitable and form a temporary cooperative relationship. In fact, even in the game, most of the nights when my character got tired passed like that. Thump, thump. After making my decision, I wandered through the labyrinth, focusing on movement rather than battle. It was just that unlike before, I could now see groups of people everywhere. Thump, thump. Groups of adventurers in 2s or 3s were resting, taking turns amongst each other to keep watch. Based on the appearance and demeanor, I found the courage to initiate contact with a few groups, but all of them ended up in refusal. I'm sorry, but we've got all the people we need. So they said, but they frowned and covered their noses at my approach every time. So the reason was quite clear. Motherfuckers, just how clean do you think you guys are? While I was venting inside my mind, someone spoke to me. Hey, he was a human uncle who looked to be in his 30s. About 180 centimeters tall. He gave off a pretty nice and warm-hearted impression, but in his hand was a hammer covered in goblin blood. The uncle smiled and asked me, "Are you looking for a knight friend? What the fuck is this bastard saying?" As I instinctively took a step back, the uncle tilted his head. "Wasn't that what you were looking for? I thought I could trust my back to you and rest comfortably because you were a barbarian, but unfortunately not." Huh. Say that earlier, mister. It seemed that knight friend was a slang for the temporary cooperative relationship I was talking about. The in-game notation was knight companion. I interpreted it as a comrade at night, but actually hearing it here, it sounded quite perverted. "No, I'm looking for a knight friend." "Is that so? I'm lucky. Then will you come with me?" "I will." So, we became friends for one night. "My name is Hans. I am Bjorn, son of Yondel. Then can I call you Bjorn?" The man seemed to have a lot of experience, since he naturally finished the initial introductions and led the conversation from there. 3 knight friends are the best, but looking for another now seems like a waste of stamina. "Bjorn, what do you think?" To put it simply, it sounds like you're talking about sleeping together. Just what exactly are you thinking about? I don't know if it's because of the snarky tone, but I feel attacked, I tell you. Good. Great. If someone asks you to join us, then we should discuss with each other and decide whether to accept or not. After a brief discussion, we decided to spend the first night together. However, the problem was, then let's decide the order by playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors seem to be the rule of thumb here as well. Fuck, I'm not good at this. Then, as expected, I was the one out of luck. For some reason I won. Screw you. Then I will ask you again. If a goblin or another adventurer approaches, wake me up first. Do you understand? I get it. Come on then, take this. The man lent me a watch with the number 0 to 23 on the dial, and was kind enough to teach me how to use it. When the short hour hand comes here, you can wake me up. Perhaps this was how the people here perceive the barbarians. You can't break it. It's expensive. I get it. Well, he was just being strict. Soon, the uncle took out a blanket, covered himself with it, and lay down on the floor with the backpack as a pillow. And very soon, he fell asleep. Is it time yet? That looks so comfortable. Would you please lend me those if I ask you when it's my turn? Huh. By the way, it was terribly boring. The goblin bastards were nowhere to be seen, and there were no other adventurers trying to pass through the passage either. Was it because everyone was finding a knight friend to take a break? As the silence continued, I kept getting sleepy. Still, time passed quickly as I was leaning against the wall and thinking about the future. Hans, get up. Did anything happen? No. Right. Thanks for your hard work. Then give me back the watch and go rest. I'll wake you up in 2 hours. Without even giving me time to ask for a loan, the uncle packed the blanket in his backpack and stood up. TSK. I erased my regrets and leaned against the wall on my back and pretended to nod off. Naturally, no matter how kind and intelligent this man seemed, and even if he had no intention of harming me, how can I trust a bastard I've met for the first time? Chapter 7. Give it take 3. I'm snoring right now. The very image of a mighty savage, all conked out after an arduous day. Is this a bit over the top? I'm a little worried, but I hear laughter. Really, they're a strange race. I guess it went well. I guess my racial advantage outstripped my acting skills. The perception of barbarians as simple and stupid is quite helpful. That's why I stuck to my role as a barbarian, even disregarding the problem of evil spirits. As the proverb goes, hide your dagger behind your smile one. As if hiding a dagger within your laughter. Use the preconceived notion of your innocence as a weapon to slit the other's stomach. That sounded a bit like middle school syndrome too. In the end, to summarize, it means that it's better to keep your true thoughts close to your chest. Just like now. Z's nodding off sideways, scratching my stomach as if asleep. All for the sake of realism. Even so, I'm listening intently, paying full attention to the uncle's movements. If you show this much of a gap, if the other party does have some kind of scheme, you should take action soon. Or you could just try to sleep for real. To be honest, I don't know if I'll be able to sleep like this. Bjorn, time to change shift. Really, I didn't even get a wink of sleep. Don't relax your guard too much just because the goblins haven't appeared till now. They are wicked and sly. Maybe because he has his doubts, Uncle exhorts me to stand up straight during my watch and lies down comfortably on the floor like the last time. And in less than 5 minutes, he falls asleep again. Disappointment creeps in. You just want to sleep? What the hell have I been doing for 2 hours? Shit. Is it because I've met him for the first time today? Even though I decided he was reliable, I couldn't sleep at all. If I had known this would happen, it would have been better to sleep alone while watching out for the goblins. That way, I could have slept at least a little. Oh, I'm bone tired, dead on my feet. And I feel even more drowsy because Uncle is sleeping next to me. Still, it's my turn to keep watch, so I diligently concentrate my mind on chasing away the siren song of the Sandman. But suddenly, a voice breaks through my focus. Bjorn, get up. I didn't sleep. Say that after you wipe the drool around your mouth. When I rub it with the back of my hand, it really came away moist. So if you sleep standing up, your nose doesn't get stuffy. Looks like I really did nod off, even if just for a short while with only 10 minutes left of my shift. My heart is pounding. However, there is something that needs to be done before I can indulge in self-blame. So I apologize frankly. I'm sorry. Not just pretending to be a barbarian. I am being serious. Being night friends is relationship based on trade. But although he provided me a safe environment during the night, I couldn't return the favor. It's natural to apologize in that case. Even I don't want to become the kind of person I hate the most. Fortunately, there weren't any problems while I slept, so it's no big deal. Thank you. You can sleep more if you want. I will keep watch one more time. No, I can't do that. It's your turn, go to sleep. Give me the watch back. He could have blamed me, but he forgives me instead with a friendly smile. So without further ado, I go back to my seat and squat down. Again, sleep eludes me. All adventurers, including Uncle, are so exceptionally respectful. Is it normal to trust someone you see for the first time with your life? Aren't their guts a bit too great? Whichever way you slice it, to me this all looks like a bunch of bullshit. Because of that, I kept snoring just like the last time. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry, Uncle. But somehow, you've started to look more and more suspicious. That far too good impression of yours reminds me of a scammer. Uncle who mentioned that there was no need to get another member. Who didn't even bother to say anything about the smell. That's already pretty good. Just now, you didn't blame me for sleeping on my shift. You even refused my offered price of letting you sleep one more time. Of course, maybe I'm just a crazy bastard, and in fact, this guy is just that kind. But to me, kind bastards are the most suspicious. It was these bastards who stabbed me in the back every time. If it was the old me, now would have been the right time to be vigilant. Don't make the same mistake twice. If you have even the barest modicum of intelligence, that is, wouldn't it be better to just quit this and break up at this point? As I was thinking that, I kept snoring. How long had it been? Click. A small, but foreign sound. Backpack buckle? Waist belt? Or the heels? There was no way to sense where exactly the sound had come from. However, although my head understood that, the body of a barbarian interpreted it with instinct. Dangerous. Is this the killing intent they talk about in martial arts? Goosebumps broke out on my skin. I opened my eyes at once. You woke up. Still, the old man was smiling happily. With his two-handed hammer, bathed in goblin blood and flesh, lifted high above his head. This fucker. Avoid! The body that had been raised from birth as a warrior reacted far faster than my rational judgment. I was already rolling to the side before my brain had given the command. Crash! As something smashed with a loud noise just in front of my nose, I was using the recoil to quickly rise up and fix my posture. Uncle, whose surprise attack failed, had a bewildered expression on his face. Rather than asking why, I dashed forward. Wait, are you trying to make an excuse or something? You didn't mean to? Were you playing a prank? In that case, it was indeed really funny. Fuck, how fucking stupid are those barbarian bastards really? Puff. The smash with the shield accurately hit his chin. However, humans were different from goblins, with a much stronger physique. The man staggered but did not fall. Then one more time. Puff. Smash. Ka! The hammer in his hands fell to the floor with a resounding thud. His nose was already red and swollen with blood. Oh, are you in pain? Most probably, but I don't care. Because right now I want to be a bastard who doesn't care about that kind of thing. So, once again, stop. Wait, I can explain. Smash. The man, after getting repeatedly slugged in the face with a shield, finally fell to his knees. In terms of the game, he was incapable of further combat. In other words, it was now possible to hold a conversation. Uncle, please, I was wrong. Save me. Have you decided to ask for forgiveness already? You've got a quick judgment, but maybe not a wise one. Because the conversation I want right now is not about forgiveness. Why? I got greedy for mana stones. I was just going to knock you out and steal them. Believe me. Believe you? Yeah, that won't wash with me. If I had such an overflowing love for humanity, I would have had a few more friends. Shield. I was going to take that shield too. As I slowly raised the shield, the uncle quickly added something. This is the main reason why I don't believe in humans. Everyone lies so easily, just compounding to their tangled web of lies, without bothering to do it properly. Why the shield? Because the barbarians have good quality arms. I was thinking of selling it once I got back to the city. Obviously, Most of the weapons that barbarians receive during the tutorial are comparatively expensive, because the weight of steel in them is significantly higher than average. Just looking at my shield, one could tell it was made of pure steel. But even so, killing somebody just to get this? Well, when I think about it, it's not completely incomprehensible. But, bullshit. The man was still hiding something. Be honest. Why? Just like when I was dealing with the fallen goblin, I crushed the man's chest with my foot. Deep fear was engraved in his eyes. But maybe because this bastard had tried to kill me? Surprisingly, I didn't feel anything in particular. The same way you know not to look into the eyes of a cow when slaughtering it. It's okay to just ignore it, or something like that. As I was thinking about ending the conversation at this point, Uncle called out again. Heart. Heart. It was an unexpected word. When I looked at him with eyes that demanded an explanation, Uncle continued his words with a resigned expression. A barbarian's heart sells for a high price. Why? Well, I don't know for sure, but they say it's an ingredient for some new magic potion. I see. Now I understood the motive. I was just a goblin to this man. Difficult to catch, but once you catch one, you can get a huge reward. Why did you act now instead of when I first slept? I have to sleep too. Oh, I see. If possible, it's better to both sleep and earn money. I thought Uncle was cautious, but it was just a bug from seeking extreme efficiency. I've told you everything, so please forgive me. Forgive? To be honest, I couldn't help but laugh. Forgive me? The guy who had just been about to pull out my heart and sell it as an ingredient was now saying something like that? If I'd reacted just a little late, I wouldn't have even gotten a chance to beg for my life. Please. Well, everybody wants to live. I should have known it was going to be like this. At least he had good attitude. However, Uncle, it is right that you should pay the price. The bastards I hate the most are the ones who do whatever they like and then dodge the responsibility afterwards. Therefore, I will give you everything I have, even if I don't have that much right now, if I can just go back to the city. I can't believe you. In that respect, what was the difference between this guy and a goblin? I could never be friends with a goblin, but at least with this guy there had been a chance. Only that was different, and therefore he was worse. Of course, this is just an emotional opinion, and I don't make choices based on my emotions. It doesn't always happen, but at least I try. I will probably meet countless people like you in the future. They'll all say the same thing. Then should I forgive them each time? Forgiveness is a very scary word. A decision you make with a gentle heart often comes back like a dagger to stab you in the back. I know that fact better than anyone. So this time too, I have no choice. A mistake in this primordial world would not only scar my heart, but even threaten my life. I'm sorry, oncle. I don't think I can do it, because I've been stabbed in the back far too many times. Oh no, absolutely not. I'm different. Come to think of it, the goblin said the same thing. Well, I was just arbitrarily interpreting whatever I'd seen in his eyes. But anyway, then, what do you do next? Ka. Raise the shield high with both your hands. However, unlike the last time, it pauses for a moment. Of course, that hesitation doesn't last long, as if some unknown force is pulling your arm down. Oh no, please. I lowered the shield with all my might. Crunch. After the sound of cracking bones, came a sullen silence. Achievement complete. Condition, first kill. Reward, permanently increases mine by +1. I did not turn away from what I had done, and instead accepted it. About a day had passed since I entered this game world. I killed someone, and what I received in return were a large hammer, shoulder pauldrons, leather boots, a compass, a knife, a pocket watch, a water bottle, a backpack, a blanket, some herbs and bandages, a potion, 6 days worth of food, and 32 rank 9 mana stones. Chapter 8. Night Friend 1. I'm walking through a cave. This time, there's no wobbling. The character is wearing leather boots. Total item level rises by +5. The boots almost fit. Thanks to that, I learned one more thing. Uncle's feet were too big for his height. Anyway, they're pretty sturdy, so stepping on a trap won't hurt as badly as it did the last time. The character has equipped a two-handed hammer. Total item level rises by +30. This hammer is made of solid iron and is about 1 m long. Uncle needed both hands, but I can swing it one-handed. The character is wearing shoulder guards. Total item level rises by +13. Steel pauldrons. I tied the laces a little loose and they fit just right. If I take off my jacket and put on just the pauldrons, I look like some ancient gladiator. The character is wearing a backpack. Inventory expands. Now I no longer need to store the bloodstained mana stones alongside the bread, and moving around is much less cumbersome. Chomp. I take out some jerky and chew it. I don't have much of it, but it tastes better than bread. I cut the rest with a knife and store it away so as to not get my drool all over it. On this second day, I have graduated from my primitive lifestyle. When you're thirsty, just drink some water from the water bottle. If you want to know the direction, just take out your compass, and if you want to know the time, just take out your pocket watch. There's even a bottle of potion to help you cope with any possible injury in an emergency. Isn't it a little ironic that after killing a person, I became able to live a little more like one? Bjorn Level 1. Body. 25/mind. 37. New +1. /ability. 1. Item level. 72. New +48. Combat index. 81. New +13. Smash was a good technique to use with a shield, but a proper weapon boasted a different level of power. Puff. A goblin turned into motes of light and disappeared with just a single blow of my hammer. Had I known this would happen, I would have just picked a weapon at the start. After all, wouldn't it have been fine if I just saved up money and bought the shield later? Well, I didn't know at the time that I could fight so well. Was it because I transmigrated into the body of a barbarian? When I fought, I felt like my body didn't belong to me. It was easy to get used to it, but looking at this body that always exceeded expectations, I still couldn't help but exclaim my amazement now and then. I'm feeling drowsy. Yawning, I picked up the 2 magic stones from the ground around me and put them in my bag. This was the change that occurred on the second day. The goblins started coming in 2s. Perhaps tomorrow, it would increase to 3, and the same would continue until the labyrinth closed on the 7th day. Because that's how it was in the game. In that sense, it wasn't particularly bad yet. My combat power increased sharply with the new weapon, and thanks to the various consumables, my life instead became a little safer. Things are going pretty smoothly, except for the fact that I keep closing my eyes. From yesterday until now, I kept constantly moving and fighting the goblins. But I'd only gotten around 10 minutes worth of sleep, and one time I even fell asleep while standing up. I really wanted to sleep. I didn't even want any luxuries like a blanket or a pillow. I just wanted to squat down and take a nap, even if it was on the bare stone floor. Really, if things carried on like this. Oh, fuck. In my half-asleep state, I tripped over a stone. Thankfully, things didn't go as unluckily as was my usual. I would have been in real trouble had it been a trap. Let's just get some sleep right here. Coming to a decision, I immediately leaned against the wall with my shield and my hammer still in my hands. Even though I didn't have any knight friends by my side. Rather, this felt safer. If you're going to be ambushed anyway, goblins are better for that. You're more likely to live if you get stabbed with the little carving knives one they carry around. Unlike your head being pulped with a hammer while lying down. Squelch. Motherfucker. I woke up to the sound of footsteps that had already become familiar. Even when there had been no hide nor hair of them, when I'd stood vigilant for no less than 4 hours. Now that I was sleeping alone, one showed up right away. I could see why Uncle told me not to drop my guard. Stubborn bastards. I immediately ran over and shoved the hammer into the goblin's head. Puff. G.A. Gruck. A total of 2 shits had been creeping up on me, but the other guy immediately bolted once he saw his friend being smashed. Yes, go. I don't even have the energy to follow you. Hey, you bastards. When I checked the time, less than 10 minutes had passed. In the end, I had no choice but to go back to the cave and keep hunting goblins. Whenever I felt too tired and couldn't take it any longer, I leaned against the wall and got a few winks of sleep. There were a few occasions while I dozed off that made me almost faint with surprise, but it was only twice that I felt like I had one foot in the grave. Once, when I felt a presence and opened my eyes, some bastard adventurer was quietly closing in on me. When our eyes met, he gave an indifferent smile, then stepped back and disappeared. Even just thinking about it again, I got goosebumps. In terms of surprise alone, the second occasion didn't lose either. Especially since it was an ongoing process. The character was attacked by a goblin while sleeping. For the first time, I woke up to actual pain, not a premonition of a presence. A goblin appeared in front of me. Once I killed it with one swing of my hammer, the other bastard hightailed it. GGH. I immediately identified the root cause behind the pain. But, oh my god, there was a carving knife stuck between my collarbones. Shit, my left arm wasn't moving well for some reason. But after all, I was glad it ended with just pain. Had I been a little shorter, or if that goblin could jump a little better, this knife would have been lodged in my neck. Creak! I clenched my teeth as I pulled the knife out. Then, taking out the potion from my bag, I placed a few drops on the wound. By the time I closed the stopper and put the bottle back in the bag, the blood was bubbling and the wound was regenerating quickly. Cheek! Was the bastard who made the potion a psychopath or something? Somehow, it hurt more than the stabbing itself. Ouchie! After about 5 minutes, the pain went away. Although the pain had woken me up abruptly, after the rush faded, my eyelids felt heavier than ever. So much that my vision blurred if I stopped concentrating even for a single moment. It was time to make the decision I'd been putting off. Although my body was that of a barbarian and sensitive to killing intent, there was a limit to it. Didn't I just wake up after being stabbed with a carving knife? I need to take a break. I checked the time, and it had been about 14 hours since I parted with Uncle. Perhaps the adventurers active on the first floor were also wandering around by now, again looking for night friends. Hey Barbarian, are you looking for a night friend? This time when I roamed the area, it was the adventurers who took the initiative to speak to me first. Also, very passionately, you look pretty tired, don't you? Will you come? You can always trust a barbarian. If you join, we'll have 3 people. So how about getting together? It was like being an in-demand whore. Was it because this was the second day, and everyone was looking the same? Bastards who sniffed at my smell were nowhere to be seen. Or maybe the smell hadn't been the problem in the first place. Come to think of it, yesterday I'd been wobbling on my feet a bit, and drenched in about 7 liters of blood. Oh, that's unfortunate. Numerous love calls flooded in, but I refused them all, and kept walking through the passage. Was there no strong barbarian anywhere nearby? In fact, my best choice would be to find a fellow countryman to make night friends with. The problem was that, until the second day, I wasn't able to smell even the faintest whiff of another barbarian. You were looking for your own people? Wouldn't it be difficult? Difficult? Why is that? Even a barbarian who just finished his coming-of-age ceremony would go upstairs within 2 or 3 months. I don't rightly know, but there must be less than 100 on the first floor. As I kept exploring, it looked like barbarians were a rarity on the first floor. Seriously, it'd be strange to mess around on the first floor if you have a body like this. 99% of the adventurers I met on the first floor were humans. Why don't you join us instead? I'm sorry, but I can't. I see. I pray that Rafdonia will be with you on your journey. Thank you. This man looked pretty trustworthy, but I ended our chat and moved on. Since I found out that how expensive of a barbarian's heart was, I couldn't help but suspect every one of the adventurers. Click. I took out the compass. I'd been moving south ever since I got it, but I still wasn't out of the goblin zone. I could feel just how big the first floor was. Should I give up looking for my own people? My worries didn't last long. I decided to stop looking for needles in a desert, and made a more realistic plan. I'd look for a night friend even if they weren't of my own people. But not humans. I'd search for the demi-humans who were less than 1% of the population. A fairy who valued promises, or a dwarf with as arrogant a personality as a barbarian would be the best. It didn't matter much as long as it was a non-human race. Unlike humans, these races had longer lifespans. Given enough time, they had the potential to climb all the way to the top, so they would be less likely to get blinded by short-term gains and hurt a fellow adventurer. Having made that decision, I kept wandering around the cave for about an hour. And you encountered an injured fairy stranger. I finally found one of the demi-human races that I'd been looking for. The moment our eyes meet, the air grows heavy with a strangely suffocating silence. The pointy-eared fairy sitting with her back against the wall just stares at me without saying a single word. Were you also sleeping alone without a night friend? Her cat-like glowing amber eyes show embarrassment, but also a keen vigilance. Just looking at her makes me want to pass by and disappear, but sook. As our silent confrontation stretches out, the fairy finally gets up from where she'd been sitting with a nervous face. But her posture is unnatural. Upon closer examination, there's a wound on her stomach. You're hurt. It's not deep, but it's a long cut. Not something that could be caused by the little carving knives carried by the goblins. I quickly come to a conclusion. Was it a human? The fairy doesn't answer. She's afraid. Yeah, I can see where she's coming from. I'd be scared too if some random stranger much bigger than me passed by while I was injured. Isn't she even a woman? On top of that, her body is tiny too. Maybe around 160 centimeters? Anyway, this isn't a bad situation. Please spare me. Yes? Please, just once, Uncle Barbarian. I have a little sister in the city that I need to take care of. I did wonder how this plot was going to develop. The fairy kneels down to her knees without any regrets. At some point, even moisture had formed in her eyes. I beg you. What the hell? Where did your spirit as a fairy go? To be honest, I thought she would be the cool beauty type. Because most of the fairies in the game had that kind of tone and personality. Oh, if I'd known she'd be this kind of a character, I would have approached the situation completely differently. Let's clear up the misunderstanding before things get worse. I have no intention of killing you. Make eye contact and speak with a clear pronunciation. The eyes are the windows to the soul, so given some time to calm down, she'll know that I'm being sincere. Must you do this, Uncle Barbarian? Yup, that's not gonna happen. 2. I'm having an identity crisis right now. Isn't this a high school drama, with a savage delinquent bullying the girls in front of the school? With me being the savage, obviously. Just once, please. Let me go just this once. As my silence stretches, the fairy takes a step back. The fear in her eyes deepens as she opens up her front collar. It's not funny. What kind of life do these barbarian bastards lead? What's their usual image like that she's doing this shit? Huh. I can't help but sigh. What do I do? Would this misunderstanding be cleared up if I showed her that I'm not that kind of trash, with actions rather than words? That seems feasible. Start treatment first. We can talk later. I step back, take the herbs and bandages from my bag, and throw them at her. This is a lychee leaf? I see. So this is a lychee leaf. In the future, I can use it with peace of mind. I was worried that it might be poisonous, so I couldn't use it even though I got injured earlier. Chapter 9. Night friend 2. Why are you giving me this? Do I need a reason to help you? I feel like a thorn is stabbing the insides of my mouth, trying to spout rubbish I don't even want to say, but I can't help it. Because this works better for her type. I want to be friends with this fairy tonight. It makes me sound like garbage for some reason, but it's not a bad deal for her either. Injuries, lack of sleep, and gorgeous looks. Just looking at her situation, she has it several times worse than me. She did that shit just now because she knows that. To be honest, that tenacious obsession with her own survival surprised me. Like I said, treat yourself first. We can talk later. But I'm going to stand guard. As I turn my back dismissively, I soon hear a sound. The sound of herbs being chewed before applying them over her wounds. It's all done. Already? She's surprisingly good with her hands. Turning around, I see a tightly wrapped bandage from between the gaps of her torn clothes. The vigilance in her eyes when she looks at me seems to have lessened a bit, for some reason. Let's start with the standard introductions and slowly close the distance between us. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. Erwin, I don't know what you've misunderstood, but nothing will happen to you. Yes? Ah yes. She makes a brave face, but the fear is still there in her eyes. I thought that if I did this much, this misunderstanding would soon be solved, but what the hell is wrong now? In the end, I can only ask bluntly. Why are you so afraid of me? Barbarians and fairies are enemies, aren't they? Enemies? Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I don't want to fight you. She gets so worked up on my question that she starts begging again. No, I just asked because I was really curious. Are fairies and barbarians enemies? That's a story I'm hearing for the first time. They obviously got along pretty well in the game. How did this happen? I just look at her with a piercing stare, and the information I wanted readily flows out. The war that ended 10 years ago? I personally don't have any lingering hatred. I really don't. 10 years ago. I don't know what happened, but listening to her talk, it seems more like a belligerent relationship rather than outright hostility. Well, then, was she afraid because she grew up hearing bad things about my race from a young age? The situation is pretty bad. What do? Do I have to look for somebody else? Not to mention, the herbs and bandages I already gave her are on the pricey side. Alright, let's try this first. It's the same for me. No lingering hatred. That's right. Yes. That's why I'm asking Erwin. Would you like to be friends with me tonight? Night friend. I'm tired now. The same must go for you too. So why don't we cooperate for today, since there are no lingering feelings between us? Her eyes suddenly light up. To be honest, I wonder if she spoke truly just now. Without rushing, Erwin contemplates for a while with a deep frown, then offers a condition instead. Barbarians value a warrior's honor. Can you swear on it? That you won't hurt me first? I swear. Of course, I promise you in the name of my clan. I would never harm you first. It's equivalent to a pinky swear in Korean culture. Of course, I can do this all day. But there's one issue that needs to be addressed first. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. Not uncle. Our Bjorn is only 20 years old, you know. The contract had been concluded. Maybe it was even a bit groundbreaking in terms of local culture. Thanks to that, I found out the fairy maiden's real name in the process. Erwin Fornaxi D. Tertia. She was 20 years old, same as me. Who? I'm glad I'm not the real Bjorn. I'm sure the real Bjorn would think so too. Even if I won't say it. Then how do we decide how to take turns? I'll sleep first. That should make you feel safer. It's not like that, but if you want to, I can't help it. In a word, it was an unvoiced complaint. So it's good with you? Yes. I'm glad. I would have fallen into despair if it had been rock, paper, scissors again. My eyes have been fluttering closed since some time ago. Please, I just wanted to get some sleep. Why was getting a good night's sleep so hard? Oh yeah, but how do I know the time? TSK. Is this why rookies had it so difficult? I took the watch out of my backpack and gave it to Erwin. It's expensive, so don't break it. Yes. Seeing her receive it reverently, like an ancestral relic, gave me some peace of mind. I'll be careful with it. Good night. I lied down on my backpack, covered myself with a blanket, just like Uncle had done. And, I let sleep claim my consciousness. Uncle, it's Bjorn, I tell you. Uncle, wake up. Time's up. I forced my eyes open and got up. I couldn't believe it. Had it been 2 hours already? Come on, give the watch here. I looked at the time, and 2 hours had indeed passed. Come to think of it, it seemed that I hadn't even snored properly. Just in case, I tried to do that for 10 minutes. Wow, was this the synergy between a backpack and a blanket? It was terrifying enough. Obviously, if Uncle had lent them to me, I wouldn't have been able to avoid his surprise. I would have slept very comfortably, forgetting the outside world. Is this karma? Considering the circumstances, let's lend them to her too. Cover yourself with this and sleep. And use this as a pillow if you want. Yes? But? She was shy, but her lips curved at the corners. I decided to pretend that I hadn't seen anything. Well, then I'll use them properly, thank you. Without any further urging on my part, Erwin crawled into the blanket and curled up like a cat. And soon after, there was the sound of regular breathing. Hey, are you sleeping so well in front of an outsider? She seemed tired. She might have had as hard a day as mine. Oh. I rested my back against the wall and opened the watch. 22:50. It felt like 5 days had passed, but there was still more than an hour left before the second day ended. I wanted to go back to the city soon. Actually, it was funny to say that I was going back, but if I managed to go back, I'd definitely sleep for a few days. Seeing that I can think like this body is really worth it. I closed the watch and put it back in, immersed deeply in my thoughts. It had been a while since I last had a peaceful time, but I kept thinking about this and that. What happened to me in reality? Had my disappearance been discovered? Surely it would be. Somebody should come. Although the company wouldn't take a few days' absence seriously. KKH. It wasn't that this was the first time I was considering this issue. It just made me more and more sad. If you keep thinking that there's nothing good about going back, your will itself would shatter. It was better just not to think about it, in many ways. No matter if it was only deceiving myself, I was pretty good at self-hypnosis. I deliberately twisted my flow of thought. Alright, let's recap what happened over the past 2 days. After the coming-of-age ceremony, I entered the labyrinth, fought the goblins, fought Uncle. Shall I praise myself for doing well so far? I clung to life really hard. Since there was no one to praise me for that, why not do it myself? Snap! I decided to leave the self-congratulations until I got back to the city, and when I opened the watch, time had run out. Erwin, wake up. Just 5 more minutes. What's so good about just 5 minutes? Hurry and get up. Ugh! Erwin rubbed her eyes and stood up as she shook off the wretched barbarian's hand from her shoulder. Hey, this looks dangerous. I could see why she hated me. Don't even think about falling asleep, just because nothing has happened so far. Yes, I was a little nervous, but once again I went back to bed. Maybe because I'd lent her the blanket and the backpack. A trace of warmth remained in them. It was ironic. How long had it been since I'd last felt the warmth of someone other than myself? How unfamiliar. Maybe more than everything else I'd gone through in the past 2 days. Zizi. This time, I had quite a bit of energy, so I diligently started snoring. To be honest, it was more to make sure she didn't sleep and did her job properly. I didn't feel like sleeping. I opened my eyes and glanced at Erwin, then let go of my worries and closed my eyes once more. And how long had it been after that? Creak! I felt a sense of urgency and sat up hurriedly. Hey! For some reason, I was holding Erwin's white wrist. It looked like she had been stretching it out towards me. What are you doing? You looked like you were having a bad nightmare because you kept sweating. Looking at the handkerchief in her hand, it didn't seem like an excuse. Well, if it had been a weapon in the first place, I would have hit her with a shield without asking why. Sorry, I'm sorry. After grasping the situation, I relaxed my hands. Erwin stroked the place I'd caught with a painful expression. There were already red marks on her wrist. I didn't even apologize, because they would have been empty words anyway. How much time has passed? 10 minutes left till shift change. Right, so let me take the shift now. But, if I sleep again now, I'll just be more tired. And my words, Erwin lay down with an apologetic expression, and tossed, and turned a little. Uncle, any problems? No, I have a question. Ask. Erwin hesitated for a moment before speaking. Who is your uncle? What? Are you making a pun? Because you keep muttering, telling him you're sorry. In your dreams, oh, my apologies. Am I speaking out of turn? You don't have to answer. I'll just sleep. Before I could respond, Erwin pulled up the blanket over her head. It seemed that this young lady was slowly starting to become curious when she realized that I was not that scary. Lay off, I thought while doing a few simple stretches. I couldn't really remember anything, but it looked like I had a real nightmare. Suddenly, I felt a little curious. Who the hell was the man I was asking for forgiveness? 2 candidates came to mind. An unknown uncle who was decapitated at the coming-of-age ceremony, and Uncle Hans, who taught me how to be human. But when I thought about it, it was strange for it to be either. I didn't recall doing anything to them worth apologizing for. Soon I came to a conclusion. It must have been some meaningless dog dream that I had. 4:30. Day 3 had started, and about 10 minutes left before I had to wake up Erwin. I felt worried as I watched Erwin sleep with a blanket crunched between her legs. What concerned me was the prospect of a second date, too. That is, whether or not to propose a team-up. Of course, there was a downside to having a companion, that you would have to share the loot. No matter how many goblins appeared on the 3rd day, it was clear that Erwin joining would reduce my eventual income. It had nothing to do with her strength. Well, since she was a fairy, it would usually be cost-effective, but should I say that I'm already overpowered? Even without Irwin, I could easily dispatch 3 or 4 goblins by my lonesome. It wasn't arrogance, I really judged that way after experiencing several battles with this body. And I had to collect as many mana stones as possible to prepare for my future living expenses in the city as well as the subsequent taxes. Oh, safety or more mana stones. While I was pondering about the most rational choice. Step. I could hear adventurers' footsteps from the passage on the left. It had happened several times during the night, so I wasn't particularly nervous. Most of the time, they'd take a look at us once and just pass by. But, step. This pair of adventurers, let's call them Ricky and Buster 3, took one look at us and stopped walking. And whispered to each other, "Isn't that the fairy?" "Looks right." The shape of the bow matches. Of the 2 men who came to a conclusion while whispering between themselves, Buster asked me, as the representative, "Barbarian, what is your relationship with the fairy?" As you can see, we are night friends. Even barbarians and fairies can be night friends. I've seen something strange today. So how long do you 2 have left? I have no answer for you. Buster didn't ask any further. He just smiled and left with Ricky beside him. Right? Let's go. Huh? Soon, their presence disappeared from the surroundings. But I wasn't reassured. What the hell were these bastards doing? It felt as ominous as when the chieftain had shouted in front of me. I slowly moved to the side and tapped Irwin, who was still sleeping, on the shoulder. Ugh. Hey, are you still sleeping in this situation? Wake the hell up, because somehow it feels like we're fucked. Chapter 10. Night Friend 3. Strictly speaking, the word we should not be used here. Because the Ricky and Buster pair were interested in Irwin, not me. Tug, I nudge Irwin again with my foot. Ugh. What do you mean, ugh? Wake the hell up. I know you aren't asleep. I saw you cover your face with a blanket when I glanced at you right after hearing their words. Hey, it's a waste of time to keep up the charade, so I just grab her by the shoulders and force her to get up. Why were you pretending to be asleep? That's... Irwin mumbles her words and avoids my gaze. Considering the fact that I have to get the relevant information as quickly as possible and make a decision, it's a pretty rude attitude. Wig. When I grab her by the chin and force her to look at me, Irwin finally, reluctantly, starts to talk. Because you'll leave when I wake up. Indeed. Was that the reason? I did so swear. If there's a conflict with other adventurers while standing guard for the night, you have to fight together. But unfortunately, this happened on the last turn within the promised time frame. Well, I don't actually care about my honor, but she doesn't know that. So she tried to hold on to me somehow. Because the moment she opens her eyes, the promise that bound us as night friends would be over. Oh, I take a deep breath. If a grown man like Uncle Hans had done something like this, I really would have been angry. But since she's only 20 years old, some pity blooms at a corner of my heart. Of course, that's that, and this is this. I still have to make a decision. Was it those 2? No. Then why were you hiding yourself? There was a pattern engraved on their clothes. Same as the human man who tried to hurt me. They must have been in the same group. A group fuck? Are things getting more problematic? I'm starting to consider whether it would actually be better to just say goodbye to this fairy girl and go our separate ways from here. Let's talk while we move. Are you going to help me? I'll listen to your story, at least. First of all, we have to get out of here. And I have to grasp the rest of the situation on the way. We start moving, setting almost a running pace. Tell me everything that's happened so far. As if reading the atmosphere, Irwin briefly recites only the important information without saying anything extra. The first night, my night friend who I'd just met attacked me while I was sleeping. I found out later that he was an executive from a group mainly active on the first floor. For reference, the group is called Crystal Union. I managed to escape, but after that, people from that organization started attacking me whenever they saw me. I was injured in the process. I paused for a moment. Wait, how did they know about you? They used message stones. What is that? There was nothing like that in the game. A little more detail. It's a magic tool that allows you to talk remotely with other message stones that have been configured to resonate with it in advance. I heard that the reach is about 300 m. I see. It's a kind of a walkie-talkie. If the frequency is set in advance, you can communicate up to 300 m away. Gradually, I understand the situation we're in. With such magic tools and sufficient manpower, disseminating information would be easy in a closed environment like this. However, the problem is, why are they chasing after you? Irwin did nothing wrong. Why would they spend so much effort going after the victim? Is it to keep your mouth shut? I don't think it's that. Is there anything else? That's... Irwin, who'd been calmly answering my questions so far, once again hesitates to speak. I really can't help her if she keeps up with this attitude. While I was considering dumping her, I swung my knife at that man when I first ran away. Where I hit him, it wasn't a good place, really. By a bad place, you mean? I feel cold for some reason. The cool wind keeps brushing my groin. That there? Really? Anyway, I heard from the people who were chasing me afterwards. It was totally cut off and couldn't even be reattached with a potion. I guess that's why. That's why it's worth chasing after her with full power. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Wasn't that guy the perpetrator? You reap what you sow. The problem is that there are far too many people in every world who can't understand such simple logic. Uncle, I think somebody's behind us. Where? Don't look back. I've been concentrating on my hearing, but I still can't hear anything. On the path, I think about 150 m away. It's strange that she can feel a presence at that distance, but it doesn't seem like a lie. There's no reason for her to do that. Is this the innate perception of a fairy? The image I had of her changed all of a sudden. I need to speed up. Are you alright with that? Yes, I can handle it. Even though the white bandage covering her wound is stained red, Erwin doesn't spit out even a single sound of pain. She has good guts. Well, my thoughts got complicated again. How far is the tracker? Still about 150 m. Even if you increase the speed, you can't spread out the distance. Things aren't going well. By now, the stalker must be announcing our location to his comrades with a message stone, or something. Have to get rid of him. If their target had been me, I would have certainly judged so. But I'm still running. After you kill him, you can't step out of this quagmire anymore. So check things out first before you dip your feet. You dash, Uncle. How much risk do I have to take, and how much reward can I get in return? I need more detailed information. Erwin. Yes. What are you good at? I am confident in cleaning and laundry. Oh, I'm not very good at cooking, but what is she talking about now? In battle. Bow. Oh, and spirits too. Just a standard fairy archer. Which attributes? Fire. Well, that's the most valuable one. Thanks to that, I can slowly draw the picture in my mind. Have you ever killed anyone? No, but I can. That's something you have to do, to know. Right. I ask her the final question. Erwin, would you like to join me? The duration is until you get out of the labyrinth. And the loot distribution is 9 for me and 1 for you. I will. This is enough to give me a reason. I promise in the name of my clan. I also swear on the honor of a warrior. We again went through a ceremony as a token of trust like before, and evolved our relationship from night friends to temporary colleagues. Of course, running like crazy all the while. Distance? About 100 m. Even at the maximum speed we could reach, the distance was getting smaller. I made up my mind. Change place to the outskirts. Yes. We turned around and entered the dark passage. Less and less crystals shined on the walls and the ceilings as we progressed, and before long, a deep darkness fell to greet us. My thoughts were a bit complicated. After all, I never expected to come back here on my own 2 feet. Erwin summoned the spirit. A flame the size of a watermelon floated on the palm of her hand, illuminating the surroundings. Watching the floor for traps, I quickly made my way through the darkness. And unsummon. Now! We hid in the dark. When are you going to give the sign? You'll hear it soon. Right. I kept my composure as much as I could and focused on my hearing. The best outcome would be for the chaser to miss us and pass us by. Then there would be no need to kill them, and I too would be able to step away from this quagmire later. Step. Before long, the tracker's footsteps reached my ears. However, contrary to expectations, he stopped without passing us by. Just in front of the crossroads we'd pass last. Step. Shit. Apparently he had some way to track us down. Be it smell, sound, or something magical. Thump. He turned and walked slowly, stopping at a distance of about 30 meters from us. The border where light died and the abyssal darkness began. He craned his neck, peering into the dark. We watched, holding our breaths. There you are. The man who had sniffed a few times in the quiet stillness murmured to himself. Then he pulled something out of his pocket. It was the first time I had seen it in my life, but I intuitively recognized the identity of the object. Message stone. As soon as I saw it, I signaled Erwin with a short murmur. Erwin, who had kept her bow drawn and the arrow aimed all this while. Shoot! Thunk! Before I could even finish my words, the arrow pierced the man's forehead. Thump! Even after the man fell to the floor, dead, I did not approach immediately. Erwin, who was sitting right next to me, could not hide from me how she was trembling. Well done! Hesitating would have been dangerous. It wasn't just some fake compliment, but the truth. Hadn't I also paused before slamming the shield down on Uncle Hans? Erwin hadn't even had that little leisure. Even if I didn't tell her out loud, she'd known it in her heart. That you should never hesitate. Yes, you take a break. My ability to comfort another ended at this point, and I left the darkness to search the corpse. Perhaps he'd left his backpack to another colleague in order to move quickly, but the pursuer looked a bit poor. To feel regret about such a thing, I've really assimilated into this world. Removing all the equipment from the tracker's corpse, from head to toe, I organized the acquired items one by one. A belt, a leather top and bottom, 2 daggers, a fairly heavy mana stone pouch, a bottle of potion kept in another pouch tied to the belt, and even a message stone. Good. Come here. After classifying the loot roughly, I called Erwin. She removed the bandages and applied the potion to her wound. The wound began to heal with a squelch. KKKH. It would have been okay to make some noise, but Erwin clenched her teeth and endured the pain in silence. She had a tough side to her, too. No, was she just mentally dissociating from the pain? I hoped it was the former. I wasn't confident about counseling somebody else. Did you black out? Yes, just for a moment. Then change into this. After the treatment finished in a few minutes, I held out the leather top and bottom I had just obtained. I judged them to be much more practical than the loose-fitting cloth robes she was wearing now. She'll wear them right away. Did she believe that following my every instruction would give her a higher chance of survival? It must have been awkward, but Erwin immediately grabbed the clothes and disappeared into the darkness to change. That's not all. Come, and let me take a look. I trimmed the hems protruding at the arms and the legs. Wear this too. It should look a little better. It was still a little baggy overall, but it looked like a comfortable fit with the belt on. However, because of the change in outfit, her atmosphere had also completely changed. Previously, she looked like a fairy girl who'd gone on an outing, but now she looked like a full-fledged female warrior. Even her face exuded that feeling. It feels very strange. You'll get used to it. I see. Is that so? Yes, you will. I shoved the rest of the items into my backpack and dragged the naked corpse into the dark. Then I took the message stone in my hand. How do you read messages? Wait, let me do it. Erwin looked at the message stone and clicked something. Chapter 11. Second floor 1. The two of them may have split up by now. If you see a barbarian using a one-handed hammer and a shield, don't prematurely approach and wait for support. My description has been circulated. It's not too detailed, but that doesn't mean much. I don't think there are any barbarians other than me who use shields. Uncle. Erwin looks up at me with anxious eyes. Knowing what's in her mind, I give her a bright smile. Don't worry. I'm not going to leave you. I've already decided to help Erwin. The reason is simple. I've always loved helping people in trouble. If it benefits me, that is, like I said before, I'll have 9 shares and you'll have 1. Understand? Of course. I will definitely repay this grace. Grace? Yes, please do. There's no reason to refuse. Although I'm not expecting too much. Yes, definitely. As Erwin clenches her fists with determined eyes, I tighten my boot laces and prepare to move. Then what should we do now? We'll move through the outskirts. Summon your spirit again. We'll talk about the rest as we go. Yes. As we walk through the darkness using a fist-sized flame as a lamp, I start checking a few more things. For exactly how long can the spirit be summoned? If it just lights up the surroundings, it can last for 10 hours. How long will it take to recover? I'll need to rest for 2 hours. Right. Things are a lot better than I thought. If all goes according to plan, we will escape their pursuit without much risk. Then I will see returns on the risk I took this time. Uncle. While I was busy thinking for a while, Erwin speaks to me. May I ask where we are going now? Oh, I forgot to tell her that. The second floor? Yes. Don't look at me like that. You heard correctly. We're going to the second floor. You and I, just the two of us? Yeah, just us two. In fact, rather than this being our only option, it's something I've been considering for some time. On the first floor, even if the two of us team up, the net income will only decrease, but the second floor is a different story. Excusez-moi, uncle? The second floor is completely different from the first floor. You know that, right? I know. On the first floor, 3 or 4 enemies appear at a time, but on the second that number can increase to 10. Uncommon variants, and even higher grade monsters start appearing. But if we only stay near the entrance, we should be fine, because you and I match quite well. Really, Uncle and me? I don't know what's so surprising, but a melee tank and a range dealer make up a good combination. That's why I considered going upstairs with Erwin earlier. In that case, even if you split the mana stones in half, your income will increase significantly. But since there was no way to get past the darkness, I discarded this idea. No matter how much I think about it, it looks like jumping into the orc's den to avoid goblins. Well, looking at her reaction now, I think she would have made a sharp rejection even if I'd offered earlier. But the situation right now is completely different from before. What other way is there? All those guys are on the first floor, you know? Erwin now has a motivation to escape to the second floor, and that also gave me the opportunity to raise my loot ratio to 9-to-1. Of course, that doesn't mean this was a decision made entirely without any emotional basis. Those who catch that fairy bitch first will be given an additional 10,000 stones and the first chance to enjoy. I detest these guys. No, what I feel about them is closer to hatred than mere dislike. But by making these guys eat shit, I can get a much bigger reward compared to the minuscule risk and even the self-satisfaction of doing a good deed. Isn't this the epitome of efficiency? I will give you a chance to choose. What will you do? I will go. Erwin nods with an expression of biting the bullet on her face. It seems that the last communication from the message stone played a decisive role. Nice timing. Then let's keep moving. But do you know the way to the second floor? I don't know exactly. Yes. Don't worry though. If you keep moving north, you're bound to come across it someday. Not a vain hope, but in reality, if you follow the darkness in any one direction, you'll find a portal somehow. Because this darkness is like a passageway pointing upstairs. It's a maze-like structure, so you'll have to get lost. It's worth the price. There's a goblin trap. As we keep walking, we come upon a trap. It took much longer than I'd thought. Originally, we should have seen one much earlier. Maybe there are fewer goblins where there's no light, like in the game? If that's the case, then I'm feeling a bit choked. How lucky am I that I fell into the dark zone from the start and met a goblin right away. I'll deal with it. You rest. Maybe taking this as an opportunity to enhance her appeal, Erwin walks out in front. I'm telling you just in case, but don't use spirits. Of course. Looking much too bewildered for it to be a natural response, Erwin approaches the trap. And, Grut! The moment the goblin pops out, she fires the arrow she had kept drawn from a very close range. Thunk! Oh, that's kind of like Legolas. Her skills much better than expected. Body movements are also very agile. How is it? Erwin, who killed the goblin in one shot, looks at me with a happy face. Would you have used a spirit normally? Yes. Well done. Seeing you shoot, you really are a fairy. Erwin looks both embarrassed and happy. Does it feel good to be recognized? To be honest, I was being a bit sarcastic. Looking at our time together so far, it was a bit of a backhanded compliment. I'm not doubting her skill, just her character. But we will fight many more battles in the future. It would be best to conserve arrows as much as possible. Oh, but I can just pick it up and use it again? There's no need to be picky. Erwin bends over and retrieves the magic stone and the arrow before coming back. The arrow looks to be in good shape, with no discernible damage. Right. Well, now I feel awkward. In the game, arrows were consumable items that disappeared with every shot fired. To compensate, one could carry bundles of 1,000. See here. Erwin holds out her small hand. Take it. When you have 9, I can have one, right? I'll work hard in the future. Then I can earn a little too, right? I've promised to buy something for my sister when I return. Yeah, work hard. What? Are you trying to be sarcastic? While we moved rapidly north in the dark, intermittently catching goblins here and there, the message stone, which had been quiet for a while, transmitted a voice again. Additional information relayed. Hatch Young, who was attacked by the fairy, has raised her bounty to 20,000 stones. Alive or dead. It meant that they were within 300 m of us. Perhaps instinctively, Erwin quietly huddled closer to me. Relax. They won't look for us too hard. Is that so? Yeah. In fact, I was almost certain. I felt it as I overheard the conversations from the message stone. If I had to describe them as a group, they were like a loose gang of thugs. There was no sense of cohesion. Presumably, the group served as a convenient community to exchange information with each other at best. First of all, the first floor was a place where more than 5 people could not party together. I'm planning to go to hunt blade wolves. Is there anyone who will move with me? No relaying necessary. I'm tired, so I'm looking for someone to rest with. Come to the pond next to the big rock. No forwarding required. In fact, we could hear these communications everywhere as we moved. These people didn't really care about some bounty being posted. Even so, I did not relax. Not because things were going awry, but because things were going too smoothly. Shit. At this point in my life, something bad happening was par for the course, but things being quiet just made me more anxious. Uncle! What? There, it's a ghoul! Can't you see? As she tilted her head, Erwin moved the flame forward. She really had great eyesight. The form of a ghoul finally entered my vision. Rotten skin, empty eyelids, long sharp nails reminiscent of claws, and scuttling on 4 legs despite having a humanoid body shape. It was the same as the illustration I'd seen on the game loading screen. However, there was one problem. What? Why are ghouls here? On the first floor, different monsters appeared based on if it was the east, west, north, or south. And the ghouls appeared in the western area. Did we somehow come to the border while wandering around? Well, that might have been the case. We'd started north, but there had been some dead ends in the way which had forced us to turn around. I'd have to think about this later. Will I fight alone again this time? Erwin, who'd been full of motivation while fighting goblins, showed her dislike for the first time. Was it scary because it was her first time meeting this monster? She too had a unique side. I'll take the lead. You just focus on the ones in the back. Yes. Having shared a rough strategy, I slowly stepped forward. There was a total of 3 ghouls blocking the passage, all of them sitting on the floor like dogs. Step. Even when I got pretty close, they didn't even stir. Well, in the game, you had to enter a certain range to get the first hit, but was this still the same as the game? Step. As I carefully took one more step, the 3 ghouls rushed me at the same time. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Was it because both were level 9 monsters? Really, they had no uniqueness. Hoo-yah! Rather than retreating, I stepped closer and smashed the head of the ghoul in the lead with my hammer. Let's call it hammer smash. Crunch. The moment one ghoul was crushed, an arrow came from behind and hit another ghoul. Thunk. She seemed to really like the spot midway between the eyebrows. Then, after knocking back the last of the rushing ghouls with my shield, the battle ended with a final hammer smash. You have defeated a ghoul. EXP +1. The battle thus ended in an instant, but I took a brief moment to recover. In terms of combat power, ghouls were superior to goblins. They had a lot more power and were faster overall. Well, goblins had their traps, but you'd have to be a real idiot to fall for those. Assuming, of course, that there was light around. Still, they are better than goblins. Yes? Why? Because it takes time to catch goblins. As long as you didn't get overwhelmed in all-out battle, hunting ghouls seemed to be much more efficient than goblins. Because they set at least one trap and didn't run around nearby. It was also a huge advantage that they didn't attack unless you approached. Next time, it would be more efficient to start by killing one first with an arrow. Yes, I'd be happy to do that. After sharing a brief battle plan for the future, I collected the mana stones fallen on the floor and pocketed them. Uncle? What's up? It's my turn to have one. Oh, that's right. We continued down the passage. My prediction of us being near the border was correct. For a while, the ghouls and the goblins alternated, but as we continued northward, it was all goblins again. How long had it been? 22:47. When the third day was coming to an end, after a break of about 4 hours, we were heading north again when we found something. A dark red line drawn on the floor. Bloodstains? I don't think it's a goblin's. Whose is it? Somehow, I felt like I knew the owner. So I kept following, and there were pieces of bread falling on the floor too. Continuously, at regular intervals. So I continued to follow the bloodstains. With confidence. Hey, it seems you haven't said anything since a while ago. 10 minutes. Are you mad at me by any chance? 30 minutes. Yes, Uncle. 2 hours. At the end of that long red trail, I finally found the sandal abandoned on the ground. Swear words came out of nowhere. Fuck. Are you kidding me? I was wrong. I don't know why though. There was a portal so close that it'd hit me on the nose if I fell down. Chapter 12. Second floor 2. I'd expected the portal to some extent. It was only natural. The fact that I met those top adventurers, the blonde and his party, was proof that there was a second floor portal in the direction I'd come from. That's why I followed the trail of blood with confidence as soon as I found it. But I hadn't expected this. For there to be a portal less than 10 m away from its starting point. This is driving me crazy. Memories of those past days, of me crawling in the dark on 3 legs, unfolded like a panorama. How lucky was I? Only a few steps in the opposite direction would have activated the portal and secured some light. Had I done that, I could have seen that damn trap and avoided it. Uncle, please tell me. Just don't make such a scary face. Whatever I did wrong, I'll fix it. What was she even talking about? Oh, it was because of me. It's annoying to explain, so let's just avoid the issue. Never mind. It just reminded me of the past. Erwin looked relieved. Her expression soon changed to one of pity. I couldn't believe it. Bloodstains, slices of bread, a sandal, and my facial expression. Did she infer what I'd experienced on the first day from those alone? This girl? He must have gone to a good place. For sure. It couldn't be. I was right. Yes, thank you. From what she was saying, it seemed like she misunderstood that I was remembering a colleague I'd lost some time ago. I didn't feel the need to correct her. The story was too long to explain in detail. Most of all, if I told somebody, it felt like my simmering anger would again boil over. So let's just bury this story forever. Are you ready to go upstairs? Honestly, it's still scary, but somehow I don't feel like I'm going to die if I'm with you. If one looked closely, she had a strange habit of using long sentences. Just say yes. Then let's go. Yes. The moment I entered the portal with Erwin, my vision was dyed pure white. It was like when light first flashed on a monitor. Flash. 057. It had only been 4 days since I entered the labyrinth for the first time. You have entered the goblin forest on the second floor. I reached the second floor. If anyone asks how I'm feeling right now, this is how I'll answer. Like I'm struggling inside the mouth of a giant frog. And then, like I'm being spat out. Kya. My body hangs airborne, then it bounces off something. I didn't scream out loud like Erwin, but looking at the results, she fared better than me. Thud. While I fall on my ass with a blunt sound of impact, Erwin quickly regains balance and lands on her feet. Wow, that was surprising. Even my big sis never said anything about this. I'm feeling it all over again, but she's really physically fit. Her agility is something that a barbarian can't even dream of. Uncle, is this the second floor? Yeah. I've never heard of this forest though. Are you sure? Perhaps the story you heard was referring to another second floor. Another second floor? Do fairies not share labyrinth information properly? Why don't you know about this? There are 4 portals on the first floor, in the east, west, north, and south, and each one connects to different places. Ah, I guess that's it. She just forgot. Seeing me look at her like she's pathetic, Erwin anxiously speaks up. Oh, the 3rd floor? She said that no matter which route you take, everything would be connected again from the 3rd floor. Right? She wants to show off her knowledge, it seems. When I roughly nod my head, Erwin smiles with satisfaction. Slowly, I'm getting a feel of how to handle her. So, what do we do now? Wait, I'm thinking. First, I carefully check the surrounding terrain. It's necessary to confirm which parts are different from the game and which remain the same. For example, the fact that I just flew about 3M while jumping through the portal. Things that couldn't be seen from the other side of a monitor. I go over the surroundings one more time. There's the portal at the back that you can go down to the 1st floor at any time, and there are no living creatures in the empty area around us, with a radius of about 50 m. Well, I don't know what it's like between the trees in the distance. Is there anything I can do to help you? Just stay still. The 2nd floor map is a forest. The surroundings are as dark as night, but thanks to the light scattered like the Milky Way in the sky, visibility is secured to a certain extent. About as bright as an alleyway at night, without any street lights. However, as time passes, it will become day, but this place would not get any brighter. Because this place is inside the labyrinth. That's not actually the sky over our heads, it's just a high ceiling. Well, there indeed are some levels where the real sky and sun exist. Let's start moving slowly. Yes? Where are we going? We'll explore the neighborhood around this place. That's the plan I'd roughly laid out since the 1st floor. However, there are a few things that need to be confirmed as to whether this will actually work. So, from the first opportunity. Clang! Erwin startles when I swing my hammer at the first tree on the periphery of the vacant area. What? What are you doing? I'm checking to see if it's possible to knock down a tree. Why are you checking that? I was thinking of building a barrier around the portal. I see. Erwin nods her head in agreement. It's quite annoying to have to answer questions one by one. Anyway, this plan is abandoned. Erwin doesn't even ask why this time. She has eyes too. Even after hitting it with all my might, all I managed was to slightly damage the tree bark. Is this tree made of rocks? Then, what's next? We'll search this area as planned. And from now on, you take the lead. Me? I don't want to field more questions. You have to go ahead and look for traps. Pay attention to concealing your presence as much as possible, and be on the lookout for enemies. These 2 are your tasks. We're dividing our roles then. Alright. Surprisingly, Erwin graciously accepts the role assigned to her. But why do you look sad? Is it because I've already said everything needed to convince you? Still, being in a forest sure feels nostalgic, even though I know it's filled with monsters. Erwin walks down the forest path, spouting words that I can't relate to in the slightest. Oh, I don't see any traps, but just in case, please only follow my footsteps. What? Yeah. She said something reassuring all of a sudden. In fact, the way you're striding forward so freely, you sure don't look afraid of stepping into a trap. Before long, Erwin murmurs quietly. There's a trap. I can't see it. Look over there. You'll see something hidden under the leaves. No matter how many times you tell me, I don't see it. Giving me a look that says, why can't you even do this? Erwin throws a stone. Cheethy-eyeing. There really was. How could you even find that in this darkness? Even though I already knew about the fairy's detection ability, when I see it with my own 2 eyes, it's simply amazing. There's a reason you can walk so freely. How about it? You're good at throwing stones. Is that all? What else do you need? Erwin's shoulders, which had been raised up, droops again. This is the perfect time to give some carrots. Subtly, so that it's not too obvious. I've been waiting for somebody who could find traps from the beginning. You are already a full-fledged adventurer. Don't make a fuss about being taken for granted. She pretends not to, but the slight twitching of her shoulders is clearly visible from behind. Thanks to you, I've now completely gotten the hang of it. I'll just handle her this way in the future. Are you saying that I'm now doing my part? As a full-fledged adventurer? Yeah. Well, your part is 1 to my 9 though. Anyway, it seems that this variation of lone warrior, which our chieftain was so fond of, works better than I thought. But it's strange. No matter how much I strain my hearing, it doesn't seem like there are any goblins. That's natural. The 2nd floor is different from the 1st. Goblins are not always nearby, just because there is a trap. It's more convenient to view the traps on the 2nd floor simply as a topographical characteristic, because you find them everywhere you go. Now stop chatting and focus. Yes, this isn't the place to relax, so we again start seriously exploring the neighborhood. The place where we currently are was called Goblin Forest in the game. Its characteristic, other than the traps, is that the goblins here basically move in groups of 10. Occasionally, mutants such as goblin swordsmen or goblin archers also appear. Of course, when you go to the outskirts, the number of variants increases, and even higher grade monsters appear. That's something we don't have to worry too much about, since we're only going to cover the area near the entrance portal. There's nothing nearby. We finish our patrol in a radius of about 200 m around the portal. There were countless traps along the way, but no goblins. What should we do? First, get rid of all the traps in this area, and then gradually increase the range. We gradually expand our territory by removing the traps with stones from afar. If there is any danger, you have to run to the first floor. It'll be troublesome if you step on a trap while running. When the radius expanded to more than 500 m, Uncle Erwin stops her footsteps and whispers. I also hold my breath. It's a group of goblins. How many? I don't know. Definitely more than 10-inch. Distance? About 50 m. I guess they haven't noticed us yet. What should we do? What kind of nonsense is she talking about? Fight. Erwin doesn't talk back at my words. It must be a little scary, but she knows it too. That we have no choice but to fight. If you don't like fighting, you shouldn't have entered the labyrinth. How much closer can you get without being detected? I think I could go up to 30 m if it's just me alone. More than that is too much. Goblins have a more sensitive sense of smell than I thought. Right. After a brief deliberation, I decide to go ahead with the plan I'd mentioned earlier. Erwin starts slowly creeping through the bushes towards the group of goblins. Is that what a fairy is? It's still amazing every time I see it. There's not even the slightest sound of rustling coming from the bushes. Soon after, Erwin stops. When she looks back at where I stand, I give her a nod. Turning back, she draws an arrow on the bowstring and shoots. Hoosh. Did she hit? I have no idea. It's so far away that I couldn't even hear the arrow striking. I hope she hit the middle of the forehead properly this time. Thud, 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 thud. As the first arrow is fired, I start running straight towards Erwin. Gruck! Grurruck! Even as the goblins rush in all excited, Erwin calmly prepares her second shot. Hoosh! I feel this every time, but that's some crazy rate of fire. I couldn't feel these aspects at all while playing the game. Thump! One of the goblins falls down while running. He was hit at the neck, not the forehead. Well, even for a fairy, hitting a moving creature accurately from a distance must be hard. Erwin, step back. Yes! Erwin retreats without hesitation, disappearing from my view. Now all I can see is the goblins rushing in front of me. A group 3 times the size of the ones we met on the first floor. Even if they're just goblins at this level, it might be a little daunting. Surprisingly, there's no fear at all. No, rather, pound. The warrior's heart possessed by this body is throbbing aggressively, and the heat is crawling up to my head. Gulp, gulp, grurruck. As their menacing howls ring out, I return my own war cry. Spay arte. Fuck it all. Chapter 13. Second floor 3. A total of 9 goblins are now attacking me. 8 regular goblins, with 1 goblin swordsman mixed among them. As for the swordsman, he's only holding a scimitar about 60 centimeters tall, but compared to the others carving knives, it can really be called a magnificent sword. Grrrruck. I hit the goblin rushing at the forefront in the temple with my hammer. Bang! 1 hit, 1 kill. The goblin dissolves into motes of light and disappears before it can even fall to the ground. It's too early to be happy, though. I've only killed 1. Grrrruck. Scared of attacking on their lonesome, 2 goblins coordinate their attacks from both my sides, each one with a carving knife in hand. I dash to the right and push one back with my shield, which lets me pivot and hammer the other. Thud! This is the second, but I don't have the time to even catch my breath, because someone has already reached my rear and jumps in from behind. The goblin swordsman. Kaya-ha! It makes a screeching hiss like a snake. I immediately hit the floor with a roll. Whiz! A blade passes above me with a sharp sound. The goblins, seeing me rolling on the ground, rush in. This is why the second floor is several times more dangerous than the first. It's impossible to deal with 4 normal goblins from this position, no matter how superior you are physically. I have no choice but to suffer a few injuries. Had I been alone, that is... Hoosh! Another arrow, shot from the bushes, pierces a goblin's forehead. Seems Erwin's gotten back to sniping. Thud! I quickly bounce back up from where I'd been rolling on the floor. With shield in hand, I rush into the middle of the enemy lines. It's natural for a warrior to draw aggro, isn't it? You little fuckers. All of you come on. Blocking with the shield, swinging the hammer, dodging, kicking with my feet, headbutting, etc. While I run rampant in the middle of the goblin formation, teetering on the edge of the seething madness within my barbarian blood, Erwin, who's re-established her position, fires arrows like crazy. Hoosh! 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 The arrows, fired every 2 to 3 seconds, are a great distraction for the goblins. Gr Gruck. Maybe because she's in a bit of a hurry, but not every arrow hit a critical point. Hoosh! Shoulders, arms, stomach, chest, thighs, etc. It always hit somewhere. Some of the arrows were even infused with spirits, and the arrowheads burst into flame on impact. So as to not lose to her, I keep smashing the goblin bastards' heads with my hammer one by one, keeping my distance because I'm wary of the arrows. Bang! Thud! It takes little time for the number of goblins to be reduced to 2, and they begin to run away. I handle the one jumping like crazy, and Erwin puts an arrow on the back of the head of the other. You have defeated a goblin swordsman. EXP +1. Seeing the battle was over, Erwin, who'd been hiding in the bushes, appears and approaches me. Uncle, are you injured? Fine. How about you? Me too. Good. Then let's collect the mana stones. After that, we split into 2 and walk around picking up the arrows and the mana stones. I did defeat the goblin swordsman in the melee, but getting his scimitar is impossible, because all their clothes and weapons have disappeared into motes of light, same as the first floor. Here's 6 in total. We managed to harvest a total of 11 mana stones, including the 2 that Erwin killed first from ambush. Considering the fact that I made only 44 by walking around all day on the first day, I am more than satisfied. This battle took less than 2 minutes in contrast. Come on, take them. 2? Thank you. I take 9, and Erwin gets 2. Although they're all 9th grade, the swordsman has a bit more weight than the general goblins, so I took that into consideration while distributing the loot. Can we just keep doing this? Yeah. Was there anything that made you feel uncomfortable or dangerous during this battle? No, there really wasn't. After that, it's time to review the battle and find possible improvements in the fighting tactics. We haven't been able to find anything to fix right now, but that's just proof that we're still immature. As the number of battles increases and experience accumulates, our tactics will naturally get better and more refined. Okay, then let's finish up here and move on. Yes, I checked the time one last time. 1:31. How much income can I earn by the end of the 4th day, I wonder? We circled around the portal, slowly expanding the radius. And after increasing the radius by more than 3 kilometers, we actually started encountering a group of goblins about once every 5 minutes. And naturally, I met a goblin archer. Kiki. The goblin archer, who had a slightly more distinctive sound than Gruck, was definitely a menacing opponent. It wielded a small short bow that resembled a harp, and unlike the other goblins, the arrowheads were poisoned. It even knew how to use stealth magic. But you have defeated a goblin archer. EXP +1. As long as I concentrated, this barbarian body could react to flying arrows, and it was possible to dodge them or block with a shield. Well, I did still have to be careful. There's one more goblin archer. Take it out first. Yes, no matter how much of a barbarian you are, an arrow to the head is still an insta-kill. When I got back to the city, I'd have to buy a helmet first. Let's rest for a while. At last. After finishing one more battle, we moved to the empty area near the portal for some rest. You can sleep first if you want. Really? She really didn't stand on courtesy. As I smiled and nodded my head, she sat down on the bare floor and glanced at me like a tired puppy. What about the backpack and blanket? Here you go. I put down the heavier bag and took out a blanket, and less than a minute later, I could hear snoring. Tss. Compared to the traditional barbarian style, it sounded infinitely small and gentle. She really was tired. Up until now, she always slept without making a sound. Well, maybe it was because she was now feeling psychologically safer. 1820. We hunted around the goblin forest for about 15 hours. We had to fight more than 10 enemies each time, but the more we got used to it, the less dangerous it got, and the faster we went. As a result, the income was rising at a rate that would have been unimaginable on the first floor. But there were some moments of tension. As our patrol radius expanded, we started to meet other adventurers. So far, we'd met others a total of 11 times. They were all groups of 3 or more, and sometimes there were teams consisting of different races. Each time, we passed each other by from a distance, as was customary, but it was exhausting every time. I was more afraid of those adventurer bastards than the goblins. And now, there was a reason to be especially vigilant. The problem is that she's too pretty. I looked at Erwin and sighed. Despite being a homeless wanderer for several days, she still had shiny silver hair, amber eyes that seemed to pull you in, and facial features that met all criteria to be called beautiful. As a woman, she was lucky. But as an adventurer, well, who knows? Among the groups of adventurers we encountered, there were some bastards who licked their lips as soon as they saw Erwin. Let's hope nothing worrisome happens. Am I that pretty? What the fuck? Weren't you just snoring? Go to sleep. Yes. As if she'd been talking in her sleep, Erwin roughly answered and immediately started snoring again. Z's. Really, who are you? The fairies I knew hadn't been like this. Day 4, Day 5, Day 6. After entering the goblin forest, time flew by quickly, and the 7th day is now about to start soon. The day has finally come to leave the labyrinth. When I get back, I'll sleep first. I feel you. There is only one way to leave the labyrinth and return to the city. Wait for the floor to close. At the set time, the labyrinth spits out the adventurers on the floor back to the city. 168 hours for the first floor, 240 hours for the second floor, and so on. The higher the floor, the longer you can be active in the labyrinth. However, we plan to go down to the first floor and leave for the city just before the end of the 7th day. Today, we won't go as far as yesterday, and only move in the vicinity. Yes, there are several reasons to leave early. When the first floor is closed, the portal also disappears, meaning there's no way to retreat if an unexpected situation occurs. The food, too, is running a bit low. There's also the option of buying food in exchange for mana stones from the adventurers you meet occasionally, but there's no need to overdo it. Above all, we only have no more than 10 intact arrows left. No matter how sturdy the arrow may be, this is inevitable because it's a consumable item. Had these been the wooden arrows from Earth, they wouldn't have even lasted beyond one use. It really feels like a different world. 22:27. Checking the time, we pause our hunt. Just in case, let's go back. Yes, currently, we are at a point about 4 kilometers away from the portal. It should take 40 minutes to reach it at most. Of course, we could take some more time, but it would be better to go early than to be late and not be able to go down. Before we part, I have something to share with her as well. Be careful. Another trap has been set. We're going back the way we came, but at some point, a trap has been planted in the forest again. This means that the goblins have respawned. Well, just because they've respawned doesn't mean they'll suddenly appear out of thin air like in the game. You often see what look like rabbit holes inside the forest, and goblins always crawl out of those. So one time I tried waiting in front of one, and had Erwin start a fire, but there was no response. I couldn't even check the bottom of the hole, because the whole thing collapsed instantly after breaking the ground. Step. Erwin, walking in the front, stopped suddenly. A group of goblins about 70 m away at 1 o'clock. There are 8 regulars, 2 swordsmen, and 2 archers. She's now so used to giving a perfect briefing that I don't need to ask anything. Are we going to fight? Fight. Long conversations are not necessary. At my nod, Erwin takes the lead as usual and clears her way through the bushes. Then she stops me with a hand gesture, moves about 10 meters further by himself, takes position, and draws an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow flies. Thunk! It's probably the goblin archer who she hit, because I told her to make them her top priority if possible. Uncle! Alright, you go back. Erwin shoots one more arrow at the goblins rushing in, and falls back, passing the baton to me, a process that's become so familiar by now. I rush forward, smashing the swordsman mixed among the regular goblins with my hammer. Thud! It's a good feel, so no need to hit twice. Way-o-ar-or! As I roar from the center of their formation, the goblins falter. Yeah, you better be scared, you bastards. Bang! The moment the goblins pause, I dash to explode the head of the other swordsman. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr remains the same. Whoosh. Thunk. The arrows start to fly in earnest. She must have already taken her position. There have been times in the past when our targets overlapped, where I almost got hit by an arrow when our movements we countered each other. But such mistakes have gradually disappeared. I've started to be able to roughly predict which enemies Irwin would prioritize, and aim where in which circumstances. I don't think this is normal either. Puff. After less than a minute, the battle ends when I hit the back of the head of the last goblin, trying to escape. I'd heard that there were 2 goblin archers, but no arrows flew at me during battle. Looks like the first 2 surprise shots had taken them out. Well done, Irwin. Heh heh. But if you've already got all the archers, tell me. It's annoying to keep worrying about it. I'm not sure if the last one was right. Well, that makes sense. Inaccurate information can be really dangerous. She really has grown up, now. I'm somehow feeling a bit happy. Hurry up. Take what you need and go. Yes. Afterwards, while I'm busy collecting the mana stones, Irwin calls me urgently. Uncle, there's something strange. Looking around, I see a ball of light the size of a fist floating in the air. I know what it is. It's the first time I've actually seen it. Essence. It's definitely from the Goblin Archer. To be honest, I was blown away as soon as I saw it. How lucky do you have to be to get this? I mean, is this essence? This? Yeah, definitely. What should I do? As one can tell just by looking at her reaction, essences are more valuable than treasures to an adventurer. Essences are the cornerstones of the skill system of Dungeon and Stone. Hey, will you become a goblin if you eat this? No way. You'll only get a fraction of the abilities that goblins possess. For example, the guy who tracked us down by smell on the first floor. He might have absorbed the essence of the Blade Wolf. What should I do? How many times are you going to ask the same question? Although the ratio is 9-1. She seems to be greedy for this. Do you want it? No, it's not like that, but what if? There's no particular reason not to give it to her. But is it an illusion that she somehow seems to be getting more impudent day by day? I answer her, smiling. If you promise me one thing, I will give you the essence. Goblin Archer essence is not very attractive to me as a barbarian. It might be of some help right now, but the total number of essences one can absorb is fixed. If you want to remove it later, you'll have to spend a ton of money. Really? Yeah. See those wide round eyes? A smile leaks out. It's strange to even think about it. Essence drops with a very low chance when hunting monsters. By the way, did the essence of a Goblin Archer drop rather than that of a normal goblin? It's lucky enough to be called beginner's luck. Is my bad luck finally turning around? At first, I was going to tell you after we went down to the first floor, but I'll just tell you now. Erwin. Hey yo, what are you doing now? Damn my luck. As I'm about to get Erwin to promise me one thing, a cry is heard from afar. Don't move. A party of 4 human adventurers. They spot us from afar and quickly close the distance with firm expressions on their faces. To be honest, I'd expected this. Oh, uncle, this is the correct process. Did I get lucky? No way. I've been different from others since I was young. For me, luck has always been something you have to seize for yourself, not something that drops down from the sky. Erwin, prepare to fight. Just like this. Chapter 14. Return 1. The moment Erwin draws an arrow with a nervous expression on her face. I push her forward. Erwin, who was suddenly pushed from the back, has to take a step forward to keep her balance. And in the process, her body comes into contact with the essence orb floating in the air. Swayama. The essence effused light, enveloping her form. Hey, you crazy bastard. Those bastards were aiming for the essence after all. Stop moving. I told you not to move. Soon, a group of 4 adventurers arrive and halt about 10 meters away from us. But so what? The essence has already been eaten. I take a step forward, my face undaunted. Why should I listen to you? That essence was ours. I can roughly picture the following situation if Erwin hadn't taken the essence. I might have been forced to give it up. We captured it by ourselves with Erwin's arrows, so I thought things would somehow work out as long as we just take it. If you want to fight, go ahead. I'll deal with you anyway. 4 versus 2. Although we are the numerically inferior party, I respond with a strong tone. The smaller the dog, the louder it barks. In order to avoid fighting as much as possible. Humans are also like beasts in that respect, and if they look down on you, they won't hesitate to bite you. The redhead, who seems to be the group's representative, silently grits his teeth. Come on, think like a leader. If the essence still remained untouched, it might be a different story. But now that the owner has already been decided, there's nothing to gain from fighting with us. So, it's wiser to just give up and go back. We demand compensation. What's this, whining? You guys must have regretted a lot when the essence appeared and then disappeared in front of your eyes. But that's no reason for me to consider your demand. We took the essence we got by ourselves, so what kind of compensation are you talking about? Is there any evidence? It was us who just hunted that goblin. Do you have any proof? There's no point asking such an old-fashioned question. I mean, naturally, there can be no such thing. There are no CCTVs in the labyrinth. In the end, words spoken by the one with power become the truth. Like I said, if you want to fight, go ahead. We won't flinch either. I respond stubbornly, instead of any attempt to talk things out. If you're going to fight, go ahead. If you're going to try and talk us into something, fuck off. I don't even give them any time to think. I'll count down from 3. If you can't decide in time, we'll consider you enemies. Uncle, why can't you understand the atmosphere? Be still. Can't you see how scared they are, now that I'm going strong? 3, 2, we will leave. He makes his choice before I reach 1. Seriously, even if it were me on the other side, if a tattooed barbarian this large was the one counting, I'd make the same decision. Had it been me, I would have hidden the resentment burning in my heart and would try and take revenge later. They might not know any better either. Soon they disappear from view. Did they leave? Yes, I think so. We'll speed up till we reach the portal. Take the lead. At my instruction, Erwin starts clearing the way ahead at a breakneck pace. I have a faint feeling. Although we passed the encounter without bloodshed, it's not over yet. Any sign of those guys? I don't feel any. Oh, there's a group of goblins at 3 o'clock. What should we do? Ignore them. Yeah. Originally, I was planning to leisurely hunt some goblins on our way back, but there's been a change of plans. To leave the second floor as quickly as possible. And if possible, go down to the first floor and get as far away from the portal as possible. Hearing my plan, Erwin tilts her head. Will they follow us to the first floor? It's not about following. We just have the same destination. What do you mean? It's a simple guess. They were a party of 4. And 4 is a pretty good number to be active on the second floor. But why were they moving towards the entrance rather than away? The intention is clear. They too were probably planning to go down to the ground floor on the 7th day and return to the city. That's why we met here at this time. To put it simply, these guys came here to scout out the 2nd floor just like us. So, even with double our number, they were scared of us and ran away. Maybe it's not a proper party, just a loose group of adventurers that happened to meet on the 1st floor and improvised. I see. Erwin quietly nods at my explanation. I don't know if she understood correctly. You're amazing after all? So you didn't? I'll just follow your instructions from now on. Well, maybe that would actually be better. Because people who try and clumsily work their brains are more prone to accidents. Uncle, it's a goblin. Leave it. But it looks like it's already found us, you know? It's running our way right now. What? As soon as I listen to the situation, I feel a sense of incongruity. From the 4th day until now, there hasn't been even a single goblin who noticed us first. That's how excellent Erwin's senses are. No matter how different these are from back then, even if we're moving at a running pace now, this can't be a mere coincidence. Hasn't she even absorbed an essence now? Try detouring in the opposite direction. Yes. At my instructions, Erwin turns. In that moment, whoosh, an arrow is fired from the same direction she turned to. As soon as I sense it, I grab Erwin by the neck and pull her back. KHK. Erwin groans because of how much pressure I put on her airway. It's still better to just get choked for a little while, rather than being pierced in the neck. Thunk! As soon as I hug Erwin and cover my upper body with the shield, the arrow bounces off it. Even such a glancing blow has so heavy an impact. Is it that bastard with the crossbow we met earlier? I could have avoided it. Erwin squeaks some words out. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to listen right now. Was there? Just run. We start running again, diagonally, with Erwin in the lead. Uncle, you don't need to pull me like that. Even if there's another arrow. Be quiet. I'm thinking. Erwin's voice tapers off as she bites her lips tightly. I continue my thoughts while we run, still being vigilant about our surroundings. I don't know how they managed it, but they lured out the goblins. And now, they've set up an ambush from the opposite direction, trying to gobble us up. If I run away like this, will I be able to get to the portal safely? No way. Looking at the possibilities, I judge the chance of success to be extremely low. They have a crossbow in front of us. The goblins are continuing their pursuit behind us. You'd have to be lucky all the way to reach there alive. Well, I'm not a guy with that kind of luck, to say the least. I'm going to have to fight. It's time to catch a few breaths. During that, I come to the conclusion. Erwin, use your ability. Ability? I mean, use the power of the essence. The essences dropped by monsters contain their special abilities. For example, Goblin Archer, Agility +2, Flexibility +4, Vision +6, Sense of Smell +2, Perception +2, Cognitive Interference +6, Accuracy +8, Poison Resistance +4, Obsession +7. P. Poison Arrow, poison damage when using a bow-type weapon. A. Thief Step, gain stealth. This is the information that was displayed in the game. Increases stats and gives 1 passive and 1 active ability. This information should also apply in this world. There have been some variables so far, such as evil spirits, starting points, etc., but at least in these aspects the world has always been consistent with how things were in the game. Well, I don't know how to use it. I smile as I look at Erwin, who is looking bewildered at the sudden and unreasonable demand. It's alright. What's alright? I mean, you're already stealthed. As Erwin keeps running, her body turns hazy. Although, the effect is weak enough for her to be seen even from afar. Stop! When she stops walking, the stealth effect becomes stronger. This is why characters move slowly in the game. As time passes while she stands still, the effect goes beyond translucence, and she becomes almost transparent. Although there is a clear sense of incongruity at the borders, it won't be noticeable except at close range. In this dark forest, even less so. Wow! Erwin exclaims as she looks over her own body. She's surprised, but so am I. Although I think my reasons are slightly different from hers. There are no trigger words or anything like that. It seems to be a mechanism that activates skills according to just your will. Anyway, let's study this in more detail later. Erwin, take this. Yes. I hand the backpack to Erwin and give her rapid-fire instructions. Hide here, and when I give you the signal, shoot the crossbowman first. Never act before then. Understand? What do you mean? There's no time. I know you understand. I quickly finish what I have to say and immediately start running. Wait, signal. What's the signal? A muffled shout comes from behind, but it's much too risky now to go back. Step. I halt after moving about 30 m away from the original position. At first, I didn't even want to leave so far. If I'd stepped on a trap while running like this, I'd have been in big trouble. Gulk, gulk. As I turn back, I hear the goblins coming from the front left. And those sons of bitches. I still don't know where they are. They haven't made a single appearance since blocking our first step. But I'm not worrying too much, because it's obvious what those bastards are trying to do. Gulp, gulp. If they had been fighting the goblins, they'd have showed up first. They must have lured the goblins towards us intentionally. Returning to the present, I watched the goblins swarming towards me. Grurik, there are 2 swordsmen among the 10 goblins. It's lucky that they don't have any archers. Twang. There you go. I run towards the horde of goblins as an arrow strikes my shield. Of course, I can't run freely like I used to, because not only the goblin archer, but a human crossbowman also has me in his sights. Twang. After a period of about 10 seconds, another arrow flies in. It's the goblin archer this time too. Twang. After blocking the arrow with my shield, I smash the head of a goblin swordsman wielding a scimitar. In return, I get a stab in the leg from another goblin's carving knife. Thwack. Can't be helped. You have to take this kind of risk. Once the number of goblins starts decreasing, they'll feel impatient and show up too. Thwack. 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 While beating the goblins up thoroughly as befits this barbarian body that I possessed, I gradually take more and more injuries. Forearms, thighs, flanks, etc. Individually, they're not serious injuries, but it's different when all of them pile up together. Thwack. The poison is beginning to affect me, because I can feel a tingling sensation spreading outward from the wounds. But risking it all like this has allowed me to kill a total of 7 goblins already. Hoosh. Arrows fly in. 2 at the same time. Hoosh. They come from different directions. One would be the goblin archer, and the other would be the crossbowman. It's difficult to block both. I choose to protect my flank from the crossbow bolt with my shield. Bang! The sound the bolt makes is different from the goblin archer's arrows. Is this the power of a crossbow? While I'm thinking that, whoosh, a goblin arrow pierces my left elbow. Shit, it hurts. Did it hit the bone? Not only is it painful, but I can't even move the wounded arm any longer. Fuck, I try to stop the hit with my shoulder guard, but it's harder to do that than I thought. Thud. I throw away the hammer in my right hand without any regrets. I switch the shield from my paralyzed left hand to my right. If I have to choose between the hammer and the shield is always better. In the current situation, even more so. Puff, puff, thud. With the shield in one hand, I take care of the last 3 goblins and clear up the surrounding for the moment. The goblin archer also seems to have scarpered, and the arrows have stopped. I got injured while winning the first round, but have I at least pulled through? I shout, "Come out, you motherfucker." I never thought I'd say this to a human, not a goblin. But really, are the two any different? Wheeze. Nobody comes out at my call, but projectiles keep being shot from afar. It's the human crossbowman. As expected, I have no problem blocking. But, bang! Fuck, what is this? On every direct hit, the crossbow bolt pierces the iron plate and reveals its tip on the other side. One mistake, and will this hand also be done for? As I cover my upper body with the shield and peer over the edge into the forest, a voice reveals itself before long. Barbarian. 3 people show up in total. A redhead, presumably the leader. A samurai, with a single-edged sword similar to a Japanese katana. And a beanpole with a sword inboard. The crossbowman is still in hiding. It really was you. Yes, it was us. How did you lure the goblins? I don't ask any questions like that, because that would only weaken my position. Come on then. Is it because you're a barbarian? You're still full of energy even after dealing with so many goblins by yourself. Where's that fairy bitch? He's running his mouth a lot, but after all, this is the purpose. I think you've handed her your backpack too. It's better to speak plainly if you want us to be gentle. As soon as I hear those words, I can't help but burst out laughing. If you tell me, I'll let you gently depart. What kind of an idiot pushover? What do you take me for? Crazy. The leader frowns at my sarcastic chuckle, too. His face looks fed up. Apparently, I look too much like a standard barbarian. There'll be time enough for questions once we capture you. The leader exchanges glances with his colleagues, and together they all slowly close the distance. Capture. It's a nice word to hear. Just killing me won't give them much profit, that's true. There must be several reasons why they dared make a surprise attack. The magic stones we've gathered for 7 days. The equipment we're wearing. Erwin's beauty. To relieve their burning fires of envy. Seeing how they had to watch us get something fortuitous right in front of their noses. I'm feeling it all over again. Everyone, don't be anxious. Just think of it as hunting a large monster. Seriously, there are too many munchkins in this world only chasing after maximum efficiency 3. Well, I guess the same might happen to me too in the future. SSSK. I slowly raise my hand. I force my left hand, which hasn't been moving properly since an arrow with paralyzing poison got stuck in the elbow, to the top of my head. And? What are you doing? I raise the middle finger high. Wheeze. So that anyone who has lived in this world can see it as a unique sign. Thunk. Soon, a faint sound echoes through the forest. Chapter 15. Return to. Percy? Percy. The leader hastily called out someone's name. Of course, there was no answer, because I'd instructed Erwin to shoot the crossbowman first. What the hell did you do? The leader then asked me, but even so, did he already anticipate my response? Because he was being wary of his rear area, not of me. This was a very big mistake. I hate bastards who ask questions with already fixed answers. A lot too. Smash! The moment the leader's gaze turned to the bushes at his back. Without hesitation, I dashed forward and swung my shield. Whoosh! Unfortunately, I didn't feel the taste of impact. Did you avoid it? If it were a goblin, it would have disappeared into the light of the world without fail. Elise, now! At the leader's call, the samurai dashed towards me, slashing horizontally with a restrained posture. Clang! Sparks bounced off from the shield with a metallic sound. What crazy shock is this? I almost dropped my shield, but despite being surprised, I ran towards the three instead, to distract their attention and to give Erwin a more surefire opportunity. But, whoosh! Another smash missed. Was it because they were adventurers on the second floor? While trying to deal with them, I found the short reach of the shield to be particularly annoying for the first time. But the more I thought so, the more I narrowed our distance and swung my shield more aggressively. Then, I heard the sound I'd been waiting for. Wheeze. At last, Erwin's support fire had begun. However, the arrows didn't hit the forehead, neck, legs, or arms, because the bastard with swords and shield blocked them with his shield. I will stop the arrows. Don't worry and handle the barbarian. Somehow, he alone didn't fight. Did you decide to focus just on the arrows? Again, humans are too picky compared to goblins. Bang! As I was receiving the samurai's strike with my shield, the leader sharply swung his sword at my left arm. Slash! Fortunately, I managed to react in time, so it didn't cut deep enough. I did get cut, but it didn't mean much because the arm was already damaged, and it didn't even hurt too much because of all the paralytic poison. Hey, what a monster! The leader muttered at the sight of me, not even blinking at the cut on my arm. Fuck man, I have an excuse. Not cool. Spitting out some swear words, I pushed with the shield and forcefully deflected the samurai's strike. Then came another support fire. Wheeze. Maybe she just changed the shooting position, because it came from a completely different direction than before. Even as far away as she was, it wouldn't have been easy. Thud. The beanpole once again blocked the arrow with a shield. Are you some kind of outfielder? All you do is dive in with your body and block incoming fire. Just when I was getting irritated over the battle situation that showed no sign of progress. Crackle. The shield that was looking like a hedgehog, riddled with arrows, began to burn quickly. Shit. The beanpole couldn't stand the heat and threw the shield away. Sorry, but our archer is a spirit archer. That's why you should have used a full metal shield like me, you bastard. Whee! Since the annoying shield had disappeared, Erwin also fired another arrow without hesitation. She hit the beanpole's shoulder this time. And then, he lost even the sword he'd been holding and became a useless bastard. Elise, I'll take care of the fairy bitch. Only then did the leader grasp the situation, entrust me to the samurai, and run to the bushes. It was already too late for me to catch up. Shit. It seemed that I had no choice but to trust Erwin. Just stop and give up, barbarian. The samurai stepped back and spoke with a dignified voice. Really, fucking humans were always like this. What fucking bullshit is that? You're clearly trying to buy time until your leader comes back. Thud. As I dashed forward and used smash, the samurai's face wrinkled. You afraid? All alone? He isn't alone. I asked the samurai a question, but the beanpole was the one who answered, trying to stand up. In his left hand was the one-handed sword he dropped earlier. However, swish. Was it because he was right-handed? He wasn't any good with it. Your shield technique was also a wild mess. What's wrong with you? Slam. Taking a step back, I neatly evaded the beanpole's attack and knocked him down from a distance with a kick. The beanpole made an enraged squeal. I didn't know it would break like that. The beanpole fell to the floor, clutching his neck with both hands. I even wanted to use this opportunity to finish off the battle, but unfortunately my plan had to be cancelled thanks to the samurai. Thud. I couldn't get used to this heaviness behind the impact, no matter how many times I blocked it. Why was he hanging out with these bastards? Was there some story behind it? I didn't know, but it was the biggest mistake this bastard ever made in his life. Whoosh! As I used smash, the samurai dodged with a familiar distance. Immediately, I dropped my shield and reached out my hand, dashing once more. Let's call it grab while pretending to smash. Now I was too lazy to even name it. It wasn't fun anymore. The samurai, who got caught by the nape of his neck, looked perplexed. I guess you didn't expect this? I pulled the samurai towards me with full force. And, instead of moving my left arm, I used my mouth to bite his neck. Tear! And ripped it out. The samurai couldn't even scream. He took a step backwards, covering his neck with both hands, which was pouring blood like a fountain, his eyes blank. He crumpled to the floor. Uncle, did you handle that side on your own too? As soon as the battle was over, Erwin appeared from the bushes. Uncle Ha? I spat out the chunk of meat on the floor and wiped my mouth with my arm. Fuck, that was fucking filthy. The difficult battle was over. No, was I the only one who felt that way? Fortunately, Erwin was looking no worse than when we'd last parted, as if the battle was over before the enemies even got close. On the other hand, I was looking completely shredded. Uncle, drink this right now. Finally relaxed, I knelt on the floor, and Erwin held out a potion towards me. Gulp, gulp, gulp. I carefully emptied a bottle of potion as if I was drinking a herbal tonic. Although it looked like poison, Erwin explained that it was better to drink it because there was no single deep wound. Anyway, was it because I emptied the whole bottle? The feeling was completely different from usual. Lay off. Something was boiling inside me. I felt pain as if small chestnuts were bouncing around my blood vessels, and my skin was so hot that I felt like I was going crazy. This went on for over 10 minutes. Uncle, be strong. Erwin wiped the sweat off my body bit by bit with the old handkerchief. Was it because of the poison? Or was I just that dirty? I didn't know, but the white handkerchief turned completely black. I'd have to buy a new one later. Finished. It's okay now, it's okay. Having grown a little bit leaner, I struggled to get up from the floor. Looking down, I could see scabs covering the cuts and stabs, large and small. If I grabbed another bottle of potion, these would disappear too, but I decided not to. This looks a bit ugly. So, what if there are scars? I am a barbarian. Water. Yes, yes. Here you go. At one word, Erwin quickly rummaged through her bag and pulled out a water bottle. It sure felt like being the boss. Gulp, gulp. As I drank the whole bottle, my stamina began to slowly recover. Was the water this good? The veins that had bulged all over my body began to sink down. Take out my watch. With Erwin's help, I checked the time and stiffened up. 23:20. Damn, you don't even give me any time to rest. There were only 40 minutes left until the 7th day ended. If you can't get down to the first floor by then, you'll have to live for 3 more days in this damn place. Erwin, take off the clothes. Yes, yes. No, they're clothes, not yours. I didn't have the energy to talk, so when I pointed at the corpses, Erwin loosened her grip on her front collar. No, leave the clothes alone. We don't have time, so just pack the gear, magic bag, and backpack. Yes, yes. Knowing that there was no time, Erwin moved quickly. Oh, they'll go search that redhead and the crossbow guy too. Yes, be careful not to step on traps. While Erwin was away, I took the equipment off the samurai and the beanpole. Throw away the chest protector, the katan used by the samurai, and the wooden shield that is turned into charcoal. After the equipment classification was over, I made a rough estimate, selected only those that looked expensive and packed them up. And just as I was putting them in my backpack, Erwin arrived. You. It seemed a bit too heavy for her to carry 2 backpacks. But sorry, I can't help you. Because I have 3. I checked the time once more. 23:35. Only 25 minutes left. Let's run. Are you alright? You look tired. Never mind that. Erwin was full of concern, but seeing my expression, she nodded and started scouting. The marathon started. I'll follow you somehow, so speed up as much as you can and scout the way. Yes. I put Erwin in front first, and then I kept running while adjusting the pace. My body felt strangely heavy because of all the mental fatigue. No, was it just because of all these backpacks? Still, I can't leave these behind. I did all that hard work, so there should be a reward. Isn't that what you'd call a just world? Phew-hoo-hoo. How long had it been? Suddenly, a portal appeared in the distance. Erwin, who arrived first, was waiting for me in front of it. Her expression, an interplay of joy and regret, was like a shoujo manga protagonist. Fuck, this was a kind of atmosphere that made me feel like I'd be left behind. Feeling a bit anxious, I pulled out all the stops and spurred my steps. In? Go in first. Okay. Since this was reality, rather than a manga, I boldly omitted the emotional embrace and entered the portal. Flash. The burst of brilliance was the same as usual. But somehow, I felt the light embrace me. The feeling of returning to the first floor was not much different from when I'd entered the second floor. That same feeling of rolling inside something's stomach. Hey. Unfortunately, even the result coincided. No, was this worse? Thud. While I was almost jerked around by the head and thrown to the ground, Erwin landed fine this time as well. How the hell was this possible? When I was thrown on the second floor, I still floated in the sky and drew a parabola, but this time it was like somebody was pitching a fastball. Me being the ball. Obviously. Damn, my bones hurt. This is fun. Yeah, it would be. I too think it would be funny if there was a guy like me next to me. HAA. I got up, relaxing my aching body, and dusted off the dirt. And checked the time. 23:58. I was really close to being home safe. I didn't want to say I was lucky. Then there would be too many things to blame the heavens for. If things go well, it's because of me. If things don't go well, that too is because of me. Living like that is best for your mental health. You worked hard, uncle. Yeah, you worked hard too. We looked at each other for a moment and said goodbye. Wait, I feel like I forgot something. Loot distribution. All right, Essence. Erwin and I both shouted as if we'd remembered at the same time. Essence. Yes. You told me to promise you something. All right, there was that. Now I remembered what I had forgotten. But there was no time for a long talk. I quickly checked my watch again. 23:59. I looked at the second hand, and there were about 15 seconds left. I quickly closed the watch and raised my head to look at Erwin. So, that what was the name? I think it was something black. Black Whale. Let's meet at the Black Whale Tavern. Yes. Erwin nodded at my urgent cry. Now, I thought I'd be able to rest assured. The labyrinth is closed. The character is moving to Rafdonia. Oh fuck, I didn't tell her what time. Chapter 16. Return 3. The light covering my eyes gave way to something softer, and my vision returned. I looked up at the sky, a bit vacantly. It had been a long time since I'd last seen something so bright. Well, it was still a gloomy gray sky. You gonna go home, Derek? No way, I finally came out after a month. I'm going straight to the tavern after washing up. Mbapa, all adventurers below level 7, please come this way. The surroundings couldn't simply be described as noisy. It was only natural, since all the adventurers who'd entered the labyrinth were gathered in one place. Really, I had no idea there were so many adventurers in this city. It was like watching soccer fans cheering at Gwanghwamun Plaza during a World Cup. Click, click. I set my watch to 12 o'clock. Even if you spend a month inside the labyrinth, only one day passes in the city. No matter how many days you pass there, you come out at noon the next day. When I was playing the game, I thought it was just a quirk of the setting to improve the player's quality of life. In this way, even after visiting the labyrinth, you can continue your quests in the city without interruption. So I thought it was for the convenience of the users. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Who is it? It's a familiar voice. As I turned my head towards sound, I saw a barbarian of similar size as me. I remembered him quite clearly, as he was the first leader. Karak, the second son of Bloodnun. The third son of Farron. What? So, is Einar second? Anyway, it was easy for the tall barbarians to find each other in this crowd. Serum, Kinnick's fourth son. You came back alive too. Am glad you look well, Karak, third son of Farron. I was really just standing still, but the barbarians started flocking to my place. Ha 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 ha. The Blade Wolves were no big deal. Not a single one could handle more than one shot of my axe. That's only natural if it was your valiant axe, Parman, son of Naren. What kind of reunion was this? It was crazy lively. They greeted each other by calling out those long names without a break, and praised each other's valor. These guys were weirdly amazing. Your brains are filled with holes. So how come you managed to memorize those long names? Bjorn, what are you doing standing around? We're going to exchange the magic stones now. Don't you want to go together? I cleared my throat once and answered as loudly as I could. Oh, I will go. You look pretty tired. There's no power in your voice. Yes, I thought I was putting up a good act as a barbarian, but now my confidence was disappearing. The natives were really different. There it is, the place that proves the bravery of a warrior. Moving along with the barbarians, I was naturally able to follow the procedure as an adventurer. It wasn't a big deal. It was just a process of exchanging mana stones for money at the checkpoint. It's 24,476 stones. It's 28,420 stones. It's 41,498 stones. It was like some kind of checkout counter at a supermarket, especially when it came to speed. The officials sitting at the table were really quick at their jobs. They put the pouches of mana stones somewhere like checking for barcode, and when a number appeared, they took out money like machines. While I looked at the whole scene with a bit of curiosity, the savages around me, not knowing that they were embarrassing themselves, kept chatting with each other in loud voices. Oh, to earn more than 40,000 stones, that's amazing. Karak, third son of Farron, is a warrior among warriors. Man, was it because I'd been living with a fairy for the past few days? I couldn't get used to it at all. By the way, I needed to find Erwin as well. How come I could only find these guys, not the one I was actually looking for? Well, I did in fact just stand still. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Now it's your turn. As I was signed to myself, it was finally my turn. I walked over to the table and put my pouches in front of the seemingly soulless official. Are all 3 pouches magic stones? The other 2 belonged to the beanpole and the samurai. But now they were all mine, since about 40 minutes ago. Yes. As I nodded, the official placed the pouches on a scale or something, and told me the exact amount. 182,413 stones. A slice of bread was worth about 20 stones. So did I earn over 9,000 breads in 7 days? It felt like just yesterday, when I'd been feeling sad about catching a goblin and earning only a slice of bread. Somehow, I was feeling a bit choked up. It's 180,000 stones. Bjorn, son of Yandel, has earned 180,000 stones. This is the best record ever. Bjorn, son of Yandel, is the greatest warrior of all time. These bastards didn't even give me the time to get emotional. I quickly grabbed the money from the official and passed through the checkpoint. But as soon as I came out into the crowd, everybody could finally see my appearance properly, and the savages who'd come out before me began to tremble. Not just stones. He's even got a hammer. No, he's even wearing shoes. I'm so jealous. 3 pouches. Look at that watch. Does he even know how to read a watch? How can that be? Is Bjorn, son of Yandel, a wizard? Well, I don't understand your reaction either. Do you feel that reading is no different than magic? I am the first barbarian who went into the labyrinth naked and evolved into a civilized man. Fuck, I'm heating up because this praise is too freaking much for me to handle. Who? Calm down, Bjorn. I am the best warrior. What? At the same time, as I shouted, the barbarians also descended into a frenzy of enthusiasm. Then they picked me up and started tossing me into the air. But to my surprise, I was feeling better than I'd expected. Well, everything had gone well, after all. You can't make too much noise here. I'm sorry. I apologize. So, don't raise your voices. I get it. Finally, the madness subsided only after one of the officials came and said something. Then I regained my composure and sat on the floor like the barbarians around me, waiting for the remaining barbarians to finish passing through the checkpoints. That was then. I sensed a certain gaze and turned my head to see a fairy staring at me through the crowd of adventurers. Erwin, since when have you been watching? Hopefully after I finished getting tossed into the air. Whether she knew how I felt or not, when our eyes met, Erwin smiled as if she was happy. However, because she was talking to the beautiful fairy standing next to her, she quickly took her eyes off me. Curious, I listened into the conversation, and it was quite refreshing. Should I say that it felt too unrealistic to be chatting quietly and happily with your sibling? Sister, now I think I know how to deal with some spirits. Maybe that's why Grandma Greenthorn insisted that I make friends with them in the first place. Oh really? They say that the fire spirit has a rather quick temper, so you should be able to hear his voice soon. Well, so she's that type of person. I only have a barbarian girl next to me. So jealous. As I looked at Erwin with a longing for what I didn't have, our eyes met again. I wanted to tell her the time, so I mouthed the word out. Tonight. Erwin tilted her head, then smiled and answered in the same way. Yes. First of all, it was clear that this secret conversation felt quite interesting to Erwin. But I didn't know if she understood what I was saying. Did she actually say yes in the first place? Once I get out of the checkpoint, I should try and talk to her properly. The moment I thought this to myself, why are you looking over there like that? Do you know anyone? Oh no. Sister, could it be? At the question of the fairy next to her, Erwin waved her hands. Then, finding a gap in the conversation, she glanced at me and mouthed a word again. Sorry, I thought I got it right this time. Afterwards, I could understand her gesture of secretly pointing at the fairy's sister and shaking her head. It must have been because of this elder sister. Well, I didn't think it was a common situation. Bjorn, son of Yandel, where are you looking at like that? Do you know a fairy? Impossible. Naturally, there's no way that the greatest warrior of all time, like you would ever know one of those vile idiots. I wanted to shut this bastard's mouth, but I couldn't. At that loud voice, the fairies around us looked at me with piercing eyes. Among them was Erwin. She looked at me with bitter eyes and nodded her head as if understanding. Huh. As I was looking at those sad eyes, I suddenly came upon a realization. What the hell was I doing? It's not like we were Romeo and Juliet. Let's go. Soon after, the barbarians finished trickling out of the checkpoints and started to move out. It seemed impossible to talk to Erwin, who was surrounded by fairies no matter how long I waited, so I followed them too. Tiringly, there was another crowd in front of us. Dad, aren't you hurt? I missed you. Brother, here we are. Well, yes, there'd been something like this in the game. Put simply, the people here were families or friends of the adventurers. Let's go. I will open a path. Oh. I followed the barbarians through the crowd that bubbled with joy, excitement, despair, sorrow, and affection. Looking at their faces one by one, I felt weird. Lemurian, my husband, where's my husband? It can't be. Sorry. He asked me to pass this on to you. No way. I'd played Dungeon and Stone countless times. But it was my first time seeing those expressions everywhere that could have never been seen through the 2D graphics from beyond the monitor. I had a reason for moving with the barbarians. Because, like the previous checkpoint, there were still more procedures for beginners to go through in this city. However, my expectations went unexpectedly wrong. Time for some alcohol. Let's have a drink. Whoa. As soon as they came out of the labyrinth, the barbarians headed to the tavern. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna get out of here. Why is that? Bjorn, son of Yandel, the best warrior. Even a modifier got attached to this already long name. Telling myself to be patient, I got out of my seat, giving an excuse that I had no choice because I had a place to go. May fortune be with you, Bjorn, son of Yandel, the best warrior. I was feeling it again and again, but all my predictions based on common sense didn't seem to work. It's finally quiet. Being with these savages for a while was already driving me crazy. Did Erwin feel the same way while she'd been with me? Next time, I'd have to pay more attention to my acting. Thump, thump. After breaking up with them, I aimlessly wandered around the city. I did have a destination, but for now, I felt like I wanted to walk wherever my footsteps led me. Peaceful. The first time I'd seen this city, it was midnight, but now it was daytime, and the streets were full of people. Surprisingly, that gave me a sense of security. There were no monsters here. No one to hurt me. Even if you fall asleep on the road, you'll be able to safely wake up. No, maybe someone will even give you a helping hand. There were laws, rules, and leeway here. Of course, it was still a distant world, and unlike how it looked on the surface, I knew that almost everything, including their ideas, culture, and social systems, would be barbaric compared to the 21st century. But it was still so peaceful, at least compared to the 7 days I'd spent inside the labyrinth. I wanted to immerse myself even more in that sense of stability, so I kept walking. Maybe it was because the adventurers had just poured out of the labyrinth, but my blood-soaked appearance didn't really stand out. No one spared me a strange glance. But as I kept walking down the street, I felt like having a bath. So I entered the first inn I saw, got a room, and washed myself. It was a little strange. More blood than dirt came out as I kept washing. After rinsing hard for about an hour, I now felt that the clothes I was wearing were too filthy. Damn, I'd have to go buy some clothes and come back to wash these. I was feeling sleepy, but I still went out to the street and found a clothing store. But how come? No one looked at me strangely, but I was somehow feeling embarrassed. I took off my top and wore just the trousers that were stained with dirt and blood. And now I felt like a savage again. Why? Welcome. As soon as I entered the store, a kindly-looking assistant approached me. Although I was a barbarian, looking like a beggar, she had a bright smile. I'd never seen such a professional shop assistant even in Seoul. Do you want some clothes? If you would like to make a custom order, please visit the building next door. Oh, you're looking for something to wear right now? I'm not sure if there's anything the right size, but I'll take a look. With her help, I was able to buy a pair of tight-fitting shirts and black trousers. The price came to a total of 2,500 stones. No idea if I got ripped off or not. I'd never bought and tried on clothes without any function in the game. Come back next time. Now that I was feeling more like a person, I returned to the inn. I'd thought this the first time I saw the officials exchanging magic stones, and I felt it again while talking to the shop assistant just now. This city exuded a strangely modern atmosphere. Rafdonia. Most of the buildings were made of stone, with multiple stories. No, it was hard to find a building with 3 stories or less on the street, and when I'd been washing, it was with water coming out of a faucet. Life in this city might be more comfortable than I'd have thought. Returning to the inn, I soon dropped down on the bed. Recalling the events of the past 7 days one by one, I realized that I was also a human being not much different from Uncle Hans. When I first fell here, my only goal was to survive. But what about now? In the end, I spat out the words that I'd wanted to say countless times, but endured. I want to go home. I want to go back, even if no one welcomes me there. Chapter 17, Rafdonia 1. Slowly, I opened my eyes. I closed them again and told myself, get up and get to it. As I recalled all the various homework I had to do in this city, my drowsiness started to subside. All right, showtime. First, I checked the time, 21:18. I'd come out of the labyrinth around noon, so leaving out the other odds and ends, I'd slept for around 4 hours. But was it because I finally slept on a bed? It felt incredibly refreshing compared to the last time I'd taken a nap on the ground. My stomach growled. I still had some leftover bread that I'd eaten in the labyrinth, but I decided to go out for a bite. In a world where money was no different from life, it felt like an acceptable degree of luxury. Even after washing my body so hard during the day, I still felt smelly somehow, so I had another quick rinse before leaving the inn. Trudge, trudge. As I walked the night streets that were much quieter compared to the daytime, I was feeling a bit stifled. Not psychologically, but physically. The beige shirt that I was wearing was medieval style, with an open chest, lace sleeves and neck. Instead of buttons, there was a cross string like a shoelace on the deep V-neck. It was tight even with the neck opened as wide as it could go. I could see why barbarians went topless. Because they couldn't get any clothes the right size. What a pitiful race. But where should I go? Right now, my priority was to go meet Erwin at the agreed meeting place. The problem was that I didn't know where the Black Whale Tavern was. I was sure it was south of the Dimensional Plaza with the Labyrinth Portal, but the city had been compressed in size by tens of thousands of times in the game, so that wasn't very helpful. So I ended up asking for help from some passersby. Black Whale Tavern? Was there anything like that? This is my first time hearing about it. Most responded that they'd never heard of it, until a middle-aged man with gray hair. The Black Whale Tavern? I haven't heard that name in quite a while. You look young. How do you know about it? It must have been a decade since it was gone. Thank you for saying I look young, but the rest of it isn't very pleasing. You mean it's gone now? Yeah, it was a store that had been running for several generations, but it changed hands after the owner fell into gambling debts. And the name changed, too. My hypothesis, ever since the labyrinth, gained more credence. Had the game been set in the past compared to the current era, after all? If so, issues like the evil spirits or the relationship between the barbarians and the fairies could also be explained. It looked like I'd have to go visit the library first once the sun rose. Thank you. You've been very helpful. I don't think I've ever seen a barbarian as polite as you. I broke up with a native uncle after that, and kept wandering the night streets. Although the name had changed, but it seemed that the pub itself was still in business, so I thought I'd give it a try. I hoped that Erwin, too, would come to meet me. Pi Dempus. Reaching my destination, I couldn't help but pause for a moment. I could read the pronunciation, but I didn't know the meaning. Was it in something like an ancient language from this world? I thought it was necessary to actively study the language which my brain somehow had naturally understood. Ha ha ha. If you're gonna fight, go out and fight, you bastards. The inside of the tavern was exactly how I had imagined it to be. Drunk people, adventurers, music, messes, tobacco smoke, even the occasional demi-human. As I was scanning that place standing at the entrance, I saw a flash of familiar silver from a back aisle corner, as well as a pair of slightly protruding, pointy ears. A form I was only too happy to find. Step! One of the fucking drunk bastards bumped my shoulder as he staggered towards the aisle. Well, that alone wouldn't have been a problem. Fairy girls, you look bored by yourselves. Do you want to accompany this brother for a drink? He went to Erwin's place and threw out some clutch lines. While actually thinking about it, it was no big deal. But, is it because this pub's in the gutters? It's only got whiny rat bitches like you. Erwin? Did you transform or something? What? Or dash rat? The fucking idiot could only make a bewildered face at that sharp sting of sarcasm. I probably wouldn't have done much better in his place either. Go away. Unless you're looking to get a hole in your forehead. Judging by the fact that she especially liked the forehead, I probably did mistake the person. What the hell? I had to go and check this out. But before that, I'd like to get rid of that guy first. What are you doing? As I approached and grabbed his shoulder, the arrogant uncle quickly turned his head. And closed his eyes right away. Didn't you hear her telling you to fuck off? I heard. Then why are you still here? Instead of answering, the uncle carefully skirted around me and went back to his seat, this time without a single stagger. And then, oh, uncle! I heard the tone I'd already been familiar with. But I wasn't surprised. Because from the beginning, I never really thought that Erwin had some kind of split personality. It's the truth. Hey, didn't that guy also say fairy girls just now? Are you that barbarian? Because it was a corner table. It was hidden from view by a pillar, but there were a total of 2 people sitting there. Yeah, that barbarian is probably me. But who are you? Her older sister. She really had a sister. Somehow, she looked exactly the same from the side profile. Is her older sister your name? Don't be an idiot. You can call me Terja. Erwin's last name was Terja, too. Apparently, she didn't want to tell me her name. I see. Terja, can I sit down now? As you please. I sat down without hesitation and observed Terja. First of all, they didn't look like twins. She looked about 3 to 4 years older, and when viewed from the front, their facial features were quite different. The eyes especially seemed to hold a ferocious atmosphere. Or maybe it wasn't just the eyes. Barbarian. I am Bjorn, son of Yondel. Whatever you say. Anyway, why the hell did you bring this little girl to this pub? Sister? You stay still. Erwin felt the mood and tried to intervene, but was blocked. Things were getting pretty funny. Leaving aside why Erwin brought her sister along, I didn't think she disliked me just because I was a barbarian. I could feel that intuitively. I'd have to figure it out later. Terja, for what purpose did you want to see me? Erwin stayed out all night last night. When I asked, she said she was waiting for someone at the tavern all night. I wondered what kind of guy was stringing my sister along. Wait, I don't understand. What do you mean? Last night? Trying to wash your hands of it? Looking at her face, it didn't look like she was joking. Erwin, how many hours have passed since you came out of the labyrinth? 30 hours or so. Crazy. I slept for over a day, not just 4 hours. No wonder it felt so damn nice. I apologize. I didn't even know that the day had passed since I was sleeping. At my polite apology, Terja gave me a look of surprise. I was feeling somewhat pitiful. She didn't even raise a stink over the fact that I'd slept for over a day and missed it. I never thought a barbarian would be punctual. Anyway, I had nothing to say. So, why did you tell Erwin to come here? Well, There was quite a long explanation, and there were many reasons. I just cut it short and drew a line. I have no obligation to tell you. If you're curious, ask Erwin later. Literally translated, it meant don't worry about it and lay off, but fortunately, Terja also understood my meaning. The corners of her lips twisted in a curve. How funny. A rookie who's just entered the labyrinth doesn't know his place. What does being a rookie have to do with it? Erwin is an adventurer. Unless you plan to take care of her for the rest of her life, you'd better drop that attitude. How barbaric. Sister? Uncle? While we were having a stare down, Erwin alone was fidgeting impatiently. Soon, Terja took something from her pocket and put it on the table. Hey, race 350,000 stones. Why are you giving this to me? Price of the essence that Erwin absorbed. Oh, so she was telling me to take the money and vamoose. I was very familiar with this kind of development that was a staple of daytime soap operas, so it just felt weird. Why don't you take it? Or do you have other intentions? It's not like that. If she paid with good money, I too had no intention of asking Erwin for a promise in return for the essence. However, I had to hear it straight from Erwin first. Do you have the same opinion? That is, Erwin wiggled in place. Was she that scared of her sister? Originally, I was going to discuss it once we were done sharing and were alone, but now that we were done, I decided to do it now. The promise I was going to ask you for was that you would help me until I got the essence I wanted. Is that all? Yes. If possible, I'd like to keep the team running even after that, but that's separate. No promise required. In future, we'll divide the loot 5:5. In a nutshell, it meant having a two-person party. How would Erwin respond? She didn't take long. Sorry. It was a rejection. In place of Erwin, who was bowing her head, her sister explained the reason. Erwin will enter the labyrinth with me from now on. From now on? According to tradition, she had to go alone the first time, but I never intended to leave her by herself. I see. Since the tutorial's over, a chauffeur was here to carry her for the rest of the game. Fucking bloodlines. If you understand, take the pouch. I decided to cleanly give up on Erwin. Although she was a good friend, there was no reason to forcefully stick with her. But the calculation had to be done properly. 350,000 stones is probably the half-average price of an essence, right? Of course, it's a loot you two earned together. From the standpoint as an old hand at this game, experienced enough to be called rotten water, too, I judged 700,000 stones to be a pretty decent amount. But the ratio was wrong. Then this isn't enough. There need to be 280,000 stones more. The promised distribution ratio was 9-1. Fine. Terja pulled out another pouch from her pocket without a fuss. Suspicious, I checked it, and it contained exactly 280,000 stones. Motherfucker, was she just treating me like some pushover? Obviously, if I hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have given anything other than the 350,000 stones. Oh, you mean bitch. I could see why barbarians hated fairies so much. If your business is over, will you please step away? I have something to discuss with Erwin. What exactly do you plan to discuss? Another fight was about to start, but Erwin intervened. Big sis, thank you for taking care of me and coming all the way here, but I think you can go now. Erwin, I have to say my farewells to Uncle Tuya. I get it, you aren't a child anymore. Taking a deep breath and saying something she didn't even mean, Terja finally looked at me. Make an oath, Barbarian, that you won't sleep with Erwin. Then I will leave immediately. Yes? Did I hear you wrong? Oh, sister? Well, I guess I heard right. Don't sleep with. Does it mean that all types of skinship before that is allowed? I swear, on my honor as a warrior. You dash, uncle. Done. Finally, Terja got up from her seat. And, oh, I forgot. Thank you for saving Erwin, Barbarian. Leaving a last sentence, she coolly left the tavern. Jingling. Hearing the bell hanging over the door, Erwin drooped over the table. Huh, what should I do? I've never been treated like this before. Could sister be angry? She isn't. How do you know? Because she looked at you once before leaving and fucking snickered. You didn't see her. Wait a minute, if that's the case, why did she ask me that shit? Erwin scratched her head a few times before coming back to her senses. All right, apologies. I appreciate the suggestion, but it had already been decided long ago that I'd go with my sister. No apologies necessary. Even if it were me, a high-leveled fairy, carrying me out of familial loyalty would have been a dream come true. Although I couldn't imagine one of them willingly hanging out with a fucking barbarian. Well, just take this first. Erwin took out a small pouch and placed it on the table. Exactly 63,000 stones. The price of the crossbow, as well as the mana stones the leader had. I didn't know what the actual amount was, but I had no doubts. Because it'd be meaningless. Anyway, how much should I pay if I divide this by 9:1? Ah, I took care of my share, so you don't have to pay anything back. Yeah, alright. I mean, anything else at this point would be crazy. I left the backpacks the two of them had in my dorm for now. There are many things, but I think it would be good to see them for yourself tomorrow. I agree. Because we'd already been together for a few days, she really knew what I was curious about. I didn't have to say a single word, but the loot distribution agenda was settled in an instant. However, moving to the next agenda, Erwin spoke with a more cautious attitude. Then how can I repay you? Repay? I told you. I will definitely repay your grace. Oh, she did mention that in the past. Grace. Erwin gulped nervously. I guess this was why her sister made me swear that oath at the end? I wonder if she's expecting something strange from me? Stop teasing me. Out with it. Her eyesight had sharpened a lot. She noticed right away that I was messing with her. I can't think of anything right now. I want to order something first. Anything you want to eat? I'm not hungry. Then I'll just order mine. As soon as I glanced at the menu hanging on the wall, Erwin spoke as if she'd just remembered. Oh, then drink. Let's have a drink, please. Drink. Yes. I didn't even drink a sip yesterday, on purpose. I wanted to drink my first returning wine with you. Erwin smiled brightly and looked at me with eyes that seemed to be fishing for praise. Returning. Come to think of it, there was such a custom. Well, it was a bit different from the feeling of drinking a can of beer after work. For demi-humans who grew up in their sanctuaries until they reached adulthood, the week of first return had a greater meaning than one might think. But what should I say in this situation? That's nice. This is when you say, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're friends who've lived together in the labyrinth. So of course we should be together for the week of first return. What the hell did she want? While I was pondering, Erwin scratched her cheek. Of course for you, this isn't your first return. What do you mean? This is my week of first return too. Yes. Why are you surprised? Didn't I say that I was 22? Wasn't that a joke? So that's why, no matter what I said, she just kept calling me uncle. This was my first time entering the labyrinth. Is that so? Soon after, Erwin slowly peeked into my eyes, went to find the waiter, and started ordering on her own. The food arrived about 20 minutes later. You've worked hard, uncle. She was just going to keep calling me uncle, looked like. Fine. Do whatever you want. We won't see each other again for a long time anyway. You worked hard too. We drank, ate, and continued to chat. In the labyrinth, we'd mostly talked when absolutely necessary, so this was our first time having such a private conversation. But things couldn't go on like this forever. Uncle, are you wearing a shirt today? Yes. And you were wearing a skirt. We've exhausted all other possible topics. Erwin, didn't you say that you'd repay the grace? Yes? Yes, what is it? Then, try using the ability you used back then here and now. Erwin tilted her head. Now whether this could really be called a reward. It was an important issue for me. What's the difference between an essence inside the game and an essence in reality? I needed to definitively confirm this in advance. Maybe I'd need to revise my training methods. But why all of a sudden? There's something I want to check. But isn't it illegal to use your abilities inside the city? You get caught right away. By the guards. This was the reason why skills couldn't be used inside the city while playing the game. So there was no way at all? While I was thinking, Erwin offered a suggestion. How about going to a place where there are no people? Oh, my place isn't an option. Other races are prohibited from entering. The fairies seem to have their own accommodations. What should I do anyway? Should I just take you to a dark alley? As I was pondering, Erwin found the answer first. How about going to your room? I guess that works. Chapter 18. Rafdonia 2. After I returned to the inn, with a slightly tipsy Erwin in tow, I started observing her body from up close. Of course, the oath I'd sworn on my honor with her sister was never broken. Although I did wonder how much such an oath meant to me as a warrior in the first place. Erwin, loosen up a bit more. Even if you say that. Currently, I was forcibly stretching Erwin. My shoulders. I think my shoulders are going to fall off. I dashed. It's not even supposed to bend this way in the first place. Really? Are you sure? Yes. On the name of my clan. As soon as I relaxed my grip, Erwin immediately flopped down on the bed. Flexibility plus 4 foot wasn't that obvious from the outside. Well, hadn't the game been the same? Again, are you going to go again? No. Rest for now. Dungeon and Stone was a brutal game. Just look at the stats. Body, mind, and ability. There are 3 main stats, but if you click the plus button next to one, thousands of substats come out. For example, if the physical strength, a body substat, increases, the weight that can be carried, physical attack power, etc. are corrected accordingly. Flexibility? Even if only slightly, evasion rate and critical strike rate increase. Vision? Ranged weapon attack radius and the character's visual range get larger. Sense of smell becomes a factor to enhance any related ability, and accuracy rate is literally the accuracy rate. Therefore, even if the body stat is the same at 50, the character's scope of action can be completely different depending on the finer details. Note that I found all this out on my own. It was information that neither the game production company nor any foreign users told me, so I had to repeatedly experiment numerous times and collect statistical data. Just because I wanted to clear this game, Fuck. I could have never dreamed back then that this passion would one day come back and bite me in the ass. Oh, I'm suddenly feeling pissed off again. Back again, I was an old hand in his 9th year, a true so-called rotten water. However, there were some stats that even I never managed to find out the effects of. A typical example would be the obsession plus 7 foot on the essence spat by the Goblin Archer. Except for the fact that obsession was a substat of mind, everything else was a mystery. Erwin. Uncle, I get so anxious every time you sigh like that. Can you just stop talking? Has anything changed since you came out of the labyrinth? Like, something keeps popping up in your mind, as if it's hard to bear, something like that. I'm not sure. There's something maybe. What is it? Tell me. Sweets? Yes, sweets. Now that I think about it, as soon as I came out, I bought a lot of sweets and wolfed it all down. Did you usually hate sweets? No, I like them. Still, I think this was my first time eating that much in one day. Right. Perhaps obsession just meant a desire to grow stronger. So, there would have been no special function within the game. Well, my thoughts were getting complicated. Because this was a reality patch, and additional functions might have gotten tacked onto the detailed stats. Same one for flexibility. As in the game, the more natural the body's movements, the easier it would be to dodge. In the appropriate situation, you can even pull off some outlandish maneuver and inflict fatal damage on the enemy. But is that all? Greater flexibility can even make it easier to get into tight spaces and better absorb shock on landing. That was not so in the game. So, in the future, I'd have to re-examine my nurturing method by synthesizing those aspects. Uncle, I'm sleepy now. Oh, did I let you rest too much? Her eyes were already half closed. I was going to check if there were any problems activating skills, cooldown timings, and stuff like that. I see. Go to sleep. Yes. I blew out the light and laid down next to Erwin. Erwin didn't find it strange, and neither did I. In the labyrinth, we'd both seen what there was to see, so it'd be funny to balk now. Zeez. Just like that, my eyes too fluttered closed, and I slept again. I remembered her sister's words not to sleep with her at the last moment, but, well, there wasn't any point worrying about it. She probably didn't mean something like this anyway. 7:35. I woke up fairly early in the morning. I'd already slept for almost 2 days, so calling to too early now might have been a bit silly. Uncle, water. Erwin just woke up, so we had a quick meal on the first floor after washing our faces. Then we headed to Erwin's place. Because the city was so big, it took more than an hour just to get there on foot. I'm glad it's still in the same area. I feel you. If it had been on the other side, it'd have taken a long time, even in a carriage. For a so-called fortress town, Rafdonia was really absurdly large. You must stay quiet. You understand? Because Big Sis is the only one who knows I'm working with you, Uncle. Got it. As I waited in an alley 3 blocks away from the hostel, Erwin trudged back laden with 2 backpacks. The backpacks of the leader and the crossbowmen who'd attacked us just before the end of the 7th day. The weapons that had been haphazardly shoved and were sticking out. Let me. Oh, thank you. Also, she had no idea about their specifications. I guess everybody has to start somewhere. Weapons here, armors here, place tools and consumables separately. Yes. Returning to the inn, we started checking and organizing the items in our backpacks. It took about an hour, but maybe because of all the loot, it was quite enjoyable. Erwin and I sat side by side on the bed, looking at the neatly arranged items on the floor. Are you going to sell them all? Except what's necessary. Then, can I keep the leather clothes and belt that you gave me? Doesn't matter, if you take them from your share. Then please. After classifying what to sell and what not to sell, we went back to the city. Except for tools such as watches and compasses, we decided to share expeditionary items and consumables such as potions, but sell almost all of the collected equipment. It's better to exchange money and buy something else than to use something that doesn't fit. That it wasn't like I couldn't afford to now. Here it is. The place we arrived at was a weapon shop that Terja had informed me of. Items for sale included a Japanese katana, 2 longswords, a crossbow, a 2-handed hammer, 2 daggers, and 3 small knives. A total of 350,000 stones. I'd been a tad worried because it was introduced via an acquaintance, but I just sold it all off because it gave better prices than any of the other stores I'd stopped by at for comparison. Wow. As soon as we left the store, Erwin let out the admiring exclamation that she'd been holding back. I was feeling the same. Uncle, isn't this a dream? Excluding the stolen mana stones, the money we earned from pure hunting for 7 days was only around 100,000 stones. But to compare that with 350,000 stones? Besides, the armors hadn't even been sold yet. Now I could understand the look in those adventurer bastards' eyes when they saw us. Equipment is money. A lot too. Uncle, how much is my share then? Erwin's eyes were shining with a longing for wealth. Just wait, we've still got a lot left to sell. The next destination was the armor shop, about a 10-minute walk. Here are 180,000 stones. There were more items, but the total value was less than the weapons. The purchase price was low because it was difficult to sell used armor, which was a convincing enough reason. Didn't we decide to just sell everything because of the size problem too? I will sell them for that price. You sure have a refreshing personality, as expected of a barbarian. Please come again the next time you encounter something like this. I'll give you a good price again. I will. After that, I stopped by at a general store and sold several items that had been judged unnecessary and got a huge sum of 145,000 stones. Well, it wasn't all my money. Take it, 45,000 stones. Isn't that a little too much? With her leather clothes and belt, 20,000 stones were subtracted, and exactly 7,000 stones were added. It wasn't a freebie because she was pretty. It was her share of the mana stones from the samurai and the beanpole divided 9:1. I don't know exactly how much they'd be worth, so I took the two you gave as a guide. Oh, I see. Thank you. Anyway, after selling off everything, I checked my total assets, which now amounted to a whopping 1.4 million stones. It was a lot weird. I'd never had this much money in the first round, even in the game. It was a good start. Then let's break up. Yes. Why do you look so surprised? We've divvied up the money, so now it's time to go our separate ways. I have a lot of work to do because my plans have now gone awry because of you. Well, we can go to the central square together. Yes. Erwin's words faded into silence. As we walked along the road like that, we arrived at the central plaza, which was a fork in the path. Huh? Why suddenly so many people? Unlike the last time I passed by, it was buzzing with activity. Half the crowd were soldiers, and the other half were there to watch the criminals chained to the pavement. No, calling them criminals might be a little too much, right? Ouch. Whoa. They were not violent criminals such as murderers, rapists, or arsonists. The crime of these people who were trembling in fear, gags in their mouths, was tax evasion, done in other words, because they had no money. A young woman in her 20s, a man who was probably a father, an old man with wrinkled hands signifying the harshest of lives were all sentenced to death. Start the execution. When the tax collector shouted that, the soldier shoved the man's head under the guillotine. And, thwack, with a gentle sound, the man's head was sheared off and slipped into the wooden barrel in front. Some of the nearby crowd soaked the bread they brought with the dripping blood and ate in a hurry. Erwin started hiccuping at the bloodshed that suddenly unfolded before her eyes. Damn, what is that? What are those people doing? Why would you dip bread in human blood? There's a superstition that drinking the blood of someone executed by a tax collector will bring you wealth. Erwin frowned as if she couldn't make head or tail of it. For her, it seemed to be more shocking than seeing a person's head being cut off. Erwin, how much is the first year's tax? It's 700,000 stones, but depends on your race. Right. It had been 600,000 stones in the game. There were some errors, but it was roughly consistent. Still, you don't have to worry, because you've already earned that much. Yeah. Yes, that's true, but it's not something somebody with a big shot sister should say. Besides, I have no intention of saving this money for next year's taxes in the first place. For a simple reason. Erwin, how much is the tax from the second year? 800,000 stones. And there's a fee when you exchange money. Taxes continue to rise until a certain number of years are accumulated. So now is the time to invest in yourself. The first year, when fees are waived and taxes are relatively low, is the time for rapid growth. Please spare me. Gag him properly this time. Next month. I can pay the bill next month, Anyway, I'm glad. Aren't humans the most reliant on visual stimuli? Thwack. Seeing it with my own two eyes makes me really feel it. Returning to the original world? Rather than such unrealistic goals, it's necessary to set clear intermediate goals and strive for them. For example, assuming my lifespan is 90 years old. When I said that I might have to spend the rest of my life here if I couldn't find a way back home. How much money do you need? Well, I guess I'll have to do some math. A house with a kitchen, medical expenses for when you're sick, and if you want to be able to relax with 3 puppies after retiring at the age of 50. 6th floor. If you at least reach the 6th floor, the calculation shows that you can skimp and save enough before you retire. Yes, therefore. Yes? What did you just say? It's nothing. Let's focus on reaching the 6th floor first. Whether it's possible to go home or not would be something to think about later. 630,000 stones were transferred by level 6 adventurer Daria Wittenberg, D. Tertia. You have sold equipment. You have sold equipment. Total item level drops by -43. You have sold equipment. You have sold. Tip. The character's current total holdings are 1,403,520 stones. Use this to increase your character's combat index. Chapter 19. Rafdonia. 3. Then, they'll take my leave. Yes, goodbye. After breaking up with Erwin, my next destination is nowhere other than the library. The soothing smell of paper and ink. A quiet atmosphere that makes you feel like you should hold even a coffin. Seeing people busy picking up books without disturbing that quiet atmosphere I somehow feel like I'm the odd one out. Rumble. To my surprise, there is another barbarian besides me in the library. I reach out and poke them in the back. Bjorn, son of Yondel? Really, it's you. Penelon's second daughter? Or is it third? Ainor. It's good to see that you're safe and sound. You too. I think we should lower our voices. Einar also feels the piercing gazes from the people all around us at her raised voice, so she obeys. I'm sorry. I was surprised because I didn't expect to see another of us here besides me. Same goes for me too. What's going on? Why the library? You told me last time that I should always think before I act. While I was in the labyrinth this time, I thought that I needed more knowledge in order to think properly. Well, that's quite insightful. How amazing. If only you hadn't fallen asleep holding the book open. Looks like something happened to you inside the labyrinth. It wasn't easy from start to finish. The fights weren't a problem, but Einar continues with a bitter expression. It wasn't just the monsters that I had to watch out for. She certainly is a bit different from the rest of the barbarians. They've been bragging about how easily they beat the monsters. They wouldn't have called it hard out loud even if it killed them. But that's why you decided to come and study here? Yes. But again, this doesn't seem like a good fit for me. Reading text is very difficult. I should have studied harder when I was young. Oh, so it's that bad, huh? So, starting from today, I plan to visit the sanctuary and learn from the elders again. Although, now that I'm an adult, I'll have to pay for it. It's a little surprising, though, that my rough advice could change one person so much. Immediately, Einar closes the book she'd opened and gets up from her seat. Are you going right now? If you don't do it when you think of it, you'll forget it. I see. The more I get to know them, the more I think they're a sad and pitiful race. Then, I will go. Einar, who starts heading towards the exit after that brief goodbye, suddenly turns around as if she remembered something at the last moment. Ah, come to think of it, I decided to repay you for your advice if I came back alive. If you need any help, come to the Angry Rhino Inn. Whatever it is, I'll help as much as I can. All right. I just hope you don't forget about this promise within the next day or two. I think I'll be calling for help soon. After Einar left, I wandered around the library for a while. Hey, could a library spanning an entire building the size of the National Assembly be a common sight? Even in the game, the library only had a sign saying under construction, hanging at the entrance, and couldn't be entered. But how would you find a book amidst all this? It's not like the location would only be a few taps of keyboard away like in the modern times. Since I was in trouble, I decided to seek professional help. KHM. At my cough, the librarian dozing at the desk slowly woke up. What is it? I'm looking for a book. Related to history. Parstiev. Before I could even explain what kind of book I'd been looking for, the sleepy-looking librarian muttered a word. At the same time, a faint light entered my body. What was this magic? Now look around, and you will find the book you are looking for. You can't borrow any, and make sure you put it back in its original place after reading. As the light faded, the librarian mechanically uttered some rote words and nodded off again. Who the hell was this girl? For some reason, waking her up again didn't even cross my mind, so I just wandered around the library as directed. As a result, I started noticing books all around me that made me feel like I was being drawn to them. Slowly, I realized what kind of magic it was. Demons, history, labyrinths, adventurers, essences, and more. As soon as the keywords I thought about changed, the books that attracted me also changed. What convenient magic. With this kind of magic, it was understandable why there was only one librarian. In the first place, compared to the size of the library, the number of users was almost negligible. Among the books, I selected only the ones that attracted me the most and started opening them one by one. The Ruined World. The first 700 pages in this book described the early history of the world setting. It mostly matched with what I'd known from the game. Millennia ago, the land became impossible to live on due to the curse of the witch, and only the last stronghold, Rafdonia, escaped that disaster. For the people who were starving to death due to the lack of resources, the royal family excavated a passageway that connected to another dimension, until it became the labyrinth of today. Basic understanding of Alchemy 4. The second book described how the mana stones collected from monsters were transformed into bread, water, and steel. I didn't understand any of the principles. I just read the books at random and tried to stuff as much knowledge into my head as I could. Thanks to Holy Wars 3, I learned more about the reasons behind the relationship between the fairies and the barbarians, and what evil spirits were. People were aware that evil spirits were evil beings who came from another dimension and could possess others' bodies. That wasn't wrong considering. Demons of the Abyss. Unfortunately, this book didn't explain the root cause behind the appearance of the evil spirits. However, it did describe in detail the efforts of the Rafdonia royal family and the temples who had marked the evil spirits for annihilation. Speaking as an evil spirit myself, it was full of useful tips. According to the contents of the book, As long as you don't spit out some taboo words, you'll hardly ever be suspected of being an evil spirit. For example, Dungeon and Stone. I really needed to stop shouting Sparta. How did adventurers evolve? The two royalties of Rathdonia. About heroes. Life at Camp Bifront. I was able to collect the information I wanted after reading a lot of books. The Death of the King. This book dealt with the death of Barbarian1-30, who had been called the First King or the Immortal King. Although the various suspicions surrounding it, or the changes that resulted from it, didn't matter much to me. What I took note of was the timing. Let's see the date. 150 years ago. My hypothesis was proved correct at that moment. The date of the king's death was about 150 years ago, as per the book. In other words, it meant that the place where I was now was the future, 150 years removed from the game's standard timeline. No matter which race you choose, the game starts the day after the death of Barbarian1-30. Shit. I'd have to live in the library for the time being. Phew. I closed the book and rested my eyes for a while. Although I only read the important parts, my eyes were about go blind after skimming 10 books in a row. Even so, I decided to read the last 2 books I'd taken out. Let's try just a bit harder, because you might miss out on some important information. Dimensional Instability Observation Record. Was this the book the blonde, who'd saved me from crawling on 3 legs, had read? It contained statistics and cases similar to mine. Like the blonde had said, falling into the outermost zone was something that only happened once in a century. Bullshit. Speaking from experience, the actual number must have had been much, much more than that. It was just that most of the time, the victim would have died before letting anybody know. The rest of the content was just statistics, so I flipped through the pages and paused at the last chapter. The author's reasoning was written at the end, that entering at the moment the portal is closing may have something to do with instability. If true. So, I only had myself to blame after all? I was feeling pitiful, so I moved on to the next book. 9th Grade Essence Compendium. Finally, this book was the last. It was an organized encyclopedia that described the abilities of the essences dropped by 9th grade monsters. But unlike the in-game notation, there were no exact numbers. Goblin Endurance, low. Sense of Smell, low. Poison Resistance, low. Dexterity, low. Vision, low. Imbue Paralytic Poison when wielding melee weapons. Create traps. Looking at the other monsters, medium seemed to mean a stat of 21 or higher. There was no way to guess the standard value of the high grade. According to the guide on the first page, it seemed that information above the 8th grade had to be purchased from the Adventurers Guild. Huh. I closed the book and simply stretched my limbs. The world outside the window had gotten dark. It was almost time for the library to close, and there were almost no visitors left. I put all the books I'd read back into their original places and returned to the inn. And after a simple meal, I stretched out on the bed. With this, I'd passed 3 days inside the city. So another 27 days like this? The labyrinth opens at midnight on the 1st of every month. A month here lasts exactly 30 days, so it means that you have to enter the labyrinth once every 4 weeks or thereabouts. What can you do in a city with the rest of your time? No, what should I do? As I was organizing all sorts of information in my head, I quickly fell asleep. When tomorrow comes, let's start with getting a new colleague. Uncle, come on, get up. Almost at the break of the next day, Erwin was knocking at my door, as if blown in by the morning breeze. She sounded quite excited on top of that. Why the hell did she come back? I hope she wasn't here to say she'd follow me instead of her sister. To be honest, I thought I might never see her again. What's going on? Look at this. The contract was successful. As soon as the door opened, Erwin blurted out an endless stream of words. Contract? Oh, I guess you ate the spirit stone? Spirit stones are items that allow fairies to make contracts with spirits of different attributes, with the caveat that the user has to be lucky enough. Yes. Yesterday, after I left your place, I went and successfully signed a contract with a new spirit. You were lucky. Spirit stones cost about 150,000 stones in the game. The success rate was only around 10%, but it must have been a gamble with almost all of her fortune on the line. But still, did she succeed? Yes. Big Sis bought about 10 of them for me, and it worked. Fuck. Are you here to make fun of me? As a barbarian who only inherited this body, I could only feel a sense of deprivation. When we first met, I thought she was a pitiful kid because she had a sibling to take care of, but it was clear now that she was a top-class gold spoon by birth. Perhaps her sister was the one who bought her that bow too. By the way, it looks like you made a contract with the wind spirit. Yes, I was quite lucky, because fire and wind go well together. Okay, then cancel the summon first. I took a deep breath and spoke. I'd be lying if I said my stomach wasn't hurting, but it was for a different reason than envy. Yes, but I haven't shown it to you properly yet. Are you here to mess around? Oh, sorry. The raging winds instantly subsided. Who? Why do I have to bother with such a fuss as soon as I wake up? Erwin, who'd been so bubbly, began to look a bit down at my frown. Should I clean it up? I didn't know why it was even a question. Or did she mean to just stand and stare while I cleaned up her mess? At my nod, Erwin quickly tidied up the room that had fallen into shambles. Surprisingly, it took less than 10 minutes. She hadn't been lying when she'd said that she was confident in cleaning and laundry. She moved really cleanly, just like some master of martial arts. Do you want something more? They'll clean up a bit more. No, that's enough. To be honest, I wondered if it was even possible to do any more. The room was looking even cleaner than when I'd first rented it, for some reason. Well done. Let me give you a carrot. After all, I have something to ask you later. By the way, I haven't said it yet. Congratulations on contracting a new spirit. Thank you. Did you have breakfast yet? Not yet. We went down to the first floor to have a meal and finish our conversation. What can you do with this wind spirit? I think I might be able to slightly twist the trajectory of an arrow that's already been shot, or shoot it much faster. Compared to what I'd expected, the operation seemed fairly simple and one-dimensional. What about rotating arrowheads, increase penetrative power, or silencing the sound of the shot? Then the combat power would be enhanced even more. I hadn't thought of that. It seems like it might be possible. What the hell are you talking about? I feel down for some reason. Anyway, that's good. Once you're done eating, let's go back up. Yes? Why? I have some stuff to do in the room. Erwin tilted her head, as if she had no idea at all what I meant. You didn't think that your debt was fully repaid last time, did you? Yes, wasn't it? She really was naive. Creak. Locking the door so nobody could disturb us. I made Erwin sit on the bed. Come on, use your ability. Are there any difficulties in the skill's usage? What's the cooldown? What are the weaknesses of the stealth ability? Etc. There were a lot of things that I needed to check. Chapter 20. Rafdonia 4. Good work. You may go. Goodbye. Erwin promptly starts walking away, without even stopping to say another word. Looks like this past half-day spent studying her abilities has been quite hard on her. Then I'll come back later. Are you still going to come back? Oh boy, what are you even saying? You shouldn't waste time coming back here. Yeah. Why do you look so surprised? This is natural. It's not like you're my teammate. You'll need some time to get used to your new ability. That'd be a better use of your time till the next opening of the labyrinth. In fact, the same goes for me too. Yesterday, I set a new goal for myself. To become a middle-class adventurer and reach the 6th floor. So I have a lot of work to do going forward. First of all, I need to use these 1.4 million stones for my own growth. If possible, I'd also like to receive professional training on fighting. I still can't fully utilize this monstrous body of mine. I should also acquire more common sense and knowledge by reading more books. And also, wander around the city as much as possible to familiarize myself with the local culture and the prices of goods. In short, I don't have the time to waste chattering with Erwin unless we have some business. Really? Is that so? Didn't you have a younger sibling? Go find them and spend some time together. You'll have to go back to the labyrinth in 3 weeks. Yes. Erwin nods with a sullen face. Is it because I'm her first teammate? She seems to have some strange fantasies about me. To be honest, I can roughly guess what kind. But how can we make our original business relationship last? I plan to stay here for now, so if something goes wrong, don't hesitate to come here. I'll help as much as I can. Oh really? Aren't we comrades? That's true. Alright. Satisfied with the carrots I threw, Erwin leaves with a contented face. Well, she's still easy to handle. In the end, I've decided to preserve my friendship with Erwin. Because this, too, is a kind of bond. Even without blood ties, you can develop a social relationship with someone with time. Maybe it'll be helpful someday. Am I being too self-serving? Well, so what? I don't have a luxury of choice one. After a quick shower, I'm out, and again bound straight for the library. The same lethargic, librarian repeats the spell she cast last time, and I spent about 5 or 6 hours reading. Isn't there a place that sells something like soup? It's a little late, but for lunch, I find a cheap-looking restaurant and get a plate of stuffed mulligan stew with a few slices of bread. The price is 450 stones. Looks like it'd be cheaper to eat at the inn. Here is Bjorn, son of Yandel, the greatest warrior. After eating, I visit the angry rhinoceros in where Einar is staying. Surprisingly, it's crawling with barbarians. You want to stay here too? Well thought. This place only takes 300 stones a day. Wait, 300 stones? Surprised by the unbelievable price, I observe in a bit more detail, and it does make some sense. As soon as I enter the room with 5 narrow beds, the thick smell of sweat several days stale assaults my nose. Are 5 people sharing a room? No, 10 warriors together. But there are only 5 beds? You can set a time and take turns sleeping. It's not that it's cheap, it's just that several people are sharing the cost. Seriously, these guys have earned 30,000 or 40,000 stones at most, so they probably don't have a choice. But why are you here? I'm looking for Penellin's 3rd daughter, Einar. Penellin's 2nd daughter, Einar, went out in the morning, so she's the 2nd daughter. I'll get it right next time. Anyway, after waiting for about an hour, Einar returns from outside. Bjorn, son of Yandel? Did something happen? Because we're both barbarians, I say it straight. I want to fight you. You mean a spar? Yes. Now I need training. In the labyrinth, I accomplished more than any other barbarian, but I'm no match for them in pure combat skills. It's a bit weird. Einar tilts her head. I don't think it's because the request's difficult. If that's all, couldn't you just go to the backyard instead of asking like this? Backyard? Soon, Einar leads me out through the back door of the inn. About 13 barbarians are gathered there, waving their fists and rolling on the floor, shedding buckets of sweat. And well, maybe even blood. Ha ha ha, your fist just now is pretty heavy. Same goes for you. No wonder the outside's been noisy all along. This is just normal for these people. The fairies chirp and chatter with their spirits too, smiling bitterly at the barbarians viciously attacking each other as if they are sworn enemies. Einar asks me, is there any reason why you're only asking me? Actually, there isn't. I just thought that Einar would grant my request. But now, if I say no, it would seem strange. Because you're the only one using a sword. Do you want to learn how to fight a swordsman? Right. I see. So that's why. I have to go study writing in the morning. So if you come here during this time, I will treat you as much as you want. In other words, her schedule is free from 5 p.m. I'll have to visit every day from now on. Are we going to start today? Of course. After waiting a while, Einar comes back from her room with her sword in hand. Einar and Bjorn are facing off. The other barbarians also stop fighting and start to watch. I came here to learn, but I have no intention of losing in vain, so I too grab my shield and sharpen my nerves. However, the result. Then I will start. Own 3. Just 3 minutes to make me lose my shield? She's great in a fight. Still, it's a good experience for me in many ways. Bjorn, son of Yandel, was not the greatest warrior of all time. Now Einar is the greatest warrior ever. Wow, Arga. Now if only these bastards weren't here. How many more times did we fight since then? Soon the sky had become dark. Are you going to do more? I also want to take a break. No. Today's duel will end here. The other barbarians had already left the empty yard. After much deliberation, I made a decision. Einar. What is it? Einar, who'd been walking back towards the building while stretching her legs, stopped. Are you planning on going alone into the labyrinth again next time? I guess so, because I don't have enough money to build a team. However, this time, if possible, I will try the second floor. Once again, I could feel how hardcore the barbarians were. Compass and torch. With these 2 things, you could advance to the second floor. But making money to buy consumables on your first entry, and going straight to the next floor with that money. Wouldn't it be difficult on your own? Is there a choice? No choice. Perhaps this was why the lower floors were crowded with only humans. The other races, whose taxes were several times higher, couldn't even pay their first yearly tax by working on the first and second floors. Their motivation was clear at a glance. Didn't the guy who earned the most get just a bit more than 40,000 stones? If you're lucky, you might even be able to meet other people on the first floor and form a team. Right. So, what are you talking about? As our conversation seemed to be dragging, Einar immediately returned to the main point. Like a barbarian, I spoke straight and directly. Einar, would you like to be my teammate? Teammate. I will bear the cost of setting up the team. I felt it after fighting her a few times today. Einar was strong. Hearing what people around me were saying, it seemed that she was at the top among our ranks. Above all else, she was pretty smart. Thank you for asking, but why me? In the end, I needed a teammate. It'd be hard to find a friend every night, and having a partner would also increase your profits. And Einar not only had high combat power, but also the advantage of not having to worry about betrayal due to the nature of her race. Instead, our classes overlap, but since Erwin was gone, Einar was the best option I could choose. Of course, there was no need for vulgar words. I just want to... Right. Einar nodded and immediately made a decision. Good. Entering the labyrinth with you, a clever warrior, would any warrior's dream. It was a much more positive response than I thought. Could I be a bit more greedy here? However, there are conditions. Yes. Ratio. I'll have 8 and 10. Question mark. Einar frowned at my words. Could it be that she felt uncomfortable? I continued the explanation. You don't have to pay anything for forming the team. And I promise, at least this ratio will make you much more money than if you went into the labyrinth alone. Besides, I'll pay for all the other consumables. Stop. No need to explain. Question mark. Even if you say something difficult, I want to understand it anyway. So just do like you said. I trust you. Right. I had no choice but to admit that I had underestimated the barbarian race. I am indebted. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Einar walked over and slapped me hard on the back. Calling it a debt was too heavy, but, well, I'd better get used to it quickly. They'll do my best. I now had a reliable barbarian teammate. Next morning, I visited the sacred sanctuary with Einar. The sanctuary is a kind of communal nurturing facility. Barbarians who leave for the city, if they have children, send them back here. Because they have to be warriors until the day they die, they can't afford to raise children. And those children, too, leave for the city once they become adults, and the cycle continues. This wasn't something I had to worry about right now. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Upon arrival, the chieftain came out to greet us. Fuck, this was why I didn't want to return for a while. It's rare for a warrior who has left to come back to visit. Are you here to learn to read too, like Penelon's second daughter Einar? Suppressing the pounding of my heart, I shook my head. It's not that, chief. I came for a different reason. A different reason. The chieftain looked at me with curious eyes. Don't be nervous. Didn't you learn the barbarian way of speaking from Einar and prepare in advance? Just don't make a mistake. Tell me. I took a deep breath and said calmly. I want to get a spirit engraving. Different races have their own characteristics. For example, fairies deal with elemental spirits and dwarves with artifacts. Barbarians have spirit engraving. This growth method couldn't be used in the early game due to the significant cost. Luckily, I now had a huge amount of money, over 1 million stones. So, after thinking over and over again, I made the decision. It was still terrifying to stand in front of this fucking chieftain bastard. To be precise, the undying imprint. But without a doubt, this was the best way to spend my money. Chapter 21. Level Up 1. The chieftain's eyes narrowed, shining with a savage cruelty. Where did you hear about spirit engraving? How could a young warrior know about them? Naturally, I first learned about them in the game. How could an old player like me, who was solidly in the ranks of rotten water, be unaware of such basic information? But I answered honestly. I read in a book. There was nothing to fear, because I'd already confirmed that the information could be easily found in the library. The book said that the spirit engravings were a great help in fighting the fairies during the War of the Holy Relics. Ha ha ha! The chieftain suddenly broke in a manic laughter, cutting me off. To be honest, it was really scary, but I didn't let that stop me, since that laughter seemed to contain a hint of joy. Did you read it in a book? Hilarious. And there's Einar too. To think we got a pair of such quirky bastards this time. Fortunately, the chieftain seemed to be fond of young barbarians who liked learning. If the book's contents are true, I too want to get this secret magic. Certainly, we have no reason to refuse a spirit engraving if a warrior demands it. But, young warriors, there's just one problem. Problem? It costs a lot of money. What? Don't scare me like that. Was that worth being so serious about? Spirit engraving required a lot of expensive materials. For higher grade engravings, not just money, you'd also have to collect a lot of reagents. Huh. It's amazing that you've come this far after reading a book, but you don't seem to have understood everything. If you need money, then you need money. How much? The chieftain looked at me as if he was looking at something cute. The cost of the undying imprint is, well, about 800,000 stones. I frowned. Ugh, it was 150,000 stones more expensive than it had been in the game. I could still afford it though. I can pay. What? Is that really true? The chieftain and Einar exclaimed at the same time. Before they could make too much of a fuss, I took out a pouch of 500,000 stones and 3 of 100,000 stones from my pocket. At this, doubt appeared in the chieftain's eyes. Bjorn, son of Yandel, where did you get so much money? It would have been a shame if he hadn't asked. I'd taken some trouble to prepare the screenplay in advance, after all. I told him what had happened with Erwin, with some adaptations. Roughly speaking, the fairy I met on the first floor had to work for me like a slave, an essence dropped by chance, and her sister paid the price with money. Ha ha ha, that's great. It's what those fools deserve. To rob those wretched midgets. You're the first. Bjorn, son of Yandel. The barbarians were fonder of this story than expected. Not only Einar and the chieftain, even the elders who'd been standing far away came by to laugh. Wasn't this a bit much? Ha ha ha. I don't know how long it's been since I last laughed like this. Soon, the chieftain took 600,000 stones from my hand. Huh? I was sure he'd said 800,000 stones. As I tilted my head, the chieftain clapped me on the shoulder. My gift for a young warrior who has shown such great qualities. My shoulder did feel dislocated, but the reward was sweet enough. Fuck, with one sentence, 200,000 stones. Our chieftain was gallant like only a barbarian could be. My heart was full of sincere emotion. Whenever I see those idiot tribals again, I'll make sure to fuck them and become a greater warrior. I look forward to it. Young warrior, Bjorn, son of Yandel. Was this what people meant by familiarity breeding fondness? I was gradually beginning to like this barbarian race. Spirit engraving is a kind of strengthening technique. The principle is to obtain special powers by infusing the spirit of the magical material into the body. It's also the reason why barbarians are always covered in tattoos. They probably get tattooed as infants while the soul is relatively pure, so that the soul circuit can be seen even when they reach adulthood. It's definitely a setting like that. I will give you one more chance to think about it. If you choose this path, you cannot receive the spirit engravings of other paths. Are you still sure? Of course. I know all the paths, so I won't be changing my decision. The high-grade imprints of the undying path are the core of my nurturing method, and even disregarding that, all the abilities of the undying path are pretty high tier. It seems that the elder has also arrived, so I should go. All right. After Einar leaves, the chieftain leads me to the shaman's tent, and the operation begins in earnest. The circuit is pretty clean. Keep your heart pure, and this spirit will give you great power in the future. The masked shaman utters some incomprehensible words and starts poking the tattoos on my torso with a needle. And, hi, young warrior, don't hold back. You can scream. It's the same for everyone. A searing pain, 10 times worse than the potion had been, assaults my senses. Damn, I thought this would just be like getting a tattoo. Do I have to feel this pain every time I go up higher on the path? Okay, it's over. I'm tired, so leave. By the time the shaman utters the words I'd been waiting for, the sky has already become dark. The chieftain who brought me here is nowhere to be seen. Thank you, Cuckoo. This is the first time ever that a warrior has thanked a shaman. Yes? Did I do something wrong? I don't know, but let's get out of here before anybody catches on. You have activated Undying Imprint Stage 1. Natural regeneration is greatly increased. Body plus 20. Mentally, I feel extremely tired, but my body feels strangely full of energy. Is this the power of the spirit imprint? It feels very strange, like some unknown power is residing within my body. I should check the details later. Open the door. After leaving the sanctuary and returning to the inn, I test my newly acquired abilities a few times, then collapse on the bed and fall asleep. Another day passed, and morning came. I went back to the business district I'd visited along with Erwin the other day. It was time to invest all my remaining capital, less than 900,000 stones after the chieftain's passionate discount, in myself. You're the one who came by last time. Are you here to sell again? No, this time I came to buy. I needed a new weapon. The hammer I'd gotten from Uncle was sold together with the rest of the weapons last time. It wasn't bad, but the handle was too long to use it one-handed, so it was a bit uncomfortable. I want to see some one-handed blunts. One-handed blunts. As a result of my battles with Einar, I decided that they suited me better than blades. Bladed weapons required more proficiency. Well, there's nothing you can't do if you practice. But in the first place, the weapon itself would only be for the early levels, so it wouldn't be efficient to train it. Once I got the essence I was aiming for, I just focus on the shield. The shopkeeper looked me up and down, and brought me a few one-handed blunts that didn't look like they could be called that. The lightest one seemed to be 3 times heavier than the two-handed hammer I'd used. Hey, do you call this a one-handed blunt weapon? These are all the one-handed blunts favored by barbarians. Okay, it might have been fine for them, but I was dying here. Although my shield, too, was a brutish slab of pure steel. But even so, I want something a little more normal. Alright, there was no need to buy some crazy shit. Although it was true that such a weapon would allow my destructive power to multiply by several times. But almost all the monsters on the first floor were already at the level of 1 hit, 1 kill. I wasn't even going to fight any huge monsters, so carrying such a large weapon around would just be cumbersome. How about these? Soon the merchant took out some new weapons. Of course, these two were out of the norm, but they fit a barbarian's body size just right. I chose a mace of moderately brutish size. How much is this? 250,000 stones. 250,000? I sold you 6 weapons last time, only for 350,000 though? Frowning, the shopkeeper added. The crafting level isn't that high, but the steel content is, so it can't be helped. Oh, that made sense. I understood, although I wasn't going to just let that pass unchallenged. Bring it down to 220,000 stones, and you've got yourself a buyer. When I tried to bargain, the merchant looked at me with curious eyes. Just how profligate a life did these barbarian bastards lead? Nobody will buy these anyway. The barbarians often look for these, actually. Well, maybe that was true for the first ones he'd showed me. But the barbarians I knew wouldn't pick something this esoteric. Above all, most barbarians preferred sharp-bladed weapons like an axe rather than blunts. When I mentioned my reasoning, the trader agreed to the bargain distressingly easily. Good. Then you can have it for 220,000 stones. Should I have aimed for 200,000? Total item level rises by plus 85. Anyway, after that I looked around and purchased 2 additional pieces of equipment. First of all, a half armor. Total item level rises by plus 57. It was shaped similar to a bulletproof vest made of sheet steel. The price was 360,000 stones, and it was a bargain because I managed to find one just the right size. I would have had to pay twice as much for a custom order. Like the second piece I bought, a helmet. It'll take 3 days. I'll jot down your address and have someone deliver it to you. Helmets had to be custom-made because they had to fit snugly on the head. By giving up on the design altogether, I was able to haggle the price down to relatively cheap 170,000 stones. Total item level rises by plus 47. As a result, about 50,000 stones remained. There wouldn't be any meat dishes in my future, it seemed. My daily routine has been set. Wake up at 7 a.m. Have breakfast with Erwin. Wow, the stew even has potatoes today. Tell me something. Why do you come here for breakfast every day? It's delicious and cheap, isn't it? Afterwards, I head straight to the library. If I take it slow, I can make it right at the opening time, 8 o'clock. Harstiev. Receive the spell from the chronically tired lady librarian. Do your best. Of course, we haven't even had a proper conversation yet. Creek. After reading till 4 p.m., if possible, visit the restaurant you'd went to the first time for a simple meal. Although the place is expensive and the food is bland. But there are a lot of adventurers, so it's easy to eavesdrop on conversations. Is Einar still out? Yes. I'll deal with you till she's back. After a rough meal, go to the Barbarian dormitory around 5 o'clock. From the 7th day of training, I've started competing with the other barbarians. Like them, I also take off my upper garments, swing my fists and strangle their necks, and in a word, fight fiercely. Although it's far from the systematic fighting training I'd expected. Fighting with the barbarians, with their finely honed instincts and razor-sharp intuition, is indubitably a great help to me. I'm also a barbarian. Reflexes improve slightly with repeated training. Flexibility improves slightly with repeated training. Dynamic vision improves with repeated training. Body +1. Now, I have a better sense of how to utilize this body of mine. Bjorn, son of Yandel, has won. The greatest warrior ever. Even without the help of new equipment, I can occasionally win against Einar. She is certainly skilled, but the downside is that she has some fixed patterns. I gave her some advice, but it seems like they've already become a habit, and she can't fix it easily. Tired. I'm going to sleep. Me too. A wise warrior knows when to rest. At 9 p.m., all the mock battles that seem no different than actual battles are over. Then, I drag my body covered in sweat and dirt back to the inn. By the time I wash up, Erwin comes again. Uncle, wash up right away. The food will get cold. I get it. Not every day, but 5 times a week. We meet once more in the evening to eat and chat. Most of the talk consists of nonsensical, everyday stories about what Erwin did and how she felt today. Isn't it annoying to have to walk an hour every time? No. The rice here is really cheap and delicious. It's true, it's pretty cheap and delicious. But what does that have to do with you, with your tycoon elder sister? I really enjoyed the meal. By the time we finish eating, it's around 11 p.m. Time for Erwin to also return to her dormitory. Then, good night. Oh, and I can't come tomorrow either. You couldn't have met me if you did. We should both be busy tomorrow. It's time to end my daily routine that has been repeated up to this point. After checking the time, I quickly go up to my room and flop straight down on the bed. A month has already passed. And 23:41. About 24 hours remain before the labyrinth opens again. Bjorn Yandel. Level 1. Body, 46. New plus 21. /mind. 36 /ability 1. Item level, 202. New plus 185. Combat index, 133.5. New plus 67.25. Chapter 22. Level up 2. Library, city adaptation, fighting training. I skipped all the daily routines I'd been repeating for the past month, because they were not what the adventurers had to do on the day the labyrinth opened. 8:10. As soon as I woke up, I skipped breakfast and hurried to where I was supposed to meet Einar, because I'd heard that you needed to wait at least a few hours to get your turn. Here, Bjorn, son of Yandel. To my surprise, Einar had arrived before me. Since when have you been here? Didn't you say you would leave me behind if I were late? So I slept at the front overnight. Come on, we're first in line. Even though it was 30 minutes before opening time, there was already a long queue in front of the entrance. However, thanks to Einar, we were able to enter the Adventurers Guild as soon as the doors opened. What are you here for? We've come to receive Binding Magic. Is it a 2-person team? Yes. Put your hands here together. As we followed the instructions, a faint light leaked from the crystal ball. The color was greenish. 2 level 9 adventurers. That comes to 15,000 stones. 15,000 stones. If I hadn't scrimped on living costs, it would have been a little tight. I meekly paid from my pocket. It was indeed tragic, but it was an unavoidable expense. When entering the labyrinth, the starting point is random, but if you receive this magic in advance, you can at least start from the same place. What is the adventurer rank based on? It's measured by the total amount of essence engraved on the soul, right? So, does the cost of forming a bond increase with rank? Naturally. This didn't match with the game. It's done. Please note that this will only work for the next 24 hours. Understood. It was a little past 9 o'clock when we finished our business and left the Adventurers Guild. Let's go back to my inn for dinner. The food's pretty good. The inn? You mean your inn cooks meals for you? What kind of life had she been living? When asked a question in return, Einar replied with an easygoing tone that it wasn't a big deal. I usually buy the bread I'd eaten in the labyrinth. The one that cost 20 stones. I tried it once in an attempt to save money on food, but had to give up after a while. I didn't know the exact principle, but what had been quite edible inside the labyrinth was hard as stone here outside. That's why they call it rock bread. But did she keep eating that for a full month? My heart was full of sadness for some reason, so I ordered meat and stew, leading to Einar swearing an oath of allegiance on the spot. Bjorn, even if you ask me to jump into a pit of fire, I won't refuse. So don't leave me. After a tearful meal, we went up to my room and organized our backpacks. Be careful. If you forget something necessary, it'll be troubling. Don't worry, because there's nothing I need to bring. Time passed surprisingly quickly as I checked my equipment and shoved in exploring equipment and consumables into my backpack. Then let's get some sleep now. I've never seen such a soft bed. It looks like 2 people can lie down. It doesn't even smell. After finishing the maintenance, so that we were ready to enter the labyrinth at any moment, we lay down next to each other and slept. It was pretty cramped with the 2 of us there, though. With Erwin, there'd be space left for one more normal-sized person. Even if you can't sleep, force yourself to close your eyes. You won't be getting proper sleep for a while. What was I worrying about again? Rumble? Before I could even finish speaking, came the snoring sound in the native style of the barbarians. I just smiled and closed my eyes. How long had it been since then? 2030. We woke up a little early and had our last meal on the first floor. A special, extravagant meal that cost 800 stones per head. Hey, what does this taste like? Einar, who'd been fussing all through the meal, bit the baked cream pie that had been served as dessert and froze. Oh, is it some kind of magic? My eyes keep tearing up. That's called sweet. I think I'll have to work hard from now on. It wasn't intentional on my part, but more motivation was always good. So many. As we packed our bags and headed out into the night streets, there was a crowd of people passing through instead of the usual quiet. Most of them, like me, were armed and carried a large backpack. Although not all of them were, and there were also barbarians with just a weapon on them. Looked like they'd just entered the city today after finishing the coming-of-age ceremony. Stop. I must have lost my way. It can't be. We must reach the labyrinth within the set time. Parthan has no qualification to be the leader. So, this happened every month, huh? Just how did they actually reach the labyrinth every time? While I was seriously pondering the issue. Follow them, and you will reach the labyrinth. Einar approached them with advice. The young warriors looked at her like you would a successful senior, and gave profuse thanks. Thank you. I will definitely repay this favor one day. Watching the young barbarians moving away, Einar wiped her nose. Oh, it reminds me of the past. Please don't wave it off and pretend it's a thing of the past. I don't think anything has actually changed between then and now. Everyone back off. Thousands of people had already gathered in the Dimensional Plaza. As we found a place to sit and settled in to wait for midnight, a light began to shine from the center. Although it was small at first, the halo quickly grew in shape and finally coalesced into a sphere. Now you can enter. When the official shouted, the adventurers around us quickly throw themselves into the portal. I led Einar out to the fringes to avoid the press of the crowd. Bjorn, aren't we going in? Wait. The number of adventurers gathered in the plaza dropped by dozens every second, but the crowd was still as packed as ever. Because other adventurers kept arriving. About 40 minutes after the portal opened, the once crowded Dimensional Plaza had become pretty quiet, with a line of 700 to 800 people. Shouldn't we go in now? The portal, which had already devoured tens of thousands of adventurers, was getting smaller in size. But I kept waiting. Einar also raised her voice to check if I was paying attention. Bjorn, what are you waiting for? Well, it was too complex to explain. I didn't know if she'd understand or not. Even so, I decided to give a brief explanation as there was quite a bit of time left. I plan to enter when the dimension is unstable. The book says it happens once in 100 years, but if you use this phenomenon, I don't understand what you're saying, but it'll follow you. Question mark. I feel like I won't understand anyway. I did honestly think that would be the case. It was annoying that she said that after being the one to ask in the first place, but to be fair, it might be quite convenient to be able to skip the explanation for each and every action. The gate will close soon. Back off. Eventually, the portal's light began to fade. There were no adventurers left at this point. Then I slowly walked towards the labyrinth with Einar. Seeing us like that, the official exclaimed, "It's dangerous to enter now." I pretended not to hear. I didn't know what they meant by dangerous. Considering that there were even books with statistics, they had to be aware of the phenomenon. Bjorn. Those important-looking people are saying it's dangerous. We have to get out of here. Then why do they never consider using this? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Well, what's the point in a countdown? My gut tells me this is enough. It's now. Let's go. Coo. I push Einar from behind and jump into the labyrinth. Flash. A flash of light obscures my vision, and when it disappears, a deep darkness is there to greet me. It means that what I'd intended has worked. Ahead. I can't see ahead. I should have listened to that important-looking fellow after all. Bjorn is an idiot. Einar, calm down. Einar regains some of her composure as I take out a torch from my backpack in a hurry and light it up. Damn, how the hell did this happen? Even if I tell you, you won't understand. That's true. Having easily convinced Einar, I slowly look around. And as I see the monument in front of the dead-end wall, a strange feeling wells up inside me. Really, the dimensional instability phenomenon is closely related to the starting point of the portal. The news is both happy and sad. This means that if I decided even a minute earlier the first time, I wouldn't have had to crawl on 3 legs with 1 leg in tatters. Push! As soon as I place my hand on the monolith, a halo bursts out and coalesces into a sphere. What is this? It's a portal for going up to the 2nd floor. In other words, we've skipped all the intermediate processes of finding the route using the compass, fighting monsters as we meet them, and wandering in the dark. At least a day or 2 has been saved. What? The chieftain said it would take 3 days to find the portal. What kind of magic did you use? Even if I tell you, you won't understand. First portal opened. EXP +2. The character's level has risen. Soul power rises by +10. Maximum absorbable essences rises by +1. To regain my original status as an old expert, I have to make good use of the bugs. Bjorn Yandel. Level 2 new +1. Body 46/mind. 36/ability. 4 new +3. Item level 202 combat index 136.5 new +3. You have entered the goblin forest on the 2nd floor. Finding myself floating about 3 up in the air, I quickly regained my balance and landed on my 2 feet. Step. Yeah, I practiced this while wrestling with the barbarians. Watching Einar fall and pound the ground with her buttocks, I could feel my own growth anew. I could now understand Erwin, who'd smirked at me, to some extent. Ugh, my ass is numb. It was pretty funny to watch. Well, she was athletic, so she'd learn to land properly in no time. What is it? You look sad. No, it's nothing. Leaning around, I took out my watch and set it to 0:05. The plan had been to do it right away after opening my eyes, but I'd forgotten. Still, I moved it forward by 5 minutes, so there shouldn't be a problem. Einar, do you feel it too? What do you mean? It feels like my heart is pounding. Maybe I should describe it as a sensation of something denser than blood pouring into my veins and filling me up from the inside. It was like that from the moment I crossed the portal, and now I could feel it clearly. What was this? After I explained the symptoms, Einar quickly made a diagnosis. Looks like your soul level has risen. Congratulations. So I'd leveled up. Dungeon and Stone also has levels. Soul power is based on level. In other words, as you level up, MP, the resource required to use abilities increases, and the total number of absorbable essences also increases. For example, at level 1, I could only absorb 1 essence, but at level 2, up to 2 would be possible. Well, you'd have to come across 2 essence drops for that to count. It's amazing. You haven't even caught any monsters yet, but your soul still rose in rank. No wonder. Opening the portal for the first time must have been recognized as an achievement. Achievement is a term that means a feat that gives you experience points. What does recognized as an achievement mean? Well, once you reach a certain level, speedruns are the easiest way to increase your experience. Dungeon and Stone is a game with a slightly unusual growth system. You can only get experience points from the same monster once, and only the first time. Therefore, just like filling out a book of pictures, you have to defeat various different monsters to get EXP and level up. Wait, wasn't this a bit dangerous? Einar, this is a secret between you and me. Do you understand? Secret? What do you mean? I was the first to open the portal. This has to be kept secret. If anyone asks, tell them that it took us 2 days to get to the 2nd floor. Opening the portal only gave 2 EXP. In other words, it was equivalent to about 2 level 9 monsters. But unlike hunting monsters, achievements can be repeated to accumulate EXP. Therefore, adventurers who've reached a certain level stake it all on speedruns. Because whether you can hunt a monster or not is decided by various factors if you're a good matchup against it in combat, its zone of activity, if you have a wizard in your party or not, the nature of the god your cleric worships, etc. If you reach some kind of limit, you can try using achievements to break through. But to do that from the start, only I knew this trick, and it was my ticket to easy mode. If this got spread around, It won't end well for me. I swear on my honor as a warrior. Was my expression too serious? The look in Einar's eyes changed, and she even made an oath, although I hadn't asked her to. It did make me feel pretty relieved, but we still needed to move quickly. We have to run. Adventurers would start pouring in here in a few hours. And if they saw the two of us here, who looked like rookies, they'd start doubting. How did two rookies manage to get here earlier than the veterans? It was best to not be seen at all. As always, I was more scared of adventurer bastards than the actual monsters. Chapter 23. Level Up 3. I slot the torch into the groove carved onto my helmet and tie it tightly with a string. Let's call this Barbarian Candle Mode. It's a bit bizarre, but this is a practical setup popular among the adventurers. Einar puts her hand into the roaring flames and exclaims in wonder. Oh, amazing! There's really no heat. Yes, this torch is also a magic tool. It is only an arm span in length, so it doesn't interfere with bodily movements and can run for 3 days straight, a very useful item. It's an expeditionary item I got from the crossbow party. The average price is, about 10,000 stones? I suddenly miss Erwin. But where is this? The surroundings slowly come into view, and Einar looks around before asking. There's a huge gap between what you actually see and the 2D pixel graphics of the game, but it's still easy to recognize. The black earth squelching with every step. Ruins of stone buildings scattered about. And even the mournful cries coming faintly from afar. The Deadlands. Ah, that's where the ghouls and death fiends come from. She's right for once. To elaborate, elder ghouls, skeletons, banshees, and even mid-level bosses like Dullahans may appear. I'll take point. The average combat power of the monsters is much higher in the Deadlands compared to the Goblin Forest. But to say which place is trickier, should be the Goblin Forest. It's a lot darker here, but at least there are no traps. This is much more comfortable for two barbarians working together. There's a ghoul. Before long, we encounter some monsters. They're few in number, a mere 3. Of course, this number will increase to thrice from the 3rd day. And that's just one more reason for us to move quickly. Bjorn, I found a mana stone. You don't have to report every single thing, just take what you find. We can distribute the loot later. Let's speed up. Unlike the Goblin Forest, we speedily leave the entrance and continue heading north. Then, we hear a scream nearby. Be dash, Bjorn. It's just a banshee howling. Ignore it. They rarely attack others first. I see, but is it really fine to let it go? It might be dangerous. Well, I don't know about Erwin, who's an elementalist. But for us two with pure physical builds, no matter what we do, we can't hunt a banshee. Even if I managed it somehow, it'd only become a bigger problem. If you attack a banshee preemptively, you'll get cursed. Curse? It's a curse called the Mark of Grief. Banshees will focus on you until you leave the labyrinth. Unless you're prepared to weather their attentions for 10 whole days, it's best to not touch the banshees at all. If experience is the goal, the common practice is to just hunt 1 or 2 on the last day. You are a truly wise warrior. I'm lucky to be following you. Thank you for your praise. I don't want to expose it, but I understand well enough that you're more afraid of this kind of thing than I thought. But that's that, and this is this. Kaiwea, crack. Please stop clinging to me every time there's a sound. Not only is it burdensome, but the arm that you're clutching feels like it's about to break. Let go, it's just skeletons. A group of skeletons appear, bones rattling. 10 in number. Even on the first day, there are quite a few monsters that come in higher numbers. Well, even if we catch them all, only 3 to 4 mana stones would drop. KHM, I'll get rid of them. Maybe because she's ashamed of having been so afraid of the banshee's howls. Einar jumps ahead first. Tisich, I click my tongue quietly. Einar, look between the ribs, you'll see the nucleus. To hunt a skeleton with a blade, you have to aim for crunch. Huh? You say something? No. Don't worry about it. Just keep fighting. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Who cares about weak points anymore? Every time Einar swings her enormous greatsword, a skeleton gets mercilessly smashed to pieces. Never to get back up again. You killed an elder ghoul. EXP +1. You killed a skeleton. EXP +1. You killed a skeleton warrior. EXP +1. You killed a skeleton archer. EXP +1. After that, we continued our northward journey for about 8 more hours. And naturally, we encountered various new monsters. An elder ghoul, twice as large as a normal ghoul. Skeleton warriors and archers, classified as mutants. It was hard to make a final conclusion because we hadn't met any mage types yet, but the difficulty level hadn't been much to speak of so far. It was the first day, so the enemies were small in number and my combat power had also risen significantly compared to the last time. Puff! Just consider my equipment. I could only use Uncle's 2-handed hammer with a short grip due to its center of gravity. But now my mace, about 70 centimeters in length, made it possible to strike from a distance. Much safer and much more powerful. More than anything. Clang. I now also had armor. Because it was just a vest made of sheet metal, my forearms were bare, but that still meant I had a significantly smaller area to defend with my shield. As a result, I could adopt a much more drastic fighting style. As if my shackles had been lifted. Bjorn, be careful. We got some skeleton archers. My T-shaped steel helmet exposed only the eyes, the nose, and the mouth, and protected the most important vital area, my head. Of course, a direct hit with something like a crossbow would still be dangerous, but deflecting the arrows shot from some shabby bows was no problem at all. And I had another barbarian with combat power similar to mine by my side. Behelreawea. We cried out together the name of the ancestor of the barbarians, and continued the one-sided battle that was nothing more than a massacre. Whoosh! Whoosh! Crunch! No matter what kind of monsters appeared, 10 seconds was enough for us to destroy an entire group. Was that why? Every battle left me with a refreshed feeling that I'd never tasted while with Erwin. Oh, was this the true taste of a barbarian? Bjorn, you're injured. HM? Hearing Einar mention it, I checked, and there indeed was a slight scratch on my forearm. But, don't worry, it'll get better soon. There was no need to apply any herbs, let alone a potion. Ooh, it's already healing. Is this the effect of the spirit imprint? The efficacy of the first stage imprint of the undying pathway is that your natural regeneration increases significantly. Of course, it was nothing compared to a potion. I checked the other day, and a 0.5 centimeters deep gash took about a minute to heal to some extent. However, this alone was a sea change in the stability of my playstyle. My stamina now recovered faster, and total stamina had also increased tremendously. Let's slow down a bit and get ready. Looks like we're almost there. Calming Einar down, I lowered our speed of movement. Suddenly, the terrain changed. The floor turned hard instead of soggy, and flat ground gave way to hills. The banshee's howls got louder and louder. Kaya hayahi, ki way af. Of course, the biggest change was something different. This was the starting point for the upper rank species. In other words, 8th grade monsters might appear from here on out. Bjorn, you really want to attack first? Perhaps because she was afraid of the banshee's cry, Einar had been gritting her teeth for a while. Perhaps it was a barbarian habit to clench their jaws when they were afraid. I couldn't know for certain, though, because I'd never been that scared. Cool. As we kept moving, we heard a strange roar in the dark. Hearing it actually even made me shake. Einar, prepare for battle. Be dash, but didn't you say that we shouldn't attack the banshees first, Bjorn? Did she have a problem with her ears? That's not a banshee. Death Fiend. Among the many 8th grade monsters that had made the game so unwelcoming for newbies, it was undoubtedly the worst. Boom, 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 boom. The distant sound of heavy footsteps grows louder and louder, and finally it appears before us. Are we going to fight? Einar asks a question, but continues before I get the chance to answer. It looks fun. I don't know what goes on inside her head. She herself told me last time how she's afraid of dying. So how can she smile with such childish joy? Is she only scared of banshees or something? Cool. Perhaps because he's bothered by the torchlight, the Death Fiend halts at the edge of it. Don't be nervous. Don't worry, I'm not. Why are you answering? It's not you I'm talking to. I had it all planned in advance, but now that I see it in person, I'm getting goosebumps. The Death Fiend is a humanoid undead monster. Or perhaps it's closer to a chimera? It's over 3 m tall, equipped with a sword and a shield on its arms. Not actually holding them, though. One hand stretches out into a long, curved blade in the shape of a crescent half-moon, and the other arm fans out wide from the elbow onward in the shape of a shield. They're called Protean Sword and Shield. Cool. Fuck, don't shout like that, it's scary. It's not easy to shake off the fear seeping into my head. Keep calm and follow the plan, and you can win. Of course, I trust you. Thank you. But again, it's not you I'm talking to. Let's calm down. Although this is the first attempt, there should be no danger as long as I don't let my guard down. If things take a turn for the worse, just scarp her and don't look back. As I said before, always aim for the head, because anywhere else would be useless. Understand? I get it. No, that wasn't a sign to attack immediately. Behelreawea. Einar runs out, her two-handed greatsword swinging. It's already too late to stop her. Perhaps the roar helps her draw the aggro properly, because the enemy also rushes forward with its sword and shield instead of staying at the edge of the torchlight. Cool. Clonk. Einar's great sword and the Death Fiend's Protean blade collide with a clanging roar. Bjorn, be careful. This monster's power is no joke. Wouldn't that usually be obvious from just seeing it? Behelreawea. I join the battle with my own roar. My shield guarding the front like a wall. I pound at the flank of the enemy, interrupting its attack on Einar, who's just been knocked away. But is it possible for mere flesh to be this tough? It feels like I'm striking stone. Creak. Even as I apply force, it's me who gets pushed back, shield and all. There's no reason to keep it apart from my injured pride. That is, I lift my toes up high, my heels digging on the ground. Then I slam my entire weight forward, with not a roar, but a scream. Awa! Fuck. I feel like my muscles are about to be torn apart. But there's an indescribable sense of joy. Looks like I managed to resist. And Einar isn't green enough to let this gap go. Boom! Her great sword lodges itself at the side of the Death Fiend's head with a heavy, dull sound. Not severing it, but literally lodged in it. Crack! She cut with such a heavy sword, and yet it only pierced about 1 centimeter into the enemy's flesh. The blunt sound was probably the blade striking the skull. Even in the game, the Death Fiend boasted a notorious level of defense. Although, it was its regeneration rather than physical defense that drove the newbies away from the game. Cool. Take distance now? Avoiding the frantic struggles of the Death Fiend, I widen the gap between us. Dark red blood is dripping from where the sword was pulled out, but the bleeding stops in less than 3 seconds. Due to its passive skill, preservation of the flesh. Einar, make a gap. It's my turn to attack. Just as I quickly shout an order out and try to rush in. Thump, thump, thump. The earth suddenly begins to shake. This is my first time seeing such an effect, but I understand at a glance. An act of skill possessed by Death Fiends. Call of the Dead. Keep away, there are ghouls coming. As the shaking stops, ghouls dig their way out from beneath the ground. Exactly 10 in number. Get rid of these guys first. Got it. While Einar gets rid of the ghouls with her greatsword. Cool. I keep the Death Fiend's attention. Although since I keep drawing aggro, the ghoul bastards keep attacking me instead, their nails scratching me up until my skin looks like a tattered rag. Of course, it's no big deal. I have regeneration, too, although not as good as the other guy. Bjorn, now I'll take on this guy. The ghouls are wiped out in about 2 minutes. It's kind of funny, to be honest, to think you can survive the Death Fiend's summoning pattern by just beating them up. I never did this well even in the game. While Einar takes over the baton and starts marking him one-on-one, I take my mace out and move behind his back. And smash him good on the back of his head. Puff! The sound and the feel are pretty good. A trickle of putrid blood leaks out from the wound. I keep hitting. Puff! 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 With enough power to convert a goblin into motes of light in every shot. But fuck, why is it still like this? Crack! In reality, the skull is sturdy beyond imagination. Even as I keep hitting it, the flesh keeps healing. What should I do now? The attack power is lacking. If I'd known this beforehand, I'd have bought the weapon the merchant had recommended at the time. Should I just give up and go hunt level 9 monsters instead? Crack! 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 I continue attacking with my mace as I keep thinking, but it's not enough to destroy the brain. Whoosh! In the end, I have no choice but to step back to avoid the protean blade that comes swinging in. But then, cut! Suddenly, the Death Fiend's body loses its balance and tilts. I can see Einar digging her heels, grabbing one of the legs of this 3M tall bastard and lifting it up. It's a common technique in the UFC. Don't they call this a single leg tackle? All those muscles swelling up and those veins bulging out, the scene really makes her look like the monster. The goal is clear, and even seems feasible. So I immediately join in. Puff! When I hit the ankle he still has on the ground as hard I can with my mace, the massive body completely loses its balance and hovers in the air for an instant. And, coo! Crashes down on the floor. This is what you call, in technical terms, a takedown. Although I'd never even thought that applying such a technique against a medium or large class monster might be possible. Anything's possible if you're a barbarian. Cool. The Death Fiend flounders on the ground like a worm turned on its back. For us, who are about to rush in again, it's a startling sight. Cool. Wait, it can't right itself back up? Bjorn. Yeah. We read each other's thoughts in our eyes. Einar and I run to its fallen form and smash it with our weapons like crazy. Like when you make machi, putting the rice on a mortar, and take turns hitting it with a mallet, we also decide on an amicable turn-based arrangement. Puff! 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 Come to think of it, this reminds me of making rice cakes in that folk village I'd visited during elementary school. So fun. Maybe, because I remember the buddy I'd paired up with crying and asking for their turn? Seeing Einar having fun somehow heals the wounds in my heart. As if my spirit is sublimating. You kill the Death Fiend. EXP +2. We smile brightly, watching the Death Fiend dissolve into motes of light. Without any help from a wizard's powerful spells, a priest's divine power, or a fairy's elemental magic. Bjorn, look at this. The Mana Stone is huge. We've succeeded in hunting an 8th level monster. Chapter 24. Pillager 1. A 9th grade Mana Stone is equivalent to a rock bread, meaning each one is valued at about 20 stones. Then what about an 8th grade Mana Stone? Unfortunately, one Death Fiend is worth only 5 goblins. What? You mean only 100 stones? Including the summoned ghouls, it can drop up to 300 stones. Of course, even considering that, there was no denying that the amount was low. Because we just had to risk our lives. Bjorn, how much was that bread we ate at the inn? I remember it was about 300 stones. Then still, it means you can taste that sweetness once every time you catch a death fiend. Apparently, the cream pie she'd eaten earlier had now established itself as the new unit of currency for Einar. Of course, if you divided it 8:2, you'd only get 0.2 units of sweetness per hunt, but I decided to not mention that out loud. Bjorn, this is not the time to be hunt. Let's go hunting. Although she'd been disappointed for a bit at the paltry reward. I smiled as I looked at Einar, who'd regained her enthusiasm. In this respect, it wasn't a bad choice to team up with a barbarian. I'd liked Erwin, my former teammate, but her downside was that she was too passive about everything. My current colleague was much better when it came to motivation. Okay, let's go. After that, we continued to hunt around the neighborhood for death fiends. With one hunt taking more than 20 minutes, we should have been at a loss even at 300 stones, but turned out our first attempt had been an outlier. Cool. Each time we met a death fiend, we rushed at it together, crying out the name of our ancestor. Then we grabbed one leg each, lifted, and threw the creature to the floor. Let's call it a double barbarian tackle. Cool. A fallen death fiend was just easy prey. As we kept making chit-chat, it ineffectually tried to reach us with its arms, and quickly dissolved into motes of light. It took about 3 minutes each time. The moment one fell to the floor, it'd feel a sense of crisis and summon ghouls, so it was difficult to shorten it further. Oh! As the hunts continued, our mana stone pouches got filled up quicker and quicker, but we were not satisfied with the speed and accelerated even further. Because hunting death fiends would become impossible from the third day. If I hadn't reached the second floor faster than anyone else using the bug, I wouldn't have even dared to fight these guys. Because they wouldn't be traveling alone anymore. No matter how much could be done with a party of 2, facing a group of 3 or 4 of them would be difficult to say the least. 14:27. I checked the time and decided to take a short break. There's a saying about rowing hard when the tide is high, but accidents always happen when you are impatient. Bjorn, thirsty. Drink sparingly. The corpse flowers will bloom only from tomorrow. Corpse flowers? They're the only means of replenishing moisture in the Deadlands. When the time comes, flowers bloom on the vines covering the rubbles of stone buildings, and you can open them to find water within. Einar became a bit unsettled at my explanation. Bjorn, isn't that unsanitary? It surely was. I'd heard that it was okay to drink, but I still felt bad. However, this wasn't an appropriate response from somebody who shared a room with 4 other people and never washed. Then do you have any other way? None. I will drink. After resting for about 20 minutes to replenish our stamina, we again resumed our hunt. And until we were on the brink of collapsing from exhaustion, we managed to hunt a total of 70 death fiends. Meaning, we'd earned more than 20,000 stones in a single day. Isn't this better than hunting only level 9 monsters? But the essence I'd been hoping for never dropped. Even the word atrocious isn't enough to describe how rare essence drops are. So in the early game, tweaking your playstyle according to the essence drop you actually get is the basics. The results depend on your skill as the player. In that sense, I've been looking forward to this. Death Fiend Essence is one of the top items you can get in the early game. The problem is that there's no sign of it dropping. The active skill Call of the Dead that summons the ghouls is frankly a bit esoteric, but the passive skill Preservation of the Flesh is good enough to make up for that. Of course, eating the essence doesn't mean you'll regenerate as fast as those bastards. But it has a good synergy with the Undying Imprint, which also increases your regeneration factor. 2:57. I checked the time while listening to Einar's snores. One day had passed, and the second day started. From now on, we'd have to fight 2 death fiends at once, but there was another aspect that made me feel a bit more relaxed. At least it won't look weird when we ran into other adventurers. Again, I feared our fellow adventurers the most. Einar, get up. I didn't eat it. It's your shift. 3 hours each. After resting for a total of 6 hours, we unceasingly kept hunting death fiends the second day as well. Cool. Even though they came in pairs. Even with 20 ghouls summoned by their active skills, it was still worth the effort. Because we learned all their tricks by hunting them again and again on the first day. Cool. I fearlessly charged in to smash one of them to the floor. The other one was also knocked down at the same time. Even the smallest hitch in the whole process meant the whole operation would be a bust, but whenever that happened, we simply ran away without looking back. Einar, let's bounce. Yeah. The death fiends moved pretty lumberingly, and they by habit didn't pursue if one escaped their territory, so we hadn't faced any danger thus far. Swaya. Each battle took about 10 minutes. Although about 3 attempts out of 10 resulted in failure, since we were hunting a pair at a time, our profits were pretty similar to the first day. Groups had been fairly rare at first. However, as the afternoon passed, groups of 3 began to appear occasionally, and the frequency of such encounters kept increasing with time. We'll have to leave this place soon. A wise warrior knows when to retreat. It was the end of the second day. I left the Death Fiend's territory, leaving my regrets behind me. We returned to the area with the soggy mud, and found a suitable campsite inside a pathway. That was then! Exclamation point. It was our first time encountering another group of adventurers. It was a group of 3 humans, prowling in the dark, relying on a torch like us. We saw each other only after we'd approached within 10 m of each other. What are you looking at? If you don't have any business, go away. Excuse me. Einar spat out coldly, and the other group passed us by, disappearing back into the darkness. It was a little strange. Step. They were only about 20 steps or so away, and the sound of their footsteps was still faintly audible. But their torchlight was no longer visible. I'd heard that most of the stairs in the labyrinth devour light. This must have been what that meant. The bright light of a torch became almost impossible to see with the naked eye even from just 10 m away. While I was pondering over this phenomenon for a while, Bjorn, we have to move. Einar spoke up with a note of stubbornness in her voice. They know where we are. The walls here are convenient, but it'd still be safer to find a new campsite. That was certainly true. I was indeed going to do that. But something here didn't fit. What the heck? As soon as she saw another group of adventurers, she growled at them to fuck off. What a sudden shift in character. Bjorn, humans can't be trusted. I agree. I see. We had one more thing in common other than both of us being barbarians. Our distrust in the race called humans. Looked like something happened to her during her first time in the labyrinth. I'd have to ask her later. Then let's go. We packed our bags and moved on. But finding another campsite with as good a location as before turned out to be difficult. Perhaps a compromise was in order, with just one wall protecting our backs? While I was busy thinking, stop it, I could hear a moan coming from somewhere nearby. Cock! Huh! It was no banshee. It wasn't even a woman's voice in the first place. Wait. The words were clearly discernible. Live, please let me. Damn it. Why couldn't I have just sat down and slept anywhere? As the screams stopped, silence reigned again. Einar whispered. It wasn't a monster attack. I knew that. I too had working ears. It's unlikely for a person to beg for their life in front of a monster. The situation was clear. Somebody killed somebody else. Fuck. What kind of dog's-it situation was this? I wasn't some kid detective. Since I had no intention of getting involved, I just grabbed Einar's wrist and slowly started backing away. But did they sense our footsteps? Who's there? It was a cold, subdued voice. It sounded rough, but it was a woman's. We held our breaths and didn't move, not giving any response. But at that moment, wheeze, pop, something like a flare shot into the sky, softly illuminating an area about 50 m in radius. As a result, I was also able to meet the eyes of the owner of the voice. We were less than 15 m apart. Erwin would have been able to notice her presence from afar and avoid her, had she been here. Rookies, is it? The nameless woman looked at us and made a quick judgment. I was doing the same. A dagger dripping with blood point 4 scattered corpses. Pillager. The woman asked calmly. First time seeing one? SOSO. My first time seeing somebody as professional as this chick, at least. I see. Although some witnesses to her murder scene had just popped up, the woman who was meaningfully nodding her head still looked very calm. Somehow, I could guess the reason. Pillagers. Those who professionally hunt their fellow adventurers instead of monsters are called that. They earn good money by looting equipment off adventurers, instead of farming mana stones from monsters. Of course, if you get caught, you should be sentenced to death the moment you get back to the city. Except there's nothing like that. Just like I killed 6 adventurers in self-defense, and yet wasn't investigated at all. There's no way to know what happens inside the labyrinth from the outside. Unless someone tells you otherwise. You aren't wearing a mask. This is the most absurd aspect of the current situation. This psychopathic bitch is blatantly showing off her face. A little over 170 centimeters tall, with a skinny figure. Tattoos running from under the eyes to her shoulders, and the back of her right ear cut in half. With this much information, identification wouldn't even be difficult. In the modern age, it'd be possible to collect evidence from this place itself. But this is a fantasy world. There are even ways to distinguish truth from falsehood without physical evidence. Were they your colleagues? Well, the woman looked at the scattered corpses and shrugged. They might have thought so. That's why her face was bare. While asking questions that I could reasonably expect to be answered, I quickly organized the information that could be seen with the naked eye. There were 4 bodies in total. Due to their equipment level and the fact that one looked to be a wizard, I could tell that they were adventurers who were active on at least the 5th floor. And there were no traces of traumatic injury on 3 of the corpses. But since traces of vomiting up blood and gastric juice remained on their lips. Were they all poison? The man who was dealt with at the end had some tolerance, so he managed to endure for a little while. I hope my guess was correct. The situation would be even more bleak if she was a talent who could kill 4 mid-level adventurers alone without receiving a single wound. Slowly, bit by bit, the woman squatted down and started skillfully removing the equipment from the corpses and put them one by one in her bag. It might have been a magic tool or something, because even the bulkier items fit in without any problem, making me feel fear before envy could arrive. Just having such a thing made the difference between us desperately clear. Barbarian, the woman called to us. I didn't respond. Einar asked me quietly, "Is it a fight?" She really was great. Erwin would have become terrified by now. No matter how big the gap might be, did a warrior's pride lie in never giving up or something? I answered briefly. I'm thinking. To be honest, I wanted to avoid the option of fighting. Our difference was obvious just from the equipment. And if her skills matched her equipment, well, even 2:1, our odds weren't anything to write home about. Hush! As its life expired, the light in the sky winked out, bringing back the darkness. I immediately made my decision. Run. Full speed. Pride won't save your life. Chapter 25. Pillager 2. We run through the darkness. I flip open the compass to check the direction from time to time, and do my best to run like crazy. Gruel! Ghouls, skeletons, and other such monsters keep blocking the way, but they're too slow to cause any problems. But the same would be true for our pursuer. Pit-a-pat, pit-a-pat, pit-a-pat. Go our footsteps. Has it been about 5 minutes? That psychopath bitch must have been slow to finish her looting. That's the lucky part. If we hadn't been dressed like rookies, that bitch would have given up on the loot and came after us straight away. But this also proves that she has the means and the confidence to catch us even with such a long head start. Still, at least it's bought us a little bit of time. Bjorn isn't at the mark. Good news keeps coming. Collapsed stone buildings are everywhere here in the Deadlands. Every time I'd passed one, I'd marked it, so I could find my way back to the first floor portal later. This way, although I already knew we were in the vicinity, we come upon it earlier than expected. Maybe I got lucky. Who are you? Damn, I didn't mean to raise a flag. Einar and my feet halt at the same time, because we've encountered another group of adventurers. No, in a way, isn't this better? Pillagers are natural enemies of adventurers. If we explain the situation and offer appropriate compensation, we might even be able to get their help. Barbarian, the group of adventurers who suddenly appeared in the dark, point their weapons at us and tilt their heads. They are 4 in number. Everyone is human, and the equipment looks at least twice as good as ours. Humans are hard to trust, but we probably have no choice here. We're being chased by a pillager. We request help. So you guarantee that you are not pillagers? I swear on my honor, as a warrior. Everything I say is true. Contrary to my promise with the fairy, this time I offer my warrior's oath unasked. Surprisingly, this oath works everywhere. A bald-headed guy, who seems to be the leader among the 4, thinks for a moment before speaking. If we catch the pillager, we will take all the rewards. Do you agree? Of course. Good. As the bald-pated guy beckons, the other adventurers lower their weapons. Obviously, this wouldn't have been as easy if I weren't a barbarian. Come here at once. We'll talk more later. As I approach them, the yellow-haired man, about 160 centimeters tall, uses this ability. This is my power, Power of the Earth Gnome 1. It can help you assimilate with your surroundings up to a radius of 3 meters. To put it simply, an AoE version of the Goblin Archer's stealth ability. In return, it has the disadvantage of not being able to move. Any injuries? None. How lucky. The bald-headed man looks at me as he says so. He's definitely right. Did I accidentally stumble upon a bunch of adventurers who have an AoE stealth ability? We can even avoid combat altogether. 2 barbarians rolled in. Fuck you. So you were talking to yourself? Really, I thought things were finally working out. No, maybe there isn't any problem? The character has fallen into a state of suppression. Oh. A flash of greed can be seen in the adventurer's eyes, including the baldy. One of them's already rummaged through my backpack and opened the magic stone pouch. You made a lot of money in just 2 days. I want to cave his ribs in with my mace right now, but my body doesn't move. And the same goes for Einar. Were you surprised that your body suddenly stopped moving? It's the power of an essence, of course. I can already guess what kind of essence it is. There are many similar abilities, but there's only one that these guys, who are adventurers on the same floor as us, can have. A stone golem suppression, is it? I'm sure. I got hit by the active skill of the 8th grade monster, Stone Golem. The easiest way to break free is to take damage. Even a trivial hit for 1 damage is fine. If these bastards aren't completely brainless, they'd be careful about that. Hey buddy, it's no use glaring like that. It's not like you can solve the ability that way. This is the worst situation that can't even be described as disgusting. Damn, I said I was going to live, but I'm just going to die like this? Look at how he's glaring. Hey, you still don't understand the situation you're in. It's fine, Ramad. Just end it like this. That pillager they mentioned might come along any moment. It's bothering me. Sheesh, this is too bad. We finally caught a woman, but she's a barbarian. You idiot, isn't a barbarian better? How much would its heart sell for? Their ugly desires, now revealed in full, prickle my skin and chill my bones. The bald man pulls out a sharp blade and lifts it. Kill them in one blow. Don't bother me. Tisk, don't worry. Whiz. Killing intent suffuses the wind, pointing towards my neck. Neck. Even when death is imminent, my brain synthesizes all sensory information and suggests a way. Of course, I don't know if it really would work, but it'd be much more productive than ruminating on my life and pondering over my regrets. Snicked. The sharp blade cuts through my neck. At the same time, a tingling sensation rises, and the stiffness that covered my body is released. I immediately tilt my head back, like a boxer turning his face and bleeding off the power of an incoming punch. Time slows down to a crawl. I can see the grumpy expression on his face. The hand that had been holding the dagger is now empty. That's when I feel a foreign object stuck in my throat. Oh, it's stuck halfway. The moment I realize it, my brain makes a brief conclusion. It's not bad. As long as it doesn't bleed as much, I can hold on a little longer. Creak. Balancing on one leg by forcing the other to loosen, I swing the mace in my hand towards that shiny, smooth, hairless crown. Crunch. The bald man starts collapsing, his skull half caved in, slowly, at about 0.5x speed. Darvan? There are so many confused faces all around. What? You fuckers didn't expect the guy with a knife stuck in his neck to hit back. Why dash? Oh, you. Actually, I didn't expect to either. But this is how it is. Something is seeping out of my throat all the while. My body loses strength, and the light blurs. Is this shock? A tingling sensation is spreading from head to toe. Lack of oxygen and blood. It hurts. The mace and the shield I've been holding fall to the floor as if I can't even grasp them properly. I want to collapse right away and rest. But there's still work to be done. I'm not doing this shit just to take one more bastard down with me. Creak. Stomping on my feet, I raise up my staggering body, pulling out the knife directly from my neck. I throw it at Einar, who's only about 4 steps away. Snicked. I didn't know it would stick like that. Ouch. Sorry, but at least your body can move now. Slash. At the instant the dagger pierces her forearm, Einar swings her great sword and cuts the nearby archer in two at the waist. From there she flows into a pirouette, rotating once, then leaps and slams her weapon down on the third guy's head. His steel helmet is completely useless. Crunch. Blood trickles out from the cracks, covering the mass of scrap metal that the helmet has become. Hey, this crazy. The blonde, who's standing the farthest, immediately leaps away and runs without looking back. He's no slower than a goblin in assessing the situation. Bjorn. Einar, who's finished cleaning up the surroundings, comes running, kneeling down. Then I can leave the rest to you. Bjorn. Einar hugs me and shouts my name like a dirge, as if she's talking about a dead man. Feeling an ominous sensation, I forcefully open my drowsy eyes and try to talk. Cough. I get it. I will definitely get payback for you. No, it's not about payback. Achievement complete. Condition. Health drops below 0.1%. Reward. Mind permanently increases by +3. I desperately force out the word. Potion. Fuck you, save me. Bjorn Yandel. Level 2. Body. 46/mind. 39, new +3/abilities 4. Item level. 202. Combat index. 139.5. New +3 screech. The hole in my neck began to heal, accompanied by a wave of pain. But I was still ecstatic, because I could feel so clearly the life being breathed into my almost corpse. The burning pain awakened the mind that had dulled. I lived. I really thought I was going to cross the Jordan River and step foot into the promised land this time. Thankfully, I didn't use those 1.4 million stones for anything else and got the undying imprint first. If not for that, I wouldn't be sitting here now. Einar, did you wake up? Gear, grab all the gear first. As soon as I had the energy to speak, I gave Einar instructions. After that, I somehow hauled myself up and splattered the rest of the potion all over my neck. Splosh. It felt like splashing money, but it couldn't be helped. Even though the wound on my neck seemed to be getting better, who knew what state the insides were in? What kind of damage had it done to my brain? So, it was better to take precautions in advance. Ouch! In fact, before long, a tingling sensation appeared in the back of my skull. Considering the intensity of the pain, it didn't seem serious, but it might have developed into a major problem if left unattended. Can I check it for a moment? What about the equipment? I've already grabbed everything. I see. At my nod, Einar lifted my chin and carefully inspected the wound. This is going to scar. It was a bit weird. Erwin had said something pretty similar. Well, the feelings behind the words were completely different though. Great. You'll be the only barbarian with a scar from a pierced neck. Did she consider this body art? Seriously, no matter how much the barbarian's way of life is to believe only in your own body, even they don't make a habit of surviving with a hole drilled into their neck. Now what? Einar asked about my future plans. I was also nervous about this, even though I just finished walking a tightrope between life and death. Nothing had actually been resolved. How long has it been? At the longest, about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. On the contrary, meeting these bastards had made the situation worse. I'd been crazy to consider it, no matter how urgent the situation, to try and borrow the power of other adventurer bastards. Anyway, there'd be time to regret it later. Which way did he run? Towards there. Leading Einar, I moved in the direction the blonde had escaped to. Although because the floor was muddy, there were no footprints left, so it was impossible to track him properly. But, just as expected, here you are. I found him not too far away. It was so dark around here. How far could he run? Perhaps while running, he'd banged his head on the rubble of a building and fallen to the ground unconscious. Hey, spare me. After taking everything that could be used a weapon, I roughly stomped on his back to wake him up, and he immediately started groveling. A very polite attitude compared to before, when he'd been clicking his tongue earlier because the woman they'd caught was a barbarian. Okay. Einar grabbed the man by the neck and lifted him up with one hand. However, he was so short that his feet couldn't touch the ground. Kaffa? Seeing him struggling, being strangled, made me feel refreshed rather than sympathetic. Rather, I wanted to give him some unasked for advice. You should have done it properly. Always aim at the head, not the neck. If you do that, even a potion or an undying imprint won't help. Einar, release him. Despite looking like she was questioning my instructions inside, Einar let go. I approached the fallen man and growled my order in his ears. Use your power, if you want to live. That was the only reason why I hadn't dealt with this yellow rat yet. The power of the earth gnome that this guy had. Because I needed it right now. Done, I used it. How long can you keep it up? 30 minutes. No, I can last 40 minutes. So, he was a chatterbox. I wished he could just answer my questions. I asked again, his collar clenched in my hand. How long will it take to use it again? I have to rest afterwards for as long as I keep it up. Right. I released my grip on his neck and pressed my feet down on his torso to prevent him from escaping. As was my usual way with the goblins. Isn't it better to just kill him? I think she gave up on us anyway. I wondered what kind of bullshit she was spouting now, but it might have looked like that from her point of view. Although we managed to escape, it was unknown whether or not we were actually pursued. Even considering the time to track us down, it was definitely strange that we hadn't even seen her hide nor hair yet. Gave up? Certainly the possibility existed. Maybe that psychopath bitch thought rookies like us weren't even worth chasing after. So, what if we returned to the city and testified? If that bare face we saw earlier was actually some magical disguise, that'd fit as an explanation. But, squelch. Things couldn't possibly go that well. I mean, this was me we were talking about. Chapter 26. Pillager 3. Einar, whenever something happens, always consider the worst-case scenario first. To see what happened only a little while ago. Did we not burn with the light of hope when we accidentally encountered human adventurers? The world won't turn some specific way just because you want it to. The reason we were able to run from that place was because she let us go. She must have thought that she could catch us quickly if she wanted. So this is too early to feel reassured. The words are getting too long for her. Let's summarize around the main point. By now, she must be secretly watching from nearby. This motherfucking. No, I was guessing you were in hot pursuit at the worst. I see. So there's another abyss underneath the abyss. Or maybe the problem is with my own intelligence. Bjorn. As Einar and I put down our backpacks and prepare to fight, the woman emerges from the darkness. Still unmasked. I'm sorry, Barbarian. What's with this creepy bitch? Still, that last struggle was impressive. What about the power of the earth gnome, or whatever? No, seems like she's already been observing us for quite a while. It doesn't make sense, logically. Why did you show up now? It had taken me a few minutes after drinking the potion to be able to move. Yet, why didn't she aim for that gap? While I'm waiting for her to answer. Ah! The yellow-haired man gets up from where he'd been thrown to the floor and starts running with all his might. Me and Einar react a beat late because all our attention is on the psychopathic bitch. But, thwack, a thin needle-like projectile flows in a straight line and pierces the blonde's neck. Might it be poisoned? Despite such a minor trauma, the blonde trembles like an aspen in the wind and soon falls down limp. And I realize, this isn't the time to be leisurely asking questions. I know, we don't need many or complex words to communicate. The moment I call her name, Einar pushes herself off the ground and leaps forward, as if she'd been waiting for my signal. I am the same. If you can't run away, what can you do except fight? Clang! Yet the pillager easily ducks under the swing of Einar's greatsword. And with a dagger, she blocks the mace that came swinging from the side in perfect synchronicity. Clang! This crazy. Just how many essences have you eaten? Of course, the dagger that she blocked the mace with is still intact. When the woman starts exerting force, my body starts getting pushed back. Stop doing meaningless things, barbarian. Well, that sounds like a very difficult request, even if it's pointless. I am a barbarian. Of course, my mind has not yet escaped the fetters of modernity. Clang! I feel afraid every day. There's no sign of getting used to pain, and I still keep trying to come up with a way to escape. Nevertheless, if there's one aspect where we are the same. Clang! If there is only one path left before me, I choose to walk it and beyond it, without hesitation. Clang! As the mace collides with the dagger, I discard it and attempt to tackle. She doesn't budge, as expected. You're also just an adventurer. Why are your physical abilities so high? Sullen thoughts rise up out of nowhere. But even if I can't knock you to the ground, I can bite you and bog you down. Einar! Now! Before the shout even leaves my throat, Einar's greatsword is already swinging in a beautifully clean straight line. For the first time, the pillager bitch, who's been expressionless the entire time, shows her emotions on her face. Exclamation point. Upset. Or annoyed. Well, maybe it's anger. Thwack. Pain erupts from my back. Did she just stab my spine? No, what about my armor? Irrespective of my doubts, my strength drains away. The character has fallen into a state of paralysis. I try to cling onto her somehow, but my body, which ran wild like a monster even after being stabbed in the neck, doesn't listen to me at all this time. Thwack! Then the same sound comes again. With a clang, Einar's great sword falls to the floor. I force my pupils up and see the dagger deeply embedded in Einar's wrist. Even now, Einar is in pain but doesn't stop. Triple A quad A. Having lost her weapon, she swings her left fist instead of the paralyzed right arm. Seeing her fighting spirit, I feel like I'm realizing it all over again. Why are barbarians, no different in appearance than a human a few sizes too large, treated as monsters by everyone? But this isn't a good matchup. Whoosh! The woman escapes the fist with flexible movements, and not stopping there, grabs Einar's wrist, twisting it. Thud! And throws her down on the floor. Einar immediately tries to bounce back up, but keeps slipping and falling. Her arms, tendons showing, are trembling. Seeing that, the woman sighs coldly. Give up. There's nothing you can do once paralyzed by basilisk venom. It's like a death sentence. My head goes blank and my vision darkens. Equipment, skills, experience. There is a stark difference in every aspect. Even when I run my brain ragged, I can't think of any way to turn the situation around. And when the word death is so bleakly engraved in my mind, I wish you could have heard me out this quietly. The woman bends over and loosens my stiff hands still grabbing her trousers, and continues indifferently. Barbarian, swear that you won't reveal to anyone what happened today. Then I will spare you. What? After a brief silence, the woman spoke again. I was thinking of making this offer from the beginning, but you ran away so quickly. Because I'm indebted to a barbarian. I could instinctively feel that this was my only way to survive, but I couldn't understand it. Looking at me lifting my head up so desperately, the woman explained briefly. As far as possible, I don't want to kill a barbarian with my own hands. With her own hands? Was that why she just watched when I fell for that yellow hair's trick? So she didn't have to get her own hands dirty? Bjorn the pillager's words. Don't believe she just wants to toy with us. But even if you say that, I don't have a choice. If I'm just being fooled and toyed with, what difference does it make in the end? I asked, spitting out the blood that had filled up to the tip of my throat. If we turn down the offer, what? Naturally, I'll kill you. Because that was what I promised. A promise who the hell with? That's not for you to know. Her tone was the same as before, but somehow it sounded a bit harsher. Choose. I'll give you a little time. As a warrior, I swear upon my honor. No time needed. It's not like there were any other options. Really, you're a bit odd. The psychopath who leveled a strange gaze at me for a moment, sprayed something on me. Screech, a familiar pain. No need to guess, it was a potion. You have taken a recovery potion, top. The character's state of paralysis is lifted. The stiff muscles loosened up and strength gradually began to enter my body. What about you, barbarian girl? The woman looked away from me and asked. Einar gave her answer after a brief silence. I refuse. I see. The woman did not ask again. She just nodded her head slightly. However, I felt it more clearly within that action. She didn't take out her weapon, nor take any threatening action. But now, this woman was going to kill Einar. And to prevent such a thing, there was only one thing I could do. Enter Mechana. Bjorn, didn't you say you would follow me without question? Even so, the oath of a warrior is. Fuck, how much do you have to protect your pride? Penelon's second daughter, Einar. Einar stiffened at my shout. I lowered my voice, looked in her eyes, and spoke calmly. Trust me now, this is the right choice. After a brief and silent struggle, Einar finally opened her mouth. I understand. I will swear. Good thinking. After that, Einar made her oath, and the psychopathic bitch healed her by using up another potion. Was this carrot and stick? The feeling of being forcibly compelled to make a choice was the same as always. So damn disgusting. So fucking disgusting. Which floor? As soon as the treatment was over, the woman turned around and was about to leave, but I asked her before she could. To this question that could be interpreted in infinitely different ways, the woman tilted her head for a moment and gave a brief answer. 8th. Not even the 5th floor. No wonder. So that's how strong and adventurous she was. Even 10 of me together probably wouldn't have been a match for this bitch. But even so, squelch. As I watched the psychopath disappear like smoke in front of my very eyes, I made a silent vow. Next time, things will be different. Einar, are you alright? I'm fine. I can get up by myself. Einar pushed my hand away and stood up on her own. I wondered if she was disappointed in me, but probably the person she was most disappointed in was not me, but herself. Because barbarians have an honest side. Einar, with a complicated gaze, decided to let the problem rest for a while, and first checked up on my condition. First this creak. When the armor was taken off, one could see a hole the size of a dagger on the back. The edges of the hole were very clean. Or, maybe, motherfucker. On merely the 2nd floor in so vast a place as the Deadlands, did we really come across such a monster? Dogs hit. All I could think of was that I needed to get stronger. I couldn't afford to waste a single day. Going home, or whatever could come later, first I had to be able to protect myself in this dog's hit world. Bjorn, what are we going to do now? Let's go down to the 1st floor. The Deadlands wasn't bad as a hunting ground, but I had no intention of staying here with that crazy bitch wandering around. What if she changed her mind and came back? Is it I get it? Einar, who looked exhausted, followed my instructions without asking any questions. Mental care wasn't my specialty, but after all, if somebody is feeling so down, you have to say something. When they look like their world is crumbling around them. Follow me. Avoiding most of the avoidable battles, we moved along the markers. About 6 hours passed since then. We were finally able to return to the portal that led down to the 1st floor. Thud. This time I landed fine, while Einar rolled on the floor. It was a very bad fall too, but she simply got up slowly, as if nothing had happened, without a single moan. Doesn't it hurt? It hurts. Then, I'm no longer a warrior, so what is this pain worth? The situation was much more serious than I'd thought. Was it so disgraceful to swear an oath, as if you were begging for your life? Well, it had been so in the game. Oh, Einar. What is it? The warrior who survives is the strongest. One defeat isn't the end of it all. It simply opens up the possibility of future victory. It's hard to understand if you use so complicated words. Although she intentionally spoke in a cheerful manner, Einar's voice was still gloomy. However, I think I somehow understand what it means to be a strong surviving warrior. Is that so? To overcome such humiliation and the urge to commit suicide every single moment must mean that you are a strong warrior. Like you, Bjorn. No, I didn't feel any of that though. Suicide? What are you, a samurai? I didn't originally mean something like that, but I was happy to just go with it. You could do it, Einar. I don't know if I'll ever be able to get through this pain. I'll try. Yes, one day we will repay our disgrace. With sincere mutual support, we resumed our walk, and after deciding to camp in a suitable place, I asked Einar to sleep first. He'll wake you up in 2 hours. I will repay you for your consideration. My consideration. She was half right and half wrong. 7:39. Going by the time, it was the morning of the 3rd day. I hadn't slept in over 20 hours. Besides, after going through a lot of things, the mental fatigue is enormous. But even if I closed my eyes, I wouldn't have been able to sleep for a long time anyway. I wasn't being driven by extreme impulses like Einar, but because I, too, felt just as dirty, similar to the pain of drinking a potion. No matter how many times you experience this kind of feeling, you never get used to it. Crackle. Last time, when I'd been saved by that blonde's group, had also been similar to today. The priest had looked into my eyes and refused to give treatment. The swordsman had thrown the potion like a toy, as if he didn't care about the waste. Even having watched it all, I'd still taken the potion and gulped it down while lying prostrate like a dog. Of course, I was happy to have survived, but some indescribable emotions were rising within me. Phew. I let out a long breath, as if trying to brush off my own thoughts. What the hell was I doing? It wasn't like me to be swayed by emotions and to suffer from them. Maybe it was time to slowly release them. I closed my eyes and remembered the advice I'd been given by someone I'd admired as a child. Remember, you are nothing. You can never be special. A magic spell that always made me feel a little bit better. Yes, let's use even this feeling as raw material. As always, that will be a bit more efficient. Chapter 27. Rift 1. People grow. In various different ways. Perhaps by reading a book, or looking back on your past, or having an honest conversation with a friend for the first time, or having a dream you truly desire. Or by envying someone else's good fortune, or witnessing someone else's misfortune, or realizing the degree of your lust for someone or something. Any inspiration that comes from experience contributes to your growth. The me of today is no exception. Well, mental growth is probably just a small part of that, though. 1 short bow, a pair of metal gaiters, 3 low-level potions, a dozen regular torches. What's this, a portrait? Family, maybe? Anyway, let's throw it away. Adding them all up, it's over 800,000 stones. Sifting through the backpacks of the Yellow Hairs party, I smile. After all, this is how it's always been for me. Going through some shit doesn't mean growth will inevitably follow. But with this, there'll be 3 more pieces of armor. But growth will never come without going through some shit first. Damn, now I'm starting to see what I should do next. I'm walking through a cave, with Einar in tow. Bjorn, where are we going now? South, to where the gnomes are. After a total 8-hour break, 4 hours rest for each of us. Einar has also cheered up a little bit. But she's still far from her usual liveliness. Bjorn, we can go faster. You don't have to worry about me. Why are you in such a hurry? I want to become stronger. Even just one day, even just 1 hour earlier. Right. It looks like I don't have to worry about Einar anymore. As long as you have a clear goal, dark emotions will only be your nourishment, not poison. Is the reverse also true? I think the same. Halting in place, I look back on the steps I've taken so far. The coming-of-age ceremony, entering the labyrinth, becoming night friends with Hans, Erwin, the Goblin Forest, for :2 battle with the crossbow party, etc. Thinking about it now, I didn't make any big mistakes. I found and chose the best option in every given situation. But, in other words, it means I've only ever focused on escaping the trial at hand each time. Why did you stop all of a sudden? No, let's keep going. I do have excuses. There was no tutorial or system log. As soon as I opened my eyes, somebody got his head cut off before my eyes. And from then on, a procession of events that were too far removed from normal reality continued to unfold. Therefore, I had no choice but to act as passively as possible, putting my safety first. But is that all? Bjorn, you don't look so good. Never mind. Have I always chosen the best option? Bullshit. In the end, all I did was react. How capable I am to have taken the best course of action every time after something had already happened. If I really want to survive, I need to be more proactive in the future, so I can make some different choices. Didn't my uncle, a die-hard gambling addict, also say so? Instead of playing on a board made by others, throw the dice on a board you've made yourself. Okay, time for a change of plans. Einar, do you really want to become strong? When I suddenly stop again and ask, Einar expresses her bewilderment. What do you mean? It's asking for commitment. There definitely is a way to become stronger, but it comes with risks. What will you do? High risk, high return. How will she respond to this proposal? After watching me for a moment, Einar gulps, her eyes brightening. Of course I'll do it. If we don't become strong, we'll all die anyway. Yes, that's true. That's how the game had been set. Einar, who'd expressed her consent, shouts again. I am now a warrior. Weren't you one already? Puffed. Looking at that barbarian-like attitude that seems so inefficient, but sometimes becomes more efficient than anything else, I understand her a little bit better. So, how do I get stronger? The easy way is also the slow way. There are so many things in this world that can only be called natural disasters. No matter which path you take, you might fall into the abyss anytime, without warning. And for me who's prone to living an interesting life, it could be much more frequent. So, we'll enter a rift. A fence is the best defense. Whoever strikes first has the advantage. This time, I'm going to take the initiative and plunge into danger head first. As someone famous had said, the pain that doesn't kill me will make me stronger. Oh, I see. Einar heard my plan and exclaimed, and then asked carefully, but what's a rift? How could she be this ignorant despite being a native? Couldn't she crack open some books once in a while? Come to think of it, she still couldn't read the letters properly. Rift in short, it's a labyrinth within the labyrinth. I skipped over the finer details. She wouldn't understand anyway even if I explained. A labyrinth within the labyrinth? Right. Should I say that Dungeon and Stone is like few games these days? If I had to explain to another modern person, I would have used the phrase Instant Dungeon 1. On each floor, a portal can sometimes open at a random location. When you enter it, you see a new space, which is not on the second or third floors. Ah, are you talking about the Frost Lord's Palace? Apparently, she'd heard about it, at least. The Frost Lord's Palace is a space accessible from the rift on the 8th floor. Now that I remembered, how much effort did I spend trying to get the Frost Lord's essence? But is it possible with just the two of us? I heard that even the chieftain almost died when he ventured there in his youth. Right? We're on the first floor. A total of 4 types of rifts can be opened from the first floor. The difficulty is far, far easier compared to the rifts on the other floors. By the standard of us two, I'd have to give them a challenge rating of maybe 7 stars? Of course, that was 7 stars out of 5. But how can we get into a place that appears randomly? Don't worry. There's a way. I was an old pro of 9 years at the game, solidly into the ranks of the deceased. I'd found hundreds of hidden pieces in this brutal game. Bjorn, I will only trust you. Instead of heading further south, we turned east. Originally, I'd wanted to hunt gnomes, kobolds, and stone golems on the 2nd floor of the southern route at the Blackrock Mountain. A stone golem suppression is painful, but as long as you prepare for it in advance, they don't have any other strategy. However, who knew how long it'd take to reach the 8th floor if I kept playing it safe? And if I even would? You two barbarians. Are you looking for a night friend? With 3 of us, we can get more sleep. Screw off. No, I was just asking. I'm going to crack your skull open in 3 seconds. As we crossed the first floor, some other people tried sticking to us besides the monsters, but they were all filtered out by Einar. But did she really need to be that harsh? I hate humans more than idiots. It seemed that Einar had evolved beyond the level of mere distrust for humans and into a state of hatred. Puff, puff, crunch. We finally reached our destination after traveling for nearly 20 hours, smashing down the monsters that blocked our way. The time was around 4 a.m. I could once again feel how large the first floor was. The fact that it took more than a day to get from the west end to the center was enough to prove it, disregarding how treacherous and maze-like the paths were in the first floor that was designed like an anthill. Bjorn, isn't this the entrance to the first floor? Strictly speaking, the word entrance was ambiguous. Most entrance points tended to favor one side, either north or south. First of all, there was no light here, right? Crackle. Holding a burning torch, one of the regular ones I'd looted from the Yellow Hairs party, we entered the dark zone. How long was it after that? You hunted a gnome. EXP +1. You hunted a blade wolf. EXP +1. After completing our 8th battle, Einar exclaimed in wonder, as if it were a miracle. All 4 types of monsters appear here. I never knew there was such a place at the center of the first floor. This was common knowledge for most adventurers, but this was not a place they usually visited. By analogy, was it perhaps comparable to a convergence point where warm and cold oceanic currents met? In the zone where we now stood, blade wolves from the east, ghouls from the west, gnomes from the south, and goblins from the north all appeared. But it's strangely empty. This area was not popular with the adventurers. For a simple reason. Even if all 4 types of monsters appeared, that only increased the challenge and the risk. It wasn't like the monsters were any less in number. In addition, the most fatal disadvantage is the bad price-to-performance ratio, because you have to spend money on torches. In fact, no one came here except for those who crossed it to save on travel time. But old experts like me like this kind of place. Wasn't it suspicious? It was a natural fit for hiding stuff from the game producer's point of view. But why are we here? Wait a bit. It'll come out soon. After an hour of wandering around in the dark, changing directions again and again, eventually I got to where I wanted to be. Come on, we're here. An opening about 30 m in radius. In the middle of that open space, uncommon on this first floor, which was structured like a maze-filled anthill, stood a monument. What is that? A monument. To honor the first discoverer of this labyrinth. I cautiously approached and read the inscription at the bottom. In commemoration of that great first step taken by the last of the great sages, Diplon Groundle Gabrilius. The content of the text was the same as it had been in the game. In other words, it was highly likely that this place was the same as the hidden piece I'd found in the game. Einar, what happens next is a secret. Do you understand? I get it. It needs to be an oath, not just words. If this news spreads, we may both be in danger. I will swear on my honor as a warrior. Thank you. I slowly loosened the pouch on my waist. Goblin, gnome, ghoul, and blade wolf. Mana stones of the 4 types of monsters that appeared on the first floor, as well as the mana stone of a death fiend, a level 8 monster. I started placing them all in front of the great sage's monument. It'll start soon. All the preparations for forcibly opening the rift were in place. The instance dungeons, 2 of dungeon and stone. Or rather, the rifts have cooldowns. Take the first floor as an example. It takes at least 3 cycles, 3 months in city time for a rift to reopen. Of course, it's rare for a rift to reopen immediately after 3 months, and most times a rift opens randomly every 5 to 6 cycles. The maximum, maybe 8 cycles? Something like that. Keep in mind, this is all a result of my own investigation. When I've been working hard to get the Frostlord's essence, I needed to know more about rifts. It isn't efficient to just wander around waiting for the rift to open, after all. Is there something wrong? No. Shaking off my old memories, I placed the Death Fiend's Mana Stone in my hand in front of the monument. If the rift had opened within the last 3 cycles, that is, if it's still in cooldown, there will be no response. Before long, the Mana Stones I'd put down disappear in a flash of light, and the monument starts shaking. It's really happening. Boom! The vibrations intensify, and a black portal opens in front of us. Let's go in. I get it. I hurriedly throw myself into it, with Einar close behind. Hey, the team might get filled up in the next 10 seconds. The character has entered a rift on the first floor. I look around and check our surroundings while Einar collects herself from where she'd hit the ground, ass first. A red sky that seems to herald the end of the world. A murder of crows flying overhead, and a black fortress looming forebodingly in the distance. Needless to say, this is one of the 4 rift types on the first floor, the Blood Citadel. Since the 8th grade Mana Stone I'd offered as a sacrifice belonged to Death Fiend, it's only natural. Whoosh! After we wait for a while, another portal opens in the air and spits a person out. This is the decisive reason why I'd planned to delay coming here until later, even though I knew not only how to definitively open the rift, but also the optimal strategy to conquer it. Because I'm more afraid of adventurers than monsters. I finally managed to get in. Wouldn't it be nice to have a 5-man team with guaranteed confidentiality? If you enter this way, you must clear the rift with some random adventurers who enter on a first-come, first-served basis. In gaming terms, auto-matching. Feeling a bit nervous, I check out our first team member. Ooh, it's reassuring to have 2 barbarians. Lucky. My name is Hikerod Murad. As you can see, I'm a dwarf. Haha. A chatterbox dwarf. No matter how skilled he might be, it doesn't look bad. With a little luck, maybe the rest would also be like this. Uffed. Or, am I getting too big for my britches again? Fuck, just come. Whoever you are. I'm not going to hold on to any hopes or expectations. A new colleague has joined your journey. 2 more team members are added soon after. Chapter 28. Rift 2. Daria Wittember di Tercia. As an adventurer in her 5th year, she was currently wandering around the first floor's crystal cave, with her younger sister in tow. Erwin, you used the spirit again. Big sis, it's too hard with just my dagger. I told you, even if you don't have a bow, or you can't use a spirit, you have to be able to protect yourself. No, I understand that. Stop doing it. If you keep walking around and practicing like this, you'll get better. Terja had taken Erwin to wander around the first floor to give her harsh training. It was all for the sake of her younger sister. And yet her sister didn't even seem to understand that. But as time went on, she was obviously flagging more and more. Uncle said that it's better to specialize in what you're good at. What? Believe in your team and do your best in what you can do. That's the basics of being an adventurer. Terja, who'd been listening with a blank expression, was speechless. This was far too simplistic. Wouldn't it have been nice if that was how this world worked? Erwin, teammates are just teammates. Don't put too much value in them. Terja herself had gone through many teams. From the exploration team on the 6th floor she belonged to for a while, to a hunting team which had aimed only for certain profitable monsters, as well as a speed-running team which had aimed for the achievement of being the first to open a portal. She'd experienced a lot of things while traveling with numerous people. Among them, there were several that she never wanted to share with Erwin. Teammates fundamentally couldn't be trusted, unless they were your blood kin of the same family. I see. Seeing Terja's hard expression, Erwin chose to shut up. Time passed like that, and soon it was the 4th day. Crossing the first floor clockwise, Erwin had grown enough to defeat all the monsters with just her dagger. In the process, her level had also naturally gone up. Sister, what about now? My level rose. Can I just go to the 2nd floor now? Uncle must have already made a lot of money on the 2nd floor by now. Terja laughed as if she was hearing something cute. What was the big deal about hunting a few more monsters on the 2nd floor? Erwin, the rift will open soon. Rift. A place where even mid-level adventurers with several years' worth of experience would never be able to enter without a lot of luck. Erwin tilted her head. How do you know that, sis? Because the last time a rift opened on the 1st floor was 8 months ago. Terja was kind enough to explain in detail to her younger sister. Since today was the 4th day, statistically speaking, the rift had no choice but to open in the next 3 days. I see Uncle never talked about that. Naturally. Erwin saying Uncle every time, but he was still just a rookie in the end. From the point of view of a veteran, going up to the next floor so recklessly and acclimating to killing monsters via trial and error was the very peak of inefficiency. Erwin, don't be impatient and trust your big sister. Give it just a year, and you'll have outstripped that barbarian by a huge margin. Sometimes the slow way is the fastest way. Yes, then I'll be able to help him. Ah, is that so? Terja nodded her head a bit strangely. It was unknown whether the barbarian would still be alive or not. And even if he were, it'd be fine to dissuade her at that time, that at least she wished her sister could preserve this innocence. While she was thinking that, rumble, as if there was an earthquake, the labyrinth began to shake. A phenomenon that occurred whenever a rift opened. Erwin! Terja grabbed Erwin's hand and ran down the passage at full speed. And soon she found a portal, rippling unsteadily. A rift. There had to have been thousands of such portals all over the first floor by now. Now, it was a battle where every single second counted. Whoosh! Terja and Erwin were about to crash through the portal. But at that moment, boom! The portal winked out. Thump! Terja, who could only sail through the air and land on the bare ground, clicked her tongue as if it was a pity. We were one step late. They didn't go in at the same time, but if she had quickly pushed in just her younger sister, Erwin might have been able to enter. However, there'll be other chances. It couldn't be helped. What if her younger sister went into the rift alone and died without Terja there to protect her? Erwin, let's go up to the second floor. Again, sometimes the slow road was the fastest. Equivalent exchange? I really like this phrase. But sadly, there was not the law that governed this world. Just look at how I met that psychopathic bitch. I managed to somehow barely survive, but didn't gain anything in return. No, rather, I had to run away from the Deadlands and wasted more time. But it was different this time. This time I myself made this choice. So, there would definitely be a commensurate price to pay. Well, maybe. Thud. The other two, who got auto-matched as our team members looked like a pair of human man and woman, making me raise my guard. The man who landed with a heavy sound had no special characteristics. The woman was different. Step. As if defying the effect of gravity, the woman slowly fell to a gentle landing. Even the talkative dwarf could only gape at this sight, unable to hide his surprise. I was the same too. To think I'll see a wizard here. Wizard. The strongest job in Dungeon and Stone. In name and in reality, one who'd be treated respectfully wherever they went just because of their status. Bjorn, are wizards so great? The librarian was also a wizard. At Einar's question, the female wizard frowned as if in displeasure that I spoke up quickly before things got any worse. The librarian is a level 9 wizard. Is she different? She was. By a lot. Unlike those upper-class workers in guilds, public institutions, or workshops, this woman here could be said to be a true wizard. The fact that she was able to enter the labyrinth was proof of that. Wizards were an important strategic resource for Rafdonia, so if one couldn't prove their skills, they wouldn't be able to enter the labyrinth. I see. Yes, that's correct. You have a lot of knowledge for a barbarian. As I gave a clear explanation, the female wizard joined our conversation with a calm voice. Seeing that satisfied smile on her lips, I could guess her personality. Greetings. I am Arrowa Raven, a level 6 wizard. This is the professional porter I've hired. His name, what was it again? I am called Tarzine Mistress Raven. So these two people were in one group. Anyway, it wasn't too bad. She didn't give off the feeling that she was looking down on other people, which was already the limit of open-mindedness one could expect from a wizard. The game had been filled with wizards who were mostly shitheads. May I ask you to introduce yourselves, too? Hikarad Murad. Although it's a short journey, I hope we get along, Miss Raven. How experienced are you, Mr. Murad? It's my 3rd year. A 3rd-year adventurer. Each of his pieces of equipment look pretty good. I am Bjorn, son of Yondel. After briefly mentioning my name, I asked straightforwardly. No matter how one looks at it, there don't seem to be any reason for any of you to be active on the first floor. How did you reach the rift? Adventurers active on the first floor were mostly poor wretches without proper equipment. So, I'd expected having to suffer quite a lot to clear the rift. But getting matched with a 3rd-year dwarf and a level 6 wizard? At this point, I couldn't just rejoice in my good fortune, since this much of a coincidence had to be questioned. I can't explain the details, but I heard that the rift would open this cycle. So did I. Preserving the information advantage. 1. As if they'd made the same promises, Raven and the dwarf both kept silent about the method. Of course, it didn't mean much, because I now had a guess as to how it had been inferred. I am Einar, Penellin's second daughter. As soon as everyone's introductions were finished, Raven took the lead in the conversation. The loot will be divided according to the number of people, minus Mr. Tarzine here. Can you all follow my instructions in return? No objection. It's common sense to follow the wizard's instructions in the labyrinth. Thank you for saying so. When the dwarf expressed his consent first, Raven's gaze turned to the two of us. I couldn't worry for too long. As long as there was a wizard in the team, there was nothing good about drawing attention. Because it had been the wizards who persuaded the royal family to recognize the existence of the evil spirits first and announce them as marked for annihilation. Fuck. Clearing the rift was no longer the issue. I agree. Let's just go half and half. Earlier, she broad-mindedly admired me for being knowledgeable for a barbarian. But who knew when that gaze might turn suspicious? I refuse. People's eyes converged on Einar, who'd been the source of that stubborn voice. I don't know what's so great about wizards. I wish Bjorn would lead us. No, I already agreed. Why are you doing this? I wanted to shut her mouth right now, but if I did that, it'd look even more suspicious. Soon the wizard asked cautiously, "If it's Bjorn you're talking about, this barbarian, right?" "Yes. Bjorn is no ordinary barbarian." "Not an ordinary barbarian?" "Bjorn is the wisest warrior ever. He reads books at the library for 6 hours a day, every day." You are definitely an unusual person." "He's not unusual. He's great. I've never seen a barbarian as smart as Bjorn." "Fuck. Please stop." Everyone looked at me strangely at Einar's praise, but it was just that. They seemed to only chalk it up to us being barbarians. At least till now. Still, it's a majority vote, so there's nothing you can do about it. Ha ha ha. What's a majority vote? Why can't anything be done about it? Sensing the atmosphere again turning confrontational, I calmed Einar down. But who knew why she was so upset? That Einar grimaced in dissatisfaction. "But, Bjorn, aren't you a better choice than that wizard?" Could it be that those words, for a barbarian, had offended her to the core? I wasn't sure, but thankfully I'd made her swear an oath in advance. Otherwise, the secret about the dimensional instability, as well as the fact that I'd been the one to open the rift, might have gotten exposed here. It's a blessing to have your wife's respect. I envy you, barbarian. Ha ha ha. Oh, what wife? We aren't like that. Ha ha ha. There is no need to be ashamed. Eek. I'm not ashamed. Anyway, thanks to the talkative dwarf, Einar's aggro was drawn elsewhere. I too was relieved, and looked at Raven's expression. Contrary to what I'd been worried about, she wasn't particularly interested in me. It's a barrier that won't let you go outside. Interesting. If the dimension has been severed, how are we seeing the other side with our own eyes? Should I call it a wizard's passion for learning? Seeing her muttering by herself and scribbling in her notebook, she seemed to be curious about the principle of this barrier that was preventing us from leaving the map. I hoped that interest wouldn't focus towards me until the moment we parted. Why don't we all stop here and start slowly? I have a lot of research to do and a lot of samples to get. Are you leaving? We still only know each other's names. At Raven's words, the dwarf tilted his head. I too had a similar feeling. Every team needs to know what each other's abilities are and what they can do. No matter how impatient a team might be, sharing the core essence is the fundamentals of team play. However, Raven waved that off as an unnecessary act. Is there any reason for that? All of the monsters from the Blood Citadel are level 7 or lower. A voice full of absolute confidence. The dwarf also showed a slightly uncomfortable expression, but didn't get the chance to say anything out loud. Because she continued talking. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I'll keep the loot from the Guardians. There are some studies I need to do." What kind of an ignorant bitch was this? In the end, she was a wizard, alright. Shit. Just as expected. Things were about to take a turn for the dogs at worst. Chapter 29. Rift 3. Infighting is a common occurrence whenever you play Dungeon and Stone. And the cause behind that infighting 100 times out of 100 is money. Research may be the top priority for an economically affluent wizard, but the reason adventurers enter the labyrinth is to make money. But now this wizard bitch has just poked at that sore spot. Are you going to take all the loot from the Guardian? The dwarf no longer has the kind smile from earlier. His voice sinks, and the eyes exposed through the thick fur of his helmet gleam with a dangerous sharpness. Do I look like a doormat? The air freezes in an instant, and everybody feels it too. Creak. The human man touches the hilt of his sword. He's probably not just some porter either. It's Raven who finally breaks the heavy silence. Instead, I will give you all the magic stones that come out of the rift. You're telling me to pick up and eat the leftover garbage. Don't you think this is a reasonable calculation? I'm not just saying things groundlessly. She tries to hide it, but Raven's expression of embarrassment is evident. She hadn't expected such a hostile reaction. She might be unexpectedly innocent. Of course, she should have expected it. The drops from the Guardian are nothing less than the best and the most essential loot from the rift. Among them, numbered items must be like incomparable treasures to a dwarf. I won't let any numbered items go. Fine. In return, I'll take the essence of the Guardian. And please acknowledge my ownership of any other discoveries that make use of my knowledge. Good. Then, the rift stones will be divided equally between the two of us by rolling the dice. Hooray. What's that bullshit about fairness again? These two don't even care about me and Einar. and have already started fighting for their own interests. My head throbs from just looking at the scene. Even the thought that it might have been better to pass the rift with first-floor rookies crosses my mind. Whereas now, we'll at best be able to pick up some crumbs after the plate has already been picked clean. It's such a shame that I don't have the strength to change the outcome. Bjorn, I know what you're thinking, but for now, be quiet. I get it. What I have to do is becoming clearer. I have to become strong, so that it doesn't matter if these dogs high up try to kick away the ladder. I can still climb all the way up. Only then can I protect my own rights like they're doing. Of course, that shouldn't be a reason to concede today. Wait a moment. Question mark. When I open my mouth, the attention of the two conversing with a softer atmosphere than before gather on me. You can take the essences and numbered items, but we will have the rift stone. You're being greedy. Do you think a couple of barbarians are worth so much? Their eyes are very sharp. Fuck. And here they were smiling so kindly just now when we first met. Yeah, alright, I was just testing the waters. Fine, we'll give up on the rift stone. Instead, give us priority to up to 2 essences other than the guardians. Alright, that much is fine. I agree. As expected, Raven and the dwarf readily accede to my request. This must have been their line in the sand. At their level, essences other than from the guardian wouldn't have much attraction anyhow. Then shall we go? Sure. My body is already sore from standing still for so long. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Once the haggling's over, the wizard bitch and the dwarf change back to how they were acting before and smiled cheerfully. Adventure bastard sure is scary. How long had it been since we'd started climbing the mountain road towards the distant fortress that peaked between the ridges? At the entrance to the fortress, we encountered 2 sculptures of demons with wings. Gargoyle statues. Level 8 monster, gargoyle statue. It's usually quiet, but once an enemy comes into view, it turns into a tricky monster that starts off with petrification. A general strategy would be to sacrifice one member to take the hit from petrification, and the rest of the team then breaks the gargoyle statue to release the curse. But we now had a wizard in our team. Kaya! As the 3 of us, including the dwarf, neared it, the gargoyles opened their eyes and spread their wings. My lower body turned to stone in an instant, but it didn't last long. Artina Vire. Raven recited the curse removal spell, and the battle began in earnest. Einar and I took on one, and the dwarf took on the other. Clang! The pint-sized dwarf swung his hammer like a madman and smashed both the legs of his opponent. And once the gargoyle fell to the floor helplessly, he smashed its head with his hammer as if he'd been waiting for it. Was that the dwarf style? To be honest, it was quite manly to start from the bottom and go up. It was pretty plain, though. You guys are pretty good, too. There wasn't much difference between us in the time it took to destroy the gargoyle statues. We, too, were confident in melee combat. You have defeated a gargoyle. EXP +2. The 2 gargoyles turned into light and disappeared, dropping magic stones, but there was no need to pick them up. They floated upwards on their own and shot into a huge burlap bag. I'll save the magic stones for now and distribute them afterwards. Thank you for doing that. Ha ha ha. The dwarf didn't seem worried about the wizard stealing the magic stones or anything. Seriously, there was no way a wizard would be hung up on such a small amount of money. Then let's go. The dwarf smashed through the old wooden door with his hammer. Was this the start of the real dungeon? A strange feeling was welling up inside me as I followed him inside. I'm going to need some light. Right. A sphere of light floated above Raven's hand, illuminating the dark area. This space we had just entered was the outer checkpoint, a place for performing various administrative tasks, such as checking the luggage of the wagons coming and going, and verifying the identity of the passersby before they enter the castle. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr on the wall or from under the scattered furnitures. Deadman. Deadman. An unranked monster that doesn't even spit out mana stones, let alone experience. Even their bodies don't disappear after death. Except when they drop an essence. They just bite and scratch as far as their attack goes, so we'll save my magic. There was no magical help, but it nevertheless didn't take long for us to clean up the whole room. Could Murad and Yandel please handle things over there while I open this door? We'll take care of it in a jiffy. Ha ha ha. As I followed the dwarf to the second floor, a space like a shared bedroom appeared. As before, there were about 10 dead men, but since the space was larger than the first floor had been, the fight was easier. Puff! Puff! We cleared up the second floor in an instant and climbed the ladder to the roof to reach the third floor, without much conversation. Waiting there for us were a dozen deadman soldiers wearing rusty armor, as well as a deadman commander with a slightly larger stature than the rest. Calling him the first boss was a bit much. Rather, he was an enemy that had to be beaten in order to progress further. It's a bit bigger, but it's not that different from any other deadman, so let's just get rid of it. Ha ha ha. Once again, we quickly cleaned up the surroundings and riffled through the deadman commander's clothes to pick up a horn. When we went back down to the first floor, the iron door on the other side had already opened. It's very reassuring to have a wizard with us. With light coming in from both directions, the room without a single window now became quite bright, but it was meaningless. All the work to be done at the outer checkpoint was finished. Now it was time to cross the 50 m long bridge across the moat and reach the castle. Be careful of where you step, Mistress Raven. Ah, thank you. The bridge ended in the middle, about 20 m away from the gate. It hadn't broken down with the years. This was its original design. The other side of the bridge was hinged at the end and was raised at an angle. A drawbridge that had to be lowered for people to pass. When we blew the horn we'd obtained earlier, the drawbridge began to descend with the rattle of chains. Of course, things weren't that simple. The water magic circle that has slumbered for a long time activates. Bjorn, water is rising from below. The moat surrounding the castle began to fill up. Water began to rise from the furrows that had been dug around the fortress walls to prevent enemy invasion. Or rather, it wasn't water, but dark, crimson blood. This was why this place was called the Blood Citadel. The sky was red, and so was the earth. But there was something else that added to this apocalyptic scenery. Bjorn, hands, over there. You can see hands over the water's surface. Don't be nervous, they're just dead men. Hey, who's nervous? As soon as blood rose to touch the bottom of the bridge, the dead men who'd been struggling in the water climbed up. The drawbridge had not yet come down by even a fifth. The concept of this part was simple. Hold on until the drawbridge comes down. If it were a game, this message would have come out. Nobody gave any specific instructions, but everyone knew how to respond either by pushing the dead men back down to the water or by knocking them down with a weapon. Puff, puff, crunch. Although they were just dead men, mere unranked monsters, they were quite a difficult opponent here on the bridge. If you fell down, it was game over. It's all done. After about a minute, Raven completed her magic spell. If I were to translate the words directly, it'd be something like Blade Storm. A strong gust of wind spread around us, in a dense formation, and mulched the dead men in an instant like a blender. Brrrr. The dwarf groaned as he looked at his legs, which were stained with bits from the dead man corpses. That's great. It was just a few dead men. Contrary to her humble words, Raven's eyes were full of pride. But I didn't at all feel that she was being arrogant. This wasn't an area that could be passed so easily without a wizard's AoE spells. After that, we kept crushing the dead men who occasionally climbed up to the bridge, and the drawbridge, which had been slowly descending, finally came into contact with the bridge. Clang! The first chapter of the Blood Citadel was over. It had been ridiculously easy so far. Now that we'd crossed the drawbridge, 3 more chapters remained. The urban battle in the outer fortress. The dungeon in the inner fortress. The demonic worship room inside the Lord's castle. This is interesting. Raven, entering the castle, looked at the ruins with shining eyes, as if she was looking at a heap of treasures. Smithies, taverns, inns, churches, stables used by merchants, most of these debris appear to be public facilities. The dwarf grinned. Is that so surprising, Miss Raven? Of course. Neither the mountain road we climbed nor the castle has any farmland or dwellings, meaning there were no farmers. Are you curious? How could people survive in a fortified city built in such a remote mountain area? Didn't they have an alchemist in this dimension as well? He could have changed mana stones to bread like we do. Ha! Yes, that is the most popular hypothesis among the scholars. Ha! Is that so? Even the learned people seem to think the same way as me. But Mr. Murad, that's not the only thing that's interesting. Whether it's the long drawbridge or the high walls, this citadel is built very practically. Who was their enemy? Even the dwarf, who was amiable at first, became fed up with the lengthy conversation and retreated. I don't understand why you're asking such a thing. After all, isn't it all a created space? It's a created space. Well, people who haven't really learned dimensional theory might think so. Stop it, Miss Raven. Monsters incoming. As we were passing through towards the inner fortress, monsters began appearing before long. From deadmen to skeleton archers and mages, ghouls, and even a level 8 death fiend. The level of the creatures wasn't much different from the Deadlands, but there was a big difference in scale. Each group included at least several dozens. Everyone, gather by my side. Moreover, if you deal with one group, another group might hear the sound of fighting and rush in. Within a minute of encountering the first group, hundreds of monsters surrounded the area. But at that moment, the blade storm we'd seen earlier swept through the surroundings again. Unlike a magic spell from some Western educational institution, it couldn't transform everything in its path like before. Some ghouls survived with only a severed limb, not to mention the death fiend, which was the epitome of physical defense and natural regeneration. But please take care of the remaining monsters. The dead men and the skeletons that had accounted for more than 90% of the whole group had been swept away. Einar! I shouted out loud, and Einar ran with me. The target was a death fiend. How to hunt? There was no need to explain. One glance at each other was enough. We've been in hundreds of fights together by this point, and now we hardly ever made any mistakes. Technique. True, double barbarian tackle. Thud. The dwarf was amazed to see us grab both of the death fiend's legs, topple it to the floor, then smash its head. Is that how you normally hunt? His eyes were filled with some kind of question like, what kind of savages are these people? Is there something wrong? No, nothing. Very, very exciting, as expected from barbarians. Haha. I didn't have anything to be ashamed of, but it was a little ridiculous. His fighting style wasn't particularly elegant or sophisticated either, after all. Ravia de Helton. There were only 7 death fiends left, but when Raven cast the curse of exacerbating wounds, it became even easier to hunt them. A death fiend, once its passive preservation of the flesh is sealed, isn't such a tricky monster to handle. I think I can see why everyone thinks wizards are great. Did she really feel the value of a wizard in just 2 battles? Einar was muttering in a frustrated tone. Raven didn't respond at all, but when I took a peek, I could see her lips twitching. She was apparently weak to praise. The dwarf also added a sentence. Ha! Obviously, having a wizard changes the scope of what you can do. I also agreed. If we tried to conquer the Blood Citadel with a party of just 5 rookies, this kind of a head-to-head battle wouldn't have been possible. Perhaps it would have taken tens of times longer, since we would have had to whittle down the number of monsters starting from the fringes. Well, that's why I study so hard. Of course, you also need talent. Raven wiggled a little bit at the successive compliments. Slowly, her character was becoming clearer. A gifted wizard girl who pretended to be humble but loved to show off and was passionate about magic and research. I was starting to get a handle on how to deal with her. Then I'm going to go around for a while and get some research data. If it's okay with you, could you all please help? Thanks to Miss Raven, we finished with plenty of time left, so of course I should help. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Afterwards, we scoured the ruins of the city, collecting antiques, books, soil, metal, and the flesh and bones of the dead men. Thanks to all of you, I finished early. Then let's move on to the next one. I was stunned for a moment. Wait, what do you mean finished? You beat all the monsters, you searched all around, so why not take that too? What are you doing there? Not coming. Could it be that none of them knew about it? The easy loot that dropped when you broke the fountain statue? Chapter 30. Blood Citadel 1. Every gamer has a habit of mashing the interaction key whenever a suspicious wall or an unusual sculpture appears. I'd been the same too, and that habit had helped me discover many hidden pieces, that is, elements hidden inside the game, while playing Dungeon and Stone for 9 years. Like the fountain statue here, for example. Bjorn. Coming. I left my uneasiness behind and followed the group inside. I decided not to mention the statue. In the end, a barbarian knowing something that even a wizard had devoted her entire life to learning didn't know, it'd be better to avoid suspicion. Clearly, the excuse that I'd read it in a book wouldn't work this time, and this object was an item that couldn't be taken out of the rift with distortion magic anyway. This is the inner fortress. In the medieval age, if the outer fortress served as the first line of defense, then the inner fortress was closer to being the last stronghold. Originally, this was the place where various military facilities such as the armory would have been built, and where the vassals, knights, and soldiers of the Lord would be stationed. Raven looked around and sighed. I'd already heard about it, but I really can't find anything here. The inner fortress, which was about 1/3 the size of the outer fortress, was horribly damaged. All the buildings had collapsed, and only ruins remained. There weren't even any monsters here. Let's quickly move on to the next destination. Under Raven's direction, we cleared the rubble for about 30 minutes and finally found a way to the basement. Mr. Murad, will you take the lead? Got it. I need to conserve my magic, so please light a torch. The dwarf took out a torch and slotted it onto his helmet. Maybe because he was so short, he looked like the mole diver from the Barbarian1-30. Crumple. We pushed the thick wooden planks away and slowly made our way down the stairs hidden underneath. The 3rd chapter of the Blood Citadel, the dungeon. I gulped and tried to steel myself. You have entered the 1st floor of the dungeon. Am not good with the disgusting stuff, Miss Raven. What kind of monsters come out here? I know there can be skull rats, banshees, death fiends, chimeric wolves, ghoul lords, and corpse golems. Except for the corpse golem, they're all monsters I've dealt with. That's how it should be. Corpse golems are monsters that only appear inside the Blood Citadel. Time to pile up some achievements, I think. The dwarf was happy that he could increase his experience by fighting new monsters. But not me. Even the graphics had been so terrible. How disgusting would the reality be? Is there anything to be careful about, specifically? You just have to be careful about the flesh explosion. The explosive power is not very strong, but the body fluids are mixed with toxic acid, so it can be fatal if you get hit at close range. Of course, I'll try to stop you before that. Ha! There is nothing to be afraid of, because we have a wizard with us. It's all possible, because there are strong warriors like Mr. Murad. Damn, weren't they at each other's throats when they were arguing over loot just now? Step. As soon as I went down the last stair, a dungeon with a labyrinthine structure unfolded before my eyes. Dead men shackled with chains rotted inside cages, and on the floor, rats with only bones left made strange noises as they wandered around. Bjorn, are those monsters too? They're the skull rats I mentioned earlier. I didn't ask you, wizard. By the way, these were unrated, same as the dead men. In fact, they didn't even have enough fighting power to be called monsters, so we simply walked forward, trampling on whatever we could see. And not long after, we met a banshee. Ooh, ooh, ooh. The banshee was flying around haphazardly, revealing only the outline of a bizarre-looking face. Bjorn. All right, she was afraid of banshees. Seeing Einar clinging to me, Raven grinned. Thankfully, Einar was too busy to notice. The shouting match would have started up again otherwise. Be careful not to bump into the banshee. It's not too dangerous if it's just once or twice, but you'll have a very, very horrible experience. Very, very horrible experience? What does that even mean? Talk clearly, wizard. Well, shall I leave it to your imagination? Raven smiled crookedly as she looked at Einar's pale face. Seeing her take revenge in this way, she didn't seem to have a very good personality either. I sighed inwardly and cut in on their conversation. I heard that wizards have a way to deal with banshees. You said you like books, so you have broad knowledge, huh? Was this enough to call my knowledge broad? Well, for a barbarian, it might be. Still, this was probably still within the range of plausibility. Then I'll stop joking around and handle the banshee first. Taidun shed. Immediately, an arrow of light was fired out of Raven's staff and pierced the banshee. The magic was called Mage Shot 2 in the game. It had no casting time because it was a basic attack spell that was no different from a wizard's normal attack. In a while, dozens of banshees began to flock together, burning with fierce hatred. They'd sensed the mark left by their colleague when Shed died. From the point of view of a wizard who possessed a large number of powerful wide-area attacks, it must have been a welcome occurrence. Eherno Hindar. Flame baptism. Flames from her magic staff filled the straight passage. And when the fire was extinguished, there were no banshees left. Whoosh! This time, too, the mana stones scattered on the floor floated in the air and went into her bag. In fact, I was more envious of this than the attack spell, that you didn't have to pick up the mana stones one by one. Really, how long would it take to put a wizard on my team and carry them around? Again, I realized how far I still had to go. Reality was different from the 2D world beyond the monitor, especially the chill that now prickled on my skin. The character has entered the second floor of the dungeon. The dungeon I experienced firsthand for the first time felt like a mad scientist's laboratory. A chimeric wolf with 4 heads and bulging, uneven muscles like a mutant. A ghoul lord with a retinue of 30 elder ghouls. These 8th grade monsters not only possessed grotesque appearances, but the small props around them were full of a horror game vibe. I could only hope I wouldn't get turned into another prop that completed the picture 3. By the way, Miss Raven is great. Aren't you scared at all? Well, I do love anatomy, so this much is fine. Fuck. Then what about a barbarian's anatomy? Come to think of it, the reason why barbarian hearts were sold at high prices was because they were magic materials. We've arrived. Hunting all the monsters in the dungeon and reaching the 3rd basement floor, we found a hidden door leading to the underground space beneath the ruins of the Lord's castle. Originally, we should have gotten the map from the guard room, but the door is hidden behind the wall, so it's good that I memorized the map in advance. Thanks to Raven, who'd studied the area thoroughly, there was no way we could get lost. Well, if I were alone, I would have found it as well. As for the dungeon, the place was identical to how it'd been in the game. But that's only possible because I'm a player. Once again, I could feel why wizards were so important. Powerful attack magic. Highly useful support system abilities, such as cure wounds. Even the knowledge accumulated by reading numerous books. It wasn't for no reason that wizards were treated better than priests in a team. It'd be better to leave our backpacks here. Especially for you, Mr. Yandel. Feeling a little embarrassed, I dropped the oversized backpack that spanned from my head to my thighs in front of the door. If I made enough money, I'd have to buy a magic backpack first. This wasn't my first time feeling uncomfortable because of it. From now on, Mr. Yandel should also light a torch. At Raven's instruction, I also affixed a torch on my helmet. With this, everything was ready. Kriak, kriak, kriak. As I turned the circular valve to open the iron door, a rotten stench rushed in. I didn't expect this kind of a place at all. Wizard, do we really have to go in here? I'm disgusted to death too, but it can't be helped. a space reminiscent of a sewage treatment plant. There were large water pipes lined up on the cylindrical wall, and dark filth was dripping down everywhere. And on top of that, broken and severed limbs and heads were piled up like mountains on the floor, and the air full of rot and decay stung our noses and caused headaches. Ugh, GGHHHH. The first to vomit was the porter. The guy had been simply holding the baggage next to Raven like an escort, with a really expressionless face, spewed out the contents of his stomach. The second was Raven. Oh, whoa! She might have been able to tolerate the sight, due to her experience with dissections, but she was equally vulnerable to the smell. Surprisingly, I managed. Even though a scene that would have made me faint in the past was unfolding before my eyes, there was no effect on this barbarian body. I'm glad you're all right. Come on, let's go forward. Feeling something indescribable, I slowly approached the center. Squelch. Every step made a sound as if I was stepping on a sponge. And as the light got closer to the center, the huge shape that only been a dark outline became clearer. Hello. Surprisingly, it spoke to us. In a female voice that sounded like a scratch tape recording. Cool. Meet. Save KKGHGHK. Save me. Me. KKGHKGKK. Delicious D-Daddy KKH. To be honest, it was a bit shocking. Oh, fuck, you used to be so quiet in the game. Why the hell are you doing this to me? Bitter thoughts welled up out of nowhere, but nothing would change even if you lament. When I looked to the side, even the trustworthy dwarf was frozen in place. Everyone calm down! I immediately roared, waking up my bewildered teammates. But did this end up provoking it? Daddy, hurts, it hurts us. The pile of corpses that had been crouching in the dark stood up and staggered forward, although I really couldn't say if it actually had any feet or not. Boom! The mid-boss of the Blood Citadel. It was a corpse golem. Although Dungeon and Stone is the epitome of a niche cult classic, it's not without its own popular parts. At least some of its illustrations are famous. The lifelike illustrations that seem like old black and white photos are often used as memes on the internet. Few people know that those illustrations are actually from a game. I'm realizing once more. Fuck. No matter how realistic a picture is, it can't match up to reality. Hurts. It hurts us. Is this what a collection of thousands of human arms, legs, and heads looks like? Each component moves independently, as if it has its own will. The same goes for the hundreds of mouths. Each one pours out what it wants to say, uncontrolled and unfiltered. Most of them say it hurts, it's cold, it hates, kill me, save me, etc. And there's no overarching logic that governs the emotions that fluctuate from moment to moment. Well, it's either that or a simple scream. Everyone is frozen once again by the macabre harmony in the synthesis of all sorts of bizarre voices. Hikerod, be careful. A wizard good at anatomy. A third-year dwarf who must have encountered numerous monsters. A human man who exudes an atmosphere that looks quite good for a porter. They treated us two rookie barbarians as spares, but surprisingly at this moment, it's only Einar and I who haven't lost their cool. What are you all doing? Einar, who'd been watching the corpse golem, pulls the dwarf by the neck and lifts him up. Crash! The pile of corpses that flies in like a shot put explodes on impacting the ground. The splattered blood and flesh sticks to Einar and the dwarf. Screech. Fortunately, Einar is unharmed because of her clothes, but not the dwarf. My eyes. Fuck, it seems that the acid somehow went through the narrow slit in the helmet and hit him in the eyes. In an instant, the dwarf is incapacitated, and the wizard who believed only in herself, hurt, is still vomiting. What do you guys think you're doing? And here I thought things had gotten easier. No way, of course they can't. Einar, take the dwarf and retreat to protect the wizard. Shouting my instructions, I raise my shield and face the corpse golem. There's no choice. I don't want to attract attention as much as possible, but aren't the ones supposed to carry us through the mission now messing around? To survive, I have no choice but to take the steering wheel myself.